Chapter 1050. For nearly 2 months, Yang Kai and Shuiyu had been hiding on various dead stars in the ice-cold dead territory. Regardless of who had set the trap to blow up Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship, Yang Kai was deeply aware of their cautiousness. There were constantly cultivators wandering around the ice-cold dead territory, looking for something, and it wasn't until a few days ago that they gradually stopped and withdrew. It took them 2 months to confirm that no one had survived the disaster. I feel like this time it seems to be directed at me. On a dead star, Shuiyu said thoughtfully. I think so too. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. At the beginning, neither of them understood whether the trap was directed at Shuiyu or the Chamber of Commerce's starship, but now, both of them had the same conjecture. That trap was directed at Shuiyu. It was to bury her in it. Oh. Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she was considering him. Why do you think so? Tell me your reasoning and let's see if it is the same as mine. Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense and said, they spent too much time searching for survivors. There were no important people or materials on that starship, so if it was a trap set for the Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't have taken so long to find it. For them to be so cautious and search for 2 months in a row, it can only prove that they are very afraid, of someone who may retaliate against them. So this time, the matter should be directed at you. The Chamber of Commerce's warship was just implicated. Saying so, Yang Kai stared at Shuiyu with scorching eyes. Shuiyu's beautiful eyes lit up as her red lips squirmed. Your thoughts are very clear, I underestimated you. Yang Kai's conjecture was basically the same as hers. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai was actually a diamond in the rough. Smiling lightly, she asked, if one day the soul chains between us are unlocked and I don't want to kill you, would you like to stay by my side? Are you trying to win me over? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. You could say that, but it's very likely that I'll kill you the moment the soul chains are released. Shuiyu said those words in a soft voice. She had a smile on her face and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Forget it, I won't be controlled by you. If that day really comes, I'll kill you before you do anything. What arrogance! Shuiyu curled her lips. I want to see what ability you have to kill me. You'll see when the time comes. Yang Kai crawled out of his hiding place, turned his head, bent down, and extended his hand in an inviting gesture. But shouldn't we leave this damned place now? Shuiyu pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she also stepped out, placing her jade-white hand into Yang Kai's palm, allowing him to summon his star shuttle and carry her forward. After 2 months, no matter who it was, all of their injuries had healed, and Shuiyu had returned to the peak of the Third Order Saint King realm. However, she was still willing to share the same star shuttle as Yang Kai. She enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. She had to remind herself over and over again that this was a side effect brought about by the soul chains. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have any feelings for such a man, but at this moment, any care he showed her was enough to warm her body and mind. The star shuttle flew off like a bolt of lightning, and a short time later, the pair flew away from the dead star. Inside the star field, Yang Kai stopped and asked, where should we go now? Back to Water Moon Star? No, the journey back is too far. The ice-cold dead territory is about a month and a half's journey from Water Moon Star, so it would take at least 3 months to return by star shuttle. Let's go to Rainfall Star. Rainfall Star is closer to here, and I originally wanted to go there anyway, but now that I'm in this state, it's a bit troublesome. Good. Yang Kai didn't object. In any case, he was just going with the flow and didn't have any particular destination in mind. Let me think about where Rainfall Star is first. In this damn ice-cold dead territory, there isn't even a trace of starlight, so it's impossible for me to tell the direction. Shuiyu's brow furrowed as she glanced around, trying to balance her sense of direction. While she was complaining, Yang Kai had already steered his star shuttle in a certain direction. Do you know the way? Shuiyu called out worriedly, if you don't, it's easy to get lost in the star field. My star shuttle just happens to have a star that leads to Rainfall Star, Yang Kai smiled lightly. That's great, Shuiyu rejoiced, letting go of the worry in her heart. The star in Yang Kai's star shuttle was something he had personally carved into it. It was the best route he had found from the huge star above his knowledge sea, so now was a good time to verify it. What are you going to do on Rainfall Star? As they flew, Yang Kai couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. My father sent me there to deal with some matters, Shuiyu replied casually. What matter is so important that it actually requires you to go in person? Don't ask so many questions. Shuiyu's pretty face became bitter. I wanted to tell you, but you should know that this is a secret of the Chamber of Commerce and can't be easily divulged. Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? She actually began to plead in a soft voice. Fine, I won't ask. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he felt a bit overwhelmed. He had to admit that once a woman like Shuiyu acted coquettishly, she was absolutely unstoppable. Kai Yang had thoroughly experienced her charms. These days when he was with her, he was trembling with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. Every day, he had to constantly remind himself, lest he accidentally fall under her pomegranate skirt. It was also because of this that he was able to maintain enough clarity of mind and not be completely enslaved by the soul chains. Yang Kai believed that Shuiyu was also struggling to cope with the power of the soul chains, but the two of them had a tacit understanding and refused to talk about it. It seemed that because of what had just happened, Shuiyu felt a little guilty, so after flying for a while, she suddenly asked, what attribute do you cultivate? Is it yang or fire? That day when she had been entangled with Yang Kai, she had gained some understanding of Yang Kai's strength, but she wasn't clear about the specifics. Why do you ask? Yang Kai was a little vigilant. I was thinking that if you are willing, I can help you find a master to teach you how to cultivate, how to use your strength, and how to understand the true essence of your strength, Shuiyu said sincerely. On the road of cultivation, having someone to teach you is completely different from having no one to teach you. Since you are the first person from your continent to enter territory, there shouldn't be anyone who can teach you this kind of knowledge before, right? Find a master. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. And, there are many foreign masters in the Chamber of Commerce who are proficient in the true essence of various strengths. It won't be difficult to find a master who matches your strength. Don't look down on me, I also have several masters who can teach me. Forget it, there probably isn't anyone who can teach me, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, this won't do you any harm. There really isn't anyone who can teach me, my strength is a bit special. Special? How special? This time it was Shuiyu's turn to be surprised. Yang Kai frowned, but in order to interrupt her strange thoughts, he could only reach out and summon a mass of demonic flame. The raging pitch-black flames emitted a different kind of charm. It was like a blooming black rose that wanted to devour one's soul. It seemed like it could even burn everything in the world. Shuiyu's eyes flashed with a strange light as she froze. She carefully sensed the mysteries contained in this mass of demonic flame and couldn't help calling out in alarm, how could there be such a contradictory strength? That ball of demonic flames alternated between hot and cold, yang and evil coexisted. All kinds of contradictions were perfectly combined together, mutually reinforcing each other and helping each other's arrogance. It had already completely evolved into a unique, one-in-a-million type of power. Shuiyu had never seen such a strange strength before. She found it difficult to imagine how a cultivator could resolve or resist such a strength if it invaded the body of a cultivator. She couldn't think of a good solution. From the depths of her beautiful eyes, a trace of panic, shock, and joy appeared. She was shocked by the uniqueness of this demonic flame, but also excited by Yang Kai's great potential. This man was now just a second-order saint cultivator, so his unique strength probably wouldn't be able to play much of a role, but if he could be cultivated into a saint king realm or even an origin returning realm master, the role this demonic flame could play was simply unimaginable. His strength attribute gave him a natural advantage that others could not hope to reach. Once he was allowed to grow, it would be difficult for him to find an opponent in the same realm. Unless his opponent also cultivated a very special strength. Is there anyone in your Chamber of Commerce who possesses this kind of strength like me? Yang Kai asked. No. Shuiyu shook her head honestly, dismissing the idea of hiring a master for him, but her beautiful eyes flashed a different light as she called out, Yang Kai, how about we discuss something? Discuss what? When the day comes that we break the soul chains, I won't do you any harm. Everything that happened before will be written off. Moreover, I will provide you with the best cultivation environment and the best resources to help you increase your strength, allowing you to grow at the fastest speed possible. So good. Yang Kai's face didn't even twitch as he grinned meaningfully. Tell me, what are your conditions? How about you follow me? Nothing. Yang Kai shook his head. I said, I won't be controlled by you. Being controlled and following are two different things, Shuiyu cried out. You can't understand it that way. To me, it's the same thing. At most, I can give you a chance to pursue me. Shuiyu's face flushed red as she bit her thin lip, seemingly making a great concession. Yang Kai's strength was so special that she really wanted to win him over. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Shuiyu's face was still red as she became angry. Your identity to the outside world is Shuiyu's third young master. If I don't pursue you, I'm afraid no one in this world will pursue you, right? Do you have to be so lonely? You bastard. Shuiyu cursed. Chapter 1051. Flying his star shuttle through the star field, with a stunning beauty like Shuiyu by his side, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest boredom. On the contrary, he actually enjoyed the journey. Shuiyu seemed to have experienced a completely different life. For a long time, she had maintained the identity of Shuiyu's third young master in front of others, living in the image of a man. She had lived like this for countless years, and only a few people in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce knew her true gender. She had never been able to show her true face. This time, a series of coincidences allowed her to put aside all disguises and use her womanly side to get along with Yang Kai. Because of the soul chains, she didn't have much vigilance towards Yang Kai, feeling that this man was very kind and intimate, as if he was a very important part of her life. Shuiyu was in a very good mood, and her already beautiful face became even more radiant. Her pretty face was always filled with an intoxicating charm. Time flew by, and after more than a month of shuttling through the star field, the two of them finally arrived at a colorful star, Rainfall Star. Yang Kai had thought that this star had such a name because of its drizzling rain, but it wasn't until he saw it in the star field that he realized Rainfall Star was not what he had imagined it to be. This star wasn't very big, only about a third the size of Water Moon Star, but it was filled with vibrant vitality. The colorful light that enveloped the entire stars gave it a dreamy glow. The brilliance of a huge nearby sun star was refracted by this colorful light. This made Rainfall Star appear even more enchanting. Shuiyu's beautiful eyes obviously showed a look of fascination as she stared at Rainfall Star in a daze. Even Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the beauty of these stars. When my strength is enough, I will become the star master of Rainfall Star and bring these stars under my control. Shuiyu exclaimed, setting a grand goal for herself. Then you'll have to work hard, at least have the ability to defeat the current star master. Yang Kai smiled, not taking her words seriously, thinking she was just acting like a young girl. Shuiyu's eyes suddenly narrowed into crescents as she covered her mouth and giggled. Rainfall Star doesn't have a star master. I know you come from a low-level world. But don't pretend you know what you don't. No star master. Yang Kai heard this and was stunned. Why is there no star master? Does your Chamber of Commerce have masters? Yang Kai knew that Yang Kai's stars, and although there weren't many masters at this level, every great force, great star had at least one or two masters. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was a famous force in the star field. It was impossible for there to be no Origin King Realm masters. Yang's master's star, Star Master. Their strength was enough to serve as Rainfall Star's Star Masters. But how should he put it? Becoming a Star Lord of a cultivation star wasn't something that could be accomplished just by being strong enough. Instead, he needed to imprint his life imprint into the cultivation star's star source. This process is accompanied by great danger, and even origin kings may suffer a backlash from the star's source and lose their life. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Shuiyu continued to explain patiently, there aren't many origin kings, and some of them would rather live in seclusion than take the risk of integrating with a star's source. Moreover, once one becomes the star master of a cultivation star, it is tantamount to entrusting one's life to that cultivation star. If one day the cultivation star suffers a drastic change or is destroyed, the star master will die as well. Similar things have happened before, and because of the destruction of a cultivation star, the star master perished. Like you and me, if one dies, I'll die. Yang Kai exclaimed. More or less, but this kind of involvement is only one-sided, so in star territory, there are some cultivation stars without a star master, and Rainfall Star is one of them. Then why do you still want to become a star master? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Shuiyu smiled and said, although there are many inconveniences, there are also great benefits after becoming a star master. Otherwise, why would any master be willing to become the star master of a cultivation star? Everything has its pros and cons, it all depends on how one thinks. She seemed to be very open-minded, and Yang Kai also felt this was the case, unable to help thinking back to the floating continent he had encountered before. At that time, under Guizhu's coercion, while searching for a way to leave, his divine sense strands inadvertently broke into the deepest part of the floating continent, and there, he felt an extremely powerful energy. This energy nourished his soul and divine sense strands, causing them, which were about to dry up, to become rich and powerful in an instant. That mass of energy was somewhat similar to the star source of stars, but unfortunately, even after asking Guizhu about it in a roundabout way, Yang Kai hadn't been able to obtain any concrete information. Now that he was talking to Shuiyu about this, Yang Kai was vaguely certain that it was the star source of stars. Do you know how to fuse with the star source of stars? Yang Kai asked. Why are you asking about this? Shuiyu glanced at him in surprise. Just asking, Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, pretending not to care too much. Shuiyu's expression was suspicious, obviously not trusting him, but she didn't ask any more questions and instead revealed some of the information she knew. She felt that even if she didn't say anything, Yang Kai would figure out these things one day, so it didn't matter if she told him. Yang Kai secretly committed her words to memory while maintaining a calm expression on his face, preparing to return to the floating continent when he had time in the future to confirm whether his guess was correct or not. If that mass of energy was really the star source of stars, he could try to fuse with it. After all, if he could succeed, he would obtain huge benefits. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the thick clouds and arrived above Rainfall Star. Let's go that way. Shuiyu pointed to the area with the richest world energy aura. Our Chamber of Commerce's branch is located there. Yang Kai gently nodded and silently flew off with her on his back. A few hours later, a series of rolling mountains appeared in front of the pair's eyes. Among these mountains, countless palaces stood quietly. In the center of the mountain range, there was a large square. In the square, there were warships flying in and out, transporting resources. Most of these starships were branded with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's logo, but some were from other great forces that were here to purchase goods. Yang Kai wasn't surprised by this and simply followed Shuiyu's instructions as they flew through the mountains. Shuiyu seemed to have been here before and was quite familiar with the terrain. Following her guidance, the two of them soon arrived in front of a large hall. Shuiyu jumped off her star shuttle briskly, beckoned to Yang Kai, and walked straight into the hall. At the entrance of the hall, there were several martial artists dressed as guards. They wore majestic armors and held silver spears in their hands. Their expressions were solemn. When they saw Shuiyu, the eyes of these guards obviously lit up, all of them involuntarily puffing out their chests and acting mature and reliable. Shui Yu's mouth curled into a grin, seemingly very satisfied with this scene. She had never had the opportunity to conquer strange men with her feminine side before, so the performance of these guards greatly satisfied her vanity. "Lady, please stop, what business do you have?" One of the guards stepped forward and blocked Shui Yu's path, putting on a businesslike appearance. "I want to see branch president Holly Ka." Shui Yu flipped her delicate jade hand and summoned out a token. The guard stared at it for a moment before his expression became solemn as he exclaimed, "So it's the master from the home star." The moment he saw this token, the way he addressed Shui Yu immediately changed, no longer daring to intentionally or unintentionally show off his masculinity because this token was the highest level of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's token, something only the honorable masters of the home star were qualified to possess. This kind of status was not something a little guard like him could hope to achieve. "Branch President Holly Ka has been waiting for a long time, please come in, master." The guard quickly stepped aside and made way. Shui Yu nodded with satisfaction and motioned to Yang Kai before walking in together. The expressions of the several guards were as solemn as ever, with a trace of respect for Shui Yu, but at the same time, there was some doubt in their eyes. They didn't know why Yang Kai was following behind this female master. This little brat's cultivation was about the same as theirs, so obviously he could only be a guard, but this master's attitude towards him seemed to be quite easygoing. What kind of dog shit luck did this little brat have? How could he have such good fortune to follow behind such a master? The several guards couldn't help cursing in their hearts. They had seen Yang Kai and Shui Yu arrive together on the same star shuttle, looking so intimate that they couldn't help wishing they could take their place. Inside the hall, Yang Kai and Shui Yu had just walked in when they heard angry reprimands coming from the other side. A short time later, several cultivators ran out, each one looking more distressed than the last. Shui Yu pursed her lips and smiled before softly explaining, "The temper of the branch president here is not very good, he will often beat and scold his subordinates, so his popularity is very poor." "Don't speak nonsense so he won't cause trouble." "I know. I won't say anything," Yang Kai nodded. The main reason he had come to Rainfall Star this time was to accompany Shui Yu. He didn't know the specific reason and wasn't prepared to intervene. "Who are you? Don't you know it's not a good habit to talk about people behind their backs?" A cold snort came from inside, clearly very displeased. Shui Yu couldn't help spitting out her tongue, her entire temperament changing, becoming resolute and decisive as she stepped inside. Yang Kai followed closely behind. Inside, there was an old man in a purple robe sitting upright on a chair, coldly looking in their direction. His expression was calm and dignified, like a mountain. Just sitting there, he was like a mountain peak, an invisible aura and pressure spreading out from his body. Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when he felt as if his feet had been filled with 10,000 kilograms of force, making it difficult for him to move. Shui Yu's brisk pace seemed to have suddenly become sluggish, her brow furrowing slightly as she struggled to move her tender body. Because of Shui Yu's words just now, Branch President Holly Ka obviously didn't like the two of them and deliberately wanted to embarrass them. Chapter 1052. Inside the hall, Kai Yang struggled to even move, the pressure weighing down on him like a mountain. His forehead was dripping with sweat, and his muscles were twitching uncontrollably as he resisted the pressure coming from all directions, silently cursing in his heart. This woman Shui Yu had always been aloof and no one dared to be rude to her. She obviously didn't know what it meant to cause trouble with words, causing Yang Kai to be implicated as well. Feeling the aura deliberately released by Holly Ka, Shui Yu's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. At her waist, a jade pendant flashed and summoned a number of strange beasts. These strange beasts roared silently as they formed a sole defensive barrier around Shui Yu, blocking the impact of Holly Ka's attacks. A series of ripples spread out and the sound of something breaking rang out. Shui Yu's originally labored steps suddenly relaxed as she raised her head slightly and walked forward briskly. Even Yang Kai, who had been unable to move, was no longer under the pressure he had just experienced. It seemed that under the defensive barrier formed by these strange beasts, Holly Ka's momentum was instantly disintegrated. Yang Kai suddenly became relaxed and couldn't help glancing over at Shui Yu's slender waist, secretly thinking that this was the heiress of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's president, so she was wearing an extremely high-grade artifact. An origin-grade soul-type artifact. Holly Ka, who was sitting in his chair and staring over coldly, couldn't help frowning slightly, retracting the momentum he had been releasing as a slightly surprised expression appeared on his face. Not just anyone could possess such a high-grade soul-type artifact. Holly Ka immediately realized that Shui Yu's origins were extraordinary, but before he could figure out her identity and purpose, he didn't dare act rashly again. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, Holly Ka didn't put him in his heart, instead turning to Shui Yu and asking, "What is this girl's name?" Shui Yu smiled sweetly and said, "Shui-er." Yang Kai's mouth couldn't help twitching as he quietly stood behind her, pretending to be her guard. "Lady Shui-er." Holly Ka gently nodded, then, "What business do you have with me?" Shui Yu didn't answer. She took out the token from before and handed it over. Holly Ka took it, his expression changing greatly as he finally stood up from his chair and cupped his fists. "So it is young Master Shui Yu's people. Young Lady Shui-er, please forgive this old man's eyes for failing to see just now, please forgive him." With that said, he respectfully handed the token back to Yang Kai. "You're too polite, branch president." Snow Moon accepted the gift, looked around, and then walked to a chair and sat down. Holly Ka stood in place with a puzzled expression, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Sister Shui-er, when will young Master Shui Yu arrive?" "He won't be able to come," Shui Yu said with a smile. "He has some things to deal with, so he can't leave for the time being." "Young Master Shui Yu can't come?" Holly Ka froze for a moment before hesitating. "Then this matter," he said, "that I'll be in charge of everything here. The branch leader only needs to cooperate with me," Shui Yu said in an overbearing and bossy manner. "You'll be in charge?" Holly Ka couldn't help frowning, looking at Shui Yu with some distrust. "This old man is being nosy, Sister Shui-er, to young Master Shui Yu. What is your relationship?" Shui Yu smiled and said flirtatiously, "He handed over such an important matter to me, who do you think I am to him?" Holly Ka couldn't help showing a look of understanding, his expression suddenly becoming ambiguous as he stared at Shui Yu. He couldn't help sighing in his heart, thinking that young Master Shui Yu had finally become like an ordinary man and was attracted to a woman. He had never heard of young Master Shui Yu being interested in a woman before. Even if she was a woman whose beauty could cause the downfall of a nation, he wouldn't spare her more than a few glances. Many of the older generation in the Chamber of Commerce were worried about young Master Shui Yu, wondering if he had some kind of physical or psychological problem. Now it seemed that he simply hadn't met a woman to his liking. But why did this Sister Shui-er look so similar to young Master Shui Yu? This girl couldn't be the fruit of President Aio's womanizing outside, right? If that was the case, then the true relationship between her and young Master Shui Yu was... All kinds of thoughts flashed across Holly Ka's mind, causing him to shiver, his expression becoming more and more awkward. "Sister Shui-er, about the ancient." Holly Ka was about to give her a detailed report on the progress of the matter but was interrupted by Shui Yu. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. I just arrived here and am tired, so I'll rest for the night. It won't be too late to deal with this matter tomorrow." Holly Ka thought about it for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I'll have someone lead Sister Shui-er to rest." Saying so, Holly Ka called out, and a short time later, the guards outside the door came in and Holly Ka gave them a few instructions before bowing and escorting Shui Yu out. Yang Kai remained silent as he followed behind Shui Yu, a thoughtful look on his face. Although Holly Ka hadn't finished speaking just now, he did hear the word ancient, which made him a little curious. He didn't know what had happened on this cultivation star that involved the ancient era and required Shui Yu to personally come here to deal with it. However, no matter what it was, it couldn't be a trivial matter. Shui Yu didn't let Holly Ka continue, obviously not wanting Yang Kai to hear this secret. She felt a sense of familiarity with Yang Kai, but in the end, this was the Chamber of Commerce's secrets and couldn't be divulged at will. Yang Kai was well aware of all this, but he didn't point it out. Following the guard through the mountain range, it wasn't long before they arrived at a beautiful place. This place was far from the noisy center of the branch, making it a good place to rest. This was an independent loft, exquisite but not lacking in grandeur. Outside the loft, there was a small bridge over flowing water and a natural hot spring for bathing. When Xueyu arrived here, her eyes lit up, as if she suddenly remembered that she hadn't bathed in a long time. These past few months, she and Yang Kai had been flying through the star territory, hiding on the dust-covered dead stars. Even though the two of them had good cultivations, they were still covered in dust. Seeing this natural hot spring, Xueyu's tender body couldn't help feeling a little itchy. After the guard left, Xueyu walked around the loft, rubbing her palms together as she smiled. This Hali Ka really knows how to handle things, arranging such a good place for me. I didn't think he was so clever before. Yang Kai curled his lips. If you continue to live in this appearance, you will discover many things you couldn't before. Hearing this, Xueyu thought about it seriously and agreed, you're right, one identity, one life, it's really wonderful. But unfortunately, I can't live in this appearance forever. Once I'm done here, I'll return to Water Moon Star and restore my identity as Xueyu's third young master. As long as she could find the Grandmaster who had refined this artifact and help Xueyu refine an artifact that could conceal her identity, she would be able to return to her previous life. Enough. Xueyu seemed to suddenly become a little dispirited, twirling around elegantly. I'm going to take a bath and wash away the dust of this journey. You're not allowed to peek, if I find out you're plotting something. Saying so, Xueyu clenched her fists and waved them fiercely at Yang Kai before walking towards the natural hot spring outside. Arriving at the hot spring, Xueyu gently undressed while secretly keeping an eye on Yang Kai's movements. According to her observations during this period of time, she discovered that Kai Yang was not an honest person. He was definitely capable of doing things like secretly peeping on others. As such, she decided to warn him in advance. However, to her surprise, even after she had submerged her soft and plump body into the steaming hot spring water, Yang Kai didn't move at all, seemingly standing in place without moving. Xueyu was a little surprised, thinking that she had misjudged Yang Kai and had misunderstood his surname, thinking that he was really an honest man. Just as she was thinking this though, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared above the hot spring and immediately fell straight down. Before he even entered the hot spring, he had already taken off all his clothes. Put on, the hot spring water splashed everywhere, and the already misty hot spring became even more misty, making it impossible to see anything. Yang Kai! Xueyu grit her teeth and shouted murderously. Yang Kai leaned against the stone wall on the other side of the hot spring and said casually, I also want to wash away the dust of this journey, and I didn't peek. He looked towards the direction of Xueyu. Xueyu was extremely annoyed, cursing this shameless rogue as she submerged herself into the hot spring water. Her perfect body was shrouded in a faint seven-colored glow in the white mist, making it impossible for anyone to see her clearly, but this only served to make their hearts itch even more. They couldn't help wanting to get closer and see just how beautiful her body was hidden in the mist and light. You and I are only one step away from being intimate, what's there to be shy about bathing together? Yang Kai spat disdainfully, unable to understand what this woman was thinking. Don't say it. Xueyu shouted, shooting a water arrow over, but Yang Kai's head missed. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off. I'm not talking nonsense, I'm telling the truth. Yang Kai smiled strangely. Xueyu didn't answer, only the sound of bubbles blowing could be heard. Yang Kai no longer tried to provoke her and simply enjoyed the warmth of the hot spring. After a while, Xueyu suddenly said, Tomorrow, I'll be going out with branch president Hali Ka to deal with some matters, so I won't be able to take you with me. I know. Your strength is too low, so you may be in danger if you go, so, you don't need to explain it to me. Yang Kai shook his head, I know my limits and won't inquire about secrets I shouldn't know. Some things, the less one knows, the safer they are. As long as you understand, Shuiyu smiled faintly. I'm going to rest. Yang Kai stood up, circulated his Saint Qi to dry himself, put on some clothes, and walked towards the loft. Looking at Yang Kai's back through the mist, Shuiyu couldn't help feeling an impulse to tell Yang Kai everything. This made her beautiful face pale as she felt that the influence of the soul chains on her was becoming more and more serious. Chapter 1053. The next day, early in the morning. The first ray of sunlight emerged from behind the mountain range. As the sunlight passed through the mountain range, it seemed to be magnified infinitely. Although it was only a single ray, it was as dazzling as gold. Bathed in this morning's light, the beautiful mountain range glowed with a dazzling golden light, inspiring awe. Countless cultivators looked up towards the mountain peak with solemn expressions. An awe-inspiring aura overflowed from the huge mountain, making the undulating mountain range look like a divine dragon crawling on the ground. On the second floor of the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation and released his divine sense, quickly discovering that Shuiyu was no longer here. Instead, there was another strange life aura waiting outside. Yang Kai turned his head to look outside and found that it was a cultivator dressed as a guard. The cultivation fluctuations coming from this cultivator's body were slightly higher than his own, so he should be a third-order saint. This man stood there in boredom, looking a little impatient and displeased, as if he had been given a task he didn't like. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai jumped down from the second floor and landed in front of the man, asking casually, "Friend, do you need something?" The man heard the movement and turned around, cupped his fists reluctantly, and asked, "Are you the guard of Master Shui?" "Yes," Yang Kai gently nodded. Master Shui said that today she will be working with Ha Li Ka to deal with some matters and may need some time. She said you are unfamiliar with this place and asked me to entertain you. Entertain me? Yang Kai raised his brow. My rainfall star has many places to have fun, I promise you I won't let you down. As he spoke, he looked Yang Kai up and down, really unable to understand why this young man was Shui's guard. Why didn't he stay by his master's side to protect her? Instead, he asked the beautiful Master Shui to take care of his feelings. Why? If all guards could receive such treatment, it would be too fortunate. He was also a guard but had never encountered such a good thing before. He felt indignant and wanted nothing more than to follow Shui, or master, and serve her faithfully. Listening to him, Yang Kai suddenly understood that Shuiyu was afraid that he would be lonely, so he wanted him to find something to do. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and shook his head. "Friend, thank you for your kindness, but I don't like lively places, so I don't want to have fun." The man looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if he hadn't expected him to be so serious. Nodding slightly, he said, "There are also places that are not noisy. By the way, the branch is holding a large-scale auction these days. There will be many rare treasures. If this friend is interested, you can go take a look." Auction? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yes, about half of the items are provided by the Chamber of Commerce. There are also many foreign cultivators who will take out the rare treasures he obtained from his adventures and let the Chamber of Commerce auction them on his behalf. This kind of grand event is held once every few years, and sometimes some very rare treasures will appear. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai showed a joyful expression. He had never participated in this kind of event before. When he was in Tongxian realm, he had heard about it many times and knew that it was an important way for cultivators to purchase rare treasures. Rainfall Stars auction is held for many days each time. At the auction, only Saint crystals are accepted, but after the auction, there will be a private trade fair. This trade fair depends on one's personal preferences. You can trade Saint crystals or barter. The man saw that Yang Kai seemed to be interested in this and couldn't help explaining a few more words before asking, "Does this friend want to take a look?" He could tell that Yang Kai didn't seem to have seen much of the world, but since he was valued by Master Shui, he had to treat him with respect. How many Saint Crystals do I need to prepare to participate? Yang Kai asked. The man smiled and said casually, 500,000, otherwise you may not even be eligible to participate. 500,000. Yang Kai's brow twitched slightly. Yang Kai had collected a lot of Saint Crystals from Purple Star and Sword Union on the floating continent, but it wasn't a lot. On top of that, after purchasing the Star Shuttle and ores, Yang Kai only had a few hundred Saint Crystals left. 500,000 was a number that he couldn't afford no matter what. It was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him right now. Yang Kai had a lot of Origin Grade and even Origin King Grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines. If these things were to be sold, each of them would be worth a lot, but Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so these herbs could provide him with great help in his alchemic Tao, so he wasn't prepared to sell them. Friend, what do you think? The man urged impatiently. He had been ordered to bring Yang Kai to have some fun, but Yang Kai was actually thinking too much, making him very unhappy. Forget it, I won't go, Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Kai waved his hand. Going to the auction alone was too boring, and he had nothing urgent to buy right now. Then friend, please help yourself, the man no longer spoke to Yang Kai, cupped his fists slightly, and left directly. Bathed in the warm sunshine, one would feel warm all over, especially for someone like Yang Kai who had cultivated a yang attribute secret art or martial skill. Sunlight would always give people a warm feeling. Standing in front of the loft, Yang Kai's hundreds of millions of pores opened up and thousands of rays of sunlight turned into fluorescent light that penetrated into his limbs, flesh, and bones. Yang Kai was in a good mood and his mind had also opened up a lot. Although he had refused the cultivator's hospitality, Yang Kai still wanted to go out for a walk. He didn't know when Shuiyu would return, so there was no point in him staying here. On top of that, he couldn't wait to find a way to safely lift the soul chains. As long as he and Shuiyu were willing, the soul chains could be unlocked at any time, but that wasn't a guarantee. Yang Kai had never thought that he and Shuiyu could really get along well, that was all an illusion created by the soul chains. He had to make sure that after unlocking the soul chains, Shuiyu wouldn't act against him, otherwise, once the shackles disappeared, Shuiyu would most likely immediately attack him. Yang Kai had no choice but to guard against this and had been secretly thinking hard, but he couldn't come up with a good solution. Summoning his star shuttle, Yang Kai flew off. Like a meteor, Yang Kai shuttled through the clouds, drifting with the wind without a specific destination, his divine sense spreading out infinitely as he flew. The last time Yang Kai was on Water Moon Star, he had spent 2 months circling around it, firstly to familiarize himself with the structure and customs of the cultivation stars in its territory, and secondly to hold out a glimmer of hope that he could find Su Yan. This time, coming to a different cultivation star, Yang Kai also wanted to try his luck. Rainfall Star wasn't big, much smaller than Water Moon Star. It took Yang Kai only 20 days to travel across the entire Rainfall Star, but he didn't find Su Yan's aura. Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed, after all, the star territory was too vast, and there were countless cultivation stars. Even if Su Yan had come here with ice sex people, he certainly wouldn't know which star she was residing on, so it wasn't something he could find in a short time. Yang Kai stopped at the top of a mountain and looked down. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by a huge mountain valley in the distance. This mountain valley covered a large area and seemed to have been expanded by someone. The mountain valley shouldn't have been so big, but someone had used a divine technique to naturally expand it. At this moment, this mountain valley covered an area of about 100 kilometers. In the very center of this mountain valley, there was a palace, and around this palace were several acres of exquisitely tended medicine fields. These medicine fields were filled with a variety of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, each of them colorful and brilliant. Kai Yang stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. He felt that there should be a large array arranged around the medicine field. The surrounding world energy was constantly flowing into the mountain valley, causing the entire mountain valley to be shrouded in clouds and mist. The world energy was extraordinary. Even though he was far away, Kai Yang could still smell the medicinal fragrance that made him feel relaxed and happy. Inside this mountain valley, there must be an alchemist. Kai Yang concluded in his heart. Yang Kai set off to fly over, intending to visit this alchemist to pass the time, but just as he flew over the mountain valley, he suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. This feeling came from the corner of his eyes. Pausing, Yang Kai once again stared seriously at the medicine fields, comparing them with what he had just seen. Then, his eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood where the discordant feeling came from. The medicine fields scattered throughout the mountain valley were obviously different from what he had just seen at the top of the mountain. There seemed to be some subtle changes between the rows. Yang Kai observed more carefully, releasing his divine sense to perceive the peculiarities of these medicine fields. Soon, Yang Kai was surprised to discover that beneath these medicine fields, there was a very special force flowing, one that seemed to conform to some principles, causing him to be shocked. It was this strange force that changed the distance between the herb fields, causing each herb field to change its structure according to a complicated pattern. As the structure of the herb fields changed, the world energy that flowed into the herb fields seemed to be more easily absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs, causing the spirit grasses and spirit herbs to thrive. Yang Kai's body shook as his attention was drawn to these exquisite and extraordinary medicine fields. Stopping mid-air, he released his divine sense to perceive the hidden mysteries of one of these medicine fields. Inside the palace, there was a short, crazy-looking old man. This old man was busy in front of a series of large and small pill furnaces, each of which was filled with a mixture of different herbs. This old man was not young and his hair and beard were all white. Apparently due to years of exhaustion, his eyes were sunken and his skin was wrinkled. There was not much flesh on his body. Only his eyes were filled with excitement. Almost all of his attention was devoted to the dozens of pill furnaces of various sizes, constantly sending rare herbs flying out of his space ring and into the pill furnaces. He was busy with dozens of pill furnaces, refining dozens of different pills at the same time without making the slightest mistake. Chapter 1054. When Yang Kai broke into the mountain valley, he was instantly noticed by the old man who was in the middle of performing alchemy. The old man couldn't help frowning as a terrifying aura surged from his thin body. The mountain valley he was in was a restricted area on Rainfall Star, no one was allowed to approach it, and no one dared to. But today, this old man's peace had been disturbed by a little brat who didn't know his limits. The old man was furious and didn't want to give up, wanting to take Yang Kai's life directly and use Yang Kai's death to warn others of the consequences of disturbing his peace while he was performing alchemy. A nobody like Yang Kai wasn't worthy of his attention. But just as he was about to begin, one of the pill furnaces placed around him suddenly made a strange noise. The old man's expression couldn't help becoming bitter as he quickly poured his Saint Chi into the pill furnace to stabilize the chaotic medicinal liquid inside, muttering to himself, "Pills are difficult to refine. Fine, fine, I'll let you play around for a while, I can't let you ruin my furnace of pills. Damn it, pills are really difficult to refine." Muttering to himself, Yang Kai continued to form a series of hand seals as he poured his Saint Chi into the various pill furnaces. The space ring on his hand continued to glow as Yang Kai placed the herbs he had prepared in advance into the pill furnaces one after another. The quantity, heat, and timing of each of these herbs were all meticulously calculated. More and more pill furnaces began to make noises, but the old man's expression was still indifferent, not showing the slightest sign of nervousness, his movements actually becoming faster and faster. An hour later, the old man's sunken eyes flashed with a brilliant light. All of the pill furnaces began to hum at the same time, and a series of crisp sounds came from within. A thick pill fragrance wafted through the air. With a wave of his hand, the old man opened several dozen large and small pill furnaces and poured out pills of various sizes and colors, all of which were filled with rich aura, into the nearby jade bottles like raindrops. Ding ding dang dang, a pleasant sound rang out as the 3 jade bottles were filled to the brim. The old man wasn't tired in the slightest. On the contrary, he seemed quite excited. He rubbed his withered hands and rushed to the jade bottles. He picked them up and carefully examined the pills that had just come out of the furnace. Nothing, still nothing. Every time the old man checked a pill, he would mutter to himself. The look of expectation on his face gradually disappeared, and he became more and more disappointed. Even after he finished inspecting the nearly 40 pills in the 3 jade bottles, he still couldn't find what he was looking for. As if he had received a huge blow, a disheartened look appeared on the old man's face as he sighed heavily. Alchemy is really difficult to refine. Why are there no pill veins? Could it be that this old man's method of winning by quantity is wrong? That can't be. As he spoke, he casually threw these jade bottles to the side, as if he had thrown away something worthless. He didn't even look at them. In the corner of the room, there were a large number of jade bottles piled up, at least 100 of them. Each bottle was filled with pills, and the grade of each bottle was no lower than St. King grade. There were even some origin grade pills. The old man sat down sadly, thinking about the gains and losses of his alchemy, trying to find the root cause of his failure to refine pill veins. While thinking, he scratched his head, causing his already dense white hair to become even thinner. He sat in place for 3 days and 3 nights, like a dead man, not moving at all. Only his eyes were gloomy and filled with contemplation. Suddenly, a subtle energy fluctuation came from the medicine field outside, interrupting his thoughts. The old man raised his head unhappily and stared towards the medicine field. Only then did he remember that an uninvited guest had come to his place 3 days ago, but he hadn't had time to deal with him at that time, so he had completely forgotten about him. He hasn't left yet? The old man showed a look of surprise as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate the situation. In the next moment, he let out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something extremely interesting and began to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. Inside the medicine field, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. Strand after strand of thought went deep into every inch of the herbal field, prying into the wonders of these herbal fields. These herbal fields were not casually cultivated. Every row of them contained the mysteries of spirit arrays. Every herbal field was a different spirit array. With the help of the spirit arrays, they gathered the world energy and promoted the growth of the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the herbal fields, shortening their lifespan. If a single herb was planted here for 50 years, it would have a medicinal age of 100 years or more. Yang Kai didn't know who had arranged this, but it should have been the master of the palace, the alchemist hidden inside. Fully immersing himself in the medicine field, Yang Kai began deciphering the hidden spirit arrays, completely forgetting himself. Yang Kai had learned many spirit arrays from the true alchemic way, and on Tongxian realm, these spirit arrays had been of great help to him in alchemy. However, the true alchemic way was only a product of Tongxian realm. Inside Star's territory, there were also unique spirit arrays belonging to Star's territory. Both of them had their advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai studied the hidden spirit arrays in the medicine field while comparing them with the ones he had mastered. Removing the wheat from the chaff, the harvest was huge. Seeing this scene, the old man in the palace suddenly understood what Yang Kai was doing. Thinking about it for a moment, he restrained the murderous intent in his heart and chuckled, "Fine, you can do as you please. You're a promising talent." He remembered the hardships he had gone through to learn alchemy in the past. In order to learn different spirit arrays, he had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to visit famous masters. Often, he would be ridiculed, rejected at the door, and swept out the door was a common occurrence. Those outstanding alchemists all regarded the spirit arrays they had mastered as treasures and would not easily teach them to outsiders. Even if they were teaching their own apprentices, many of them would not be willing to teach them, let alone someone like Yang Kai who had come here to learn. When he was Yang Kai's age, he was also obsessed with alchemy, vowing to walk his own path in the alchemic way and impress the world. But now, he knew that he had been wrong. Alchemy was not to change the world's opinion of him, it was his lifelong pursuit. Yang Kai's serious concentration reminded him of the past, and his original intention to kill Yang Kai suddenly changed, no longer paying attention to him, allowing him to spy on the various mysteries of the medicine field. Time passed by, and the old man in the palace began to perform alchemy. As usual, several dozen pill furnaces were activated at the same time, and herbs were thrown in one after another. Outside the palace, Yang Kai was like an old monk in meditation, a thick layer of dust covering his body as he eagerly studied the spirit arrays. One old and one young, neither of them had anything to do with each other, each of them busy, each immersed in their own thoughts. Every once in a while, after the old man finished performing alchemy, he would observe Yang Kai, only to find that he was still sitting there. He couldn't help admiring this little brat's patience and perseverance. Young people were full of vigor, and few could do anything without any distractions. It was really good that this little brat could be so focused. Yang Kai could also sense that the owner of the palace would sweep over him with his divine sense from time to time, but since the other party didn't drive him away, he could only continue to sit in place. Yang Kai was planning to wait until he finished studying the spirit arrays here before paying a visit to express his gratitude. He didn't intend to steal the spirit arrays here, he was just doing it on a whim. His peaceful life continued. On this day, Yang Kai was studying the spirit arrays hidden in one of the medicine fields, comparing them with what he had learned before, when a sense of alarm suddenly rose in his heart and a sense of panic rose from the depths of his heart. Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes and swept his surroundings with his divine sense. Soon, he frowned because he didn't sense any danger approaching at all. Within a radius of a few hundred kilometers, apart from him, there was only the master of the palace. There wasn't even a single bird. Yang Kai thought he was having some kind of illusion, but just as he was about to calm down and continue studying, the sense of uneasiness grew even stronger. It was as if his life was being threatened and he was about to die. Yang Kai suddenly got up, his expression calm. At his level of strength, his senses were quite keen, so this kind of uneasiness and alarm could not have arisen for no reason. There could only be two reasons for this feeling. Either there was a master lying in ambush, waiting for an opportunity to take his life, or for some other reason, his safety was being threatened. The former was unlikely. Although Yang Kai didn't know what the cultivation of the owner of the palace was, he could conclude that the other party was a master. If there really was a master lying in ambush, it was impossible for the owner of the palace not to notice. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that there shouldn't be anyone targeting him. After all, he hadn't formed any grudges with anyone during this time, so there shouldn't be anyone targeting him for no reason. The only one he had a grudge with was Xueyu, but because of the soul chains, she had developed a sense of intimacy with him, so it was impossible for her to act against him. Thinking of Xueyu and the soul chains, Yang Kai's expression changed as a guess appeared in his mind. Could something have happened to Xueyu? Because of the soul chains, the two of them were connected as one, so if Xueyu's life was at stake, it was very likely that his feelings would be affected. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt it was possible and didn't dare to stay any longer, immediately summoning his star shuttle and flying towards the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce branch. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He had thought that Xueyu's strength wasn't low, and with Ha Li Ka, an origin-returning realm master accompanying her, there shouldn't be any problems, so Yang Kai had been handling his own affairs with peace of mind, but now that something like this had happened, he was extremely annoyed. Is he leaving? Inside the palace, the old man glanced in the direction Yang Kai left and slowly shook his head, no longer paying him any attention. For him, the arrival of Yang Kai was just a small stone thrown into his unchanging and peaceful life. The ripples it caused couldn't affect him in the slightest, so whether Yang Kai stayed or left, he didn't care. The old man continued to focus on the several dozen pill furnaces around him, constantly forming hand seals and injecting his Saint Chi into them to control the temperature of each furnace. Chapter 1055. Yang Kai pushed his strength without reservation, pushing the speed of his Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle to its limit. The uneasiness and sense of crisis in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Half a day later, Yang Kai arrived at the mountain range where the branch was located and went directly to the loft arranged by Holly Ka. From a distance, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that the loft was the same as when he left, with no trace of anyone having been here. Shui Yu was also not here. Immediately turning around, Yang Kai flew towards the branch. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the palace where he had met Holly Ka. Several guards who were guarding the gate of the palace saw him rushing over and couldn't help frowning, wondering what had happened to make him so nervous. They had met Yang Kai last time and knew that this young man had come with Shui Master from the home star and was one of her personal guards. However, his strength was somewhat low, causing these guards to look down on him, secretly thinking that those from the home star were nothing special. Has Branch President Holly Ka returned? Yang Kai landed in front of them and didn't speak any nonsense, asking directly. What business do you have with Master Holly Ka? One of the guards asked instead of answering. Has he returned? Yang Kai roared, his expression fierce, as if he was about to swallow someone whole. The guard froze up and couldn't help feeling a trace of fear as he shook his head subconsciously. Do you know where he went? Yang Kai asked again. The guard who had just shaken his head seemed to have become angry out of shame and coldly snorted, Who do you think you are to ask about the master's whereabouts? Who do you think you are? Even if this guard was from the home star, he was just a second-order saint, so his tone and attitude were really unpleasant. Yang Kai glanced over at this guard and secretly felt that asking them was a waste of effort. These people's status wasn't high, so they shouldn't know too many secrets. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and flew off towards another palace. In that palace, there was the aura of an expert who was at the return to Void Realm. He should know something. F***ck, this kid. The guards couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. They stared at Yang Kai's back hatefully. If it weren't for the fact that he was from the main planet, they definitely wouldn't have let Yang Kai off so easily. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the palace not far away. He landed and walked directly to the guards at the entrance, saying, I want to see the master inside. What's the matter? One of the guards asked. Something must have happened to Branch President Holly Ka. The guard's expression changed. He sized up Yang Kai and asked in disbelief, How did you know? Master Holly Ka is an origin returning realm master, one of the top masters on Rainfall Star. What could possibly cause him to? Can you go in and report? Yang Kai impatiently interrupted him. Let him in. A loud and clear voice suddenly rang out from inside. The commotion here had clearly been transmitted inside, and the experts inside had sensed it. As soon as these words were spoken, before the guard could respond, Yang Kai rushed into the palace like a gust of wind. Similar to Holly Ka's palace, inside this palace, a middle-aged man was sitting on a chair, handling the branch's affairs. Seeing Yang Kai rush in, this middle-aged man couldn't help looking up at him and asking, Are you the guard who followed Master Shui from the main star? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. I am the branch's Lin Mu Feng. The middle-aged man coldly snorted, I don't care if you're from the main star or which master you're following, I am the one in charge here. Yang Kai didn't say a word. Why do you say something must have happened to Holly Ka? Lin Mu Feng was very satisfied with Yang Kai's cooperative attitude and asked, As far as I know, you aren't qualified to participate in this secret operation. Since you didn't participate, how did you know? Yang Kai frowned, a flash of inspiration appearing in his mind as he took out a compass-like artifact. Master Shui sent me a message saying they have encountered great danger. What kind of danger? Lin Mu Feng paled slightly, somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai shook his head. I can't contact Master Shui right now. You can try contacting branch president Ha Li Ka and ask him. Lin Mufeng pondered for a moment before taking out a compass-like artifact and pouring his divine sense into it, trying to contact Ha Li Ka. A moment later, his expression became dignified as he muttered, "Sure enough, something has happened." Not receiving any response, he immediately knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth. "Come with me." Lin Mufeng beckoned to Yang Kai and hurried out. Outside the palace, Lin Mufeng summoned his star shuttle directly and flew off in a certain direction, Yang Kai following closely behind. While flying, Lin Mufeng took out his compass-like artifact and constantly communicated with someone, issuing various orders. A moment later, from all directions, streaks of light flashed and quickly gathered. These people were all cultivators from Hangluo Chamber of Commerce who had been summoned by Lin Mufeng. They gathered around Lin Mufeng and followed him as he flew forward. They didn't ask what had happened. Yang Kai secretly observed and was slightly surprised. Many of these cultivators were Saint King Realm Masters, the number of Saint Realm cultivators was small, and there were even a few Origin returning Realm Masters. "Mufeng, what happened? Why did you call us here in such a hurry?" A middle-aged woman approached Lin Mufeng and asked. "Ha Li Ka and the others seem to have had an accident. No matter how I called out, I couldn't get a response," Lin Mufeng said anxiously. The middle-aged woman's face changed as she exclaimed, "Is there really some kind of danger in those ancient ruins?" "I don't know. When we found those ruins, we reported them to the Home Star and didn't dare investigate them privately. This time, Master Shui came here to investigate the ruins, so it wouldn't be surprising if there really was some kind of danger." "What about Master Shui?" the middle-aged woman asked again. "She's with Ha Li Ka." Lin Mufeng's face was extremely ugly, glancing towards the middle-aged woman for a moment before whispering, "She seems to be Shui Yu's third young master's woman." The middle-aged woman's face suddenly went pale as she quickly realized that the problem was more serious than she had thought. If it were someone else, and they had an accident because of this unknown danger, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, branch president Ha Li Ka was also involved, something the branch didn't want to see happen. But if Master Shui was young Master Shui Yu's woman, things would be different. No one dared to bear the wrath of young Master Shui Yu. If things went wrong, the entire branch would be purged. When that time came, rivers of blood would flow and countless people would die. No one could bear such a responsibility. Everyone knew that Shui Yu's third young master was ruthless and merciless. While the two were talking, Yang Kai remained silent. They didn't try to conceal anything, so Yang Kai naturally heard about the ancient ruins and understood why Shui Yu had come to Rainfall Star this time. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would definitely be interested in the ancient ruins, but right now, his mind wasn't on it at all. The more they flew, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt. He didn't know what had happened to Shui Yu, but what he was certain of was that Shui Yu wasn't dead. Because the two of them were connected, if Shui Yu died, Yang Kai would also die. Yang Kai secretly decided that this time, no matter what, he had to unlock the soul chains. Regardless of whether Shui Yu would find trouble with him afterwards, this feeling of not being able to control his own life was terrible. After flying forward for a long time, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman suddenly descended. Down below, there should be a mine that produced some unknown ores. The ground was filled with large holes, many of which were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. A group of several dozen people all landed on the edge of the largest hole. A nearby Chamber of Commerce cultivator immediately greeted them and cupped his fists, "Master Lin, Master Qi." Lin Mufeng nodded lightly and asked, "What happened here?" The cultivator was stunned by this question and was puzzled. Nothing happened, he didn't seem to understand the situation. Lin Mufeng shook his head and no longer asked, taking out his compass artifact and trying to summon Ha Li Ka, but he still couldn't get a response. "Branch President Master, did something happen?" The cultivator finally saw something wrong from Lin Mufeng's expression and asked in surprise. Lin Mufeng nodded, "Probably, I'll take some people down to have a look, wait for me to contact them. Saying so, he prepared to fly down, but at that moment, the middle-aged woman surnamed Qi suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's coming up." Lin Mufeng's expression became serious as he quickly released his divine sense. At the same time, Yang Kai was also investigating the situation. Inside the hole, there were several fluctuating life auras that were rapidly rising. Judging from their life auras, they should have encountered some danger and suffered some injuries. One of them was even gasping for breath, his flames of life flickering, as if he was about to die. "It's Hali Ka!" The middle-aged woman shouted as she noticed Hali Ka's aura. Lin Mufeng's face lit up as he waited silently. A moment later, several blue lights shot out from the hole, as if there was some kind of danger chasing after them, shooting into the sky. Without exception, these blue lights all flickered. Obviously the star shuttles had been damaged inside and had become unstable. More than a dozen cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had followed Lin Mufeng rushed up and caught their companions. One of them was covered in a cold aura that curled up like a cloud of smoke. A Chamber of Commerce cultivator caught him. In an instant, this cultivator's entire body trembled violently as a cold aura visible to the naked eye spread across his body. In just a moment, this cultivator's entire body stiffened, unable to move. The two cultivators seemed to have been frozen together as they fell from the sky. Hung, with a muffled bang, their flesh shattered like ice, and the two cultivators died at the same time. "Don't get close to them." A roar rang out as Hali Ka fell from the sky with difficulty, his face pale. Hearing his shout, the cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who were preparing to rescue their companions all stopped, not daring to approach. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman stared at Hali Ka, and after seeing his current state, both of their eyes shrank as a chill ran down their spines. Yang Kai also saw Hali Ka's state and his expression became dignified. Chapter 1056. To be able to become a branch president of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, Hali Ka's strength was at least at the third-order origin returning realm, the strongest cultivator below the origin king realm. Even so, Hali Ka was in an extremely difficult situation at the moment. His left arm had been frozen into ice, and no matter how hard he pushed his strength, he was unable to dissolve the coldness in his arm. Instead, this cold seemed to have a mind of its own and was spreading to other parts of his body, soon surpassing his shoulder. Hali Ka's eyes bulged as a trace of panic and determination flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, he pushed his strength and roared. With a deafening roar, Hali Ka's frozen arm was suddenly cut off and blood gushed out like a fountain from his severed arm. Hali Ka's face suddenly went pale as he staggered back. He had actually cut off his own arm. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he was shocked by Hali Ka's decisiveness, but also by the cold energy he had just sensed. Being able to force a third-order origin returning realm master to cut off his own life to save his own, no matter what this cold energy was, it definitely possessed shocking lethality and was not something Hali Ka could resist. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman hurriedly rushed up to stop Hali Ka's bleeding while stuffing a large number of healing pills into his mouth. The other cultivators who had escaped with Hali Ka saw the branch president's actions and could only grit their teeth, pull out their weapons, and cut off their frozen bodies. In an instant, severed limbs flew out and blood flowed freely, causing several of these cultivators to howl in pain. Hali Ka sat cross-legged on the ground and silently circulated his secret art to stabilize his injuries, gasping for breath as a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. "What was that?" Lin Mufeng asked nervously. "Profound Yin sunflower water." Hali Ka grit his teeth and replied. "Profound Yin sunflower water." The middle-aged woman screamed, "It was actually Profound Yin sunflower water? There was actually such a treasure in those ancient ruins?" Even Lin Mufeng couldn't help feeling excited as he showed a look of fascination. Profound Yin sunflower water was an Origin King grade supreme treasure. Any cultivator, as long as they could successfully refine a drop of Profound Yin sunflower water, their strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. If his strength was slightly lower, he could even directly skip a realm. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was focused on business, so its research on the world's treasures was unmatched by any other great force. Lin Mu Feng, the middle-aged woman, and the others naturally knew the great value of Profound Yin sunflower water. If they could safely collect the Profound Yin sunflower water from the ancient ruins, it would definitely be a great merit. Perhaps they could even be transferred to the home star, Water Moon Star, where they could enjoy a better cultivation environment and receive better treatment. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare. It had extremely harsh requirements for the environment in which it was produced, and it took tens of thousands of years to produce. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce had several cultivation stars under its jurisdiction, countless medicine stars and/or stars, and countless cultivators, but even after collecting for so many years, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce had never seen a supreme treasure like Profound Yin sunflower water. So when Holly Ka mentioned the words Profound Yin sunflower water, whether it was Lin Mu Feng or the middle-aged woman, both of their eyes couldn't help shining with excitement. How could there be Profound Yin sunflower water under this mine? Lin Mu Feng still couldn't believe it. Perhaps it was owned by some great sage in ancient times and was eventually left here. We found it in a space ring that was about to be destroyed when the Profound Yin sunflower water suddenly erupted and destroyed the space ring, causing everyone to be stunned. Holly Ka quickly explained, his face turning blue as he recalled the previous encounter, a look of relief appearing on his face. If he hadn't reacted quickly, this time he would have lost more than just an arm and likely died without a burial. "Where's Master Shui?" Yang Kai came up and asked with a calm face. Holly Ka looked up and sighed sadly. Yang Kai's face became even uglier. She was the one who was holding the space ring, so when the Profound Yin sunflower water exploded, she bore the brunt of it. Holly Ka sighed heavily and didn't say anything else. He was certain that Master Shui was dead. After all, she was just a third-order Saint King, and even he, a third-order origin returning realm master, could not resist the cold erosion of the Profound Yin sunflower water, so how could Master Shui survive after being drenched in it? She would likely be dead by now. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Do you have a map of the way down? What do you want to do?" Lin Mu Feng looked at him in surprise. "She's not dead." Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. "Do you want to save her?" The middle-aged woman immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions and slowly shook her head, trying to persuade him, "Young man, don't be impulsive. After being drenched by the Profound Yin sunflower water, there is no possibility of her surviving. If you go down there, you will only be throwing away your life in vain." Holly Ka also said, "There are many barriers down there, and with your low strength, you won't be able to penetrate them. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse." Yang Kai said with a straight face. The several people in charge of the branch all stared at him and couldn't help showing a look of appreciation. Yang Kai's identity to the outside world was that of a guard of Xueyu, so they only thought that Yang Kai was so eager to save his master that he insisted on going down regardless of the danger. Such a guard, even if his strength was low, wouldn't be a big problem. The most important thing for a guard was loyalty. All of them suddenly felt a sense of awe. The ring on Holly Ka's hand flashed and a sketch appeared in his hand, tossing it over to Yang Kai. "This is something we drew up this time to avoid getting lost. If it comes in handy, take it." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught it, glancing over it briefly before flying off without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the mine. He's a pretty good little guard. The middle-aged woman gently nodded as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and said regretfully, "I'm afraid he won't have a chance to come back alive." He had no choice but to go. Lin Mu Feng said indifferently, "Master Shui is third young master's woman. If she dies, as a guard, this young man will definitely die." Reminded by him, the middle-aged woman's beautiful face couldn't help turning pale, the excitement brought about by the Profound Yin sunflower water disappearing. Only now did she remember how to bear the wrath of the third young master, causing her to feel a little uneasy. I hope we can make up for our mistakes, Ha Ka sighed. Ha Ka sighed heavily. He no longer had any extravagant hopes of being promoted or transferred to the home star. Although discovering the profound sunflower water was a great merit, the third young master's woman had lost her life because of it. Who knew if the third young master would be furious? The best result was to make up for their mistakes, and the third young master would not pursue this matter, allowing them to remain in the branch and maintain their status quo. Old Ha, you rest first, Lin Mu Feng comforted. If there's anything else, we can discuss it later. That's all we can do, Ha Ka nodded, closing his eyes to refine the medicinal efficacies. Inside the mine, Yang Kai descended all the way down. It was impossible to tell how deep this mine was, so it took Yang Kai about a cup of tea's worth of time to reach the surface. Looking up, there was only a faint light coming from above while the mine below was completely dark. There were numerous corridors leading to the underground. This was originally a mining area that produced some not-so-precious ores, but the cultivator of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had mined this underground area until it was a mess. The ancient ruins were discovered during this mining process, so the branch's people didn't dare to investigate at will and immediately sealed off the area before reporting the news to the home star. Xueyu had come here this time to deal with the matter of the ancient ruins. She had been very careful along the way, exploring the depths of the ancient ruins under the leadership of Ha Ka, gaining a lot, but who could have known that a space ring would bring danger? Too much time had passed and the space ring had become a little unstable, so when Xueyu's divine sense probed it to check her harvest, the space ring suddenly broke and the contents inside burst open, drenching her with the profound sunflower water stored inside. Immediately, she fell unconscious and a large number of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce cultivators who were scattered around her were instantly killed. Only Ha Ka and a few other cultivators who were relatively far away managed to escape this disaster and quickly fled. Yang Kai memorized the sketch in his mind before expanding his divine sense and shuttling through the corridors of the mine. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at the location of the ancient ruins. He felt a lot of subtle energy fluctuations in front of him and immediately knew that what Ha Ka said was true. The ancient ruins were filled with spirit arrays and were extremely dangerous. When they had explored this place before, they had tried to avoid these spirit arrays as much as possible, only destroying or cracking the ones they couldn't avoid. Yang Kai was anxious to save his people, so how could he have the time to crack these spirit arrays one by one? His divine sense broke through the blockade of space and penetrated deep into the ancient ruins to investigate the situation inside. After confirming and locking onto a certain location, Yang Kai tore space open. When he reappeared, he was already standing somewhere inside the ancient ruins. Continuing to investigate the route on the sketch given to him by Ha Ka, Yang Kai tore space again. A dozen times in a row, Yang Kai penetrated deeper into the ancient ruins and suddenly noticed a faint life aura, like a candle flickering in the wind and rain, in danger of being extinguished at any moment. Xueyu. She was 1,000 meters away from where he was, but because of some obstacles, Yang Kai couldn't see her specific situation. The only thing he was certain of was that she was not dead. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed the anxiety in his heart, sat down cross-legged, and threw a pill into his mouth to supplement the spiritual energy he had consumed. Half an hour later, Yang Kai got up, tore space for the last time, and entered the void crack. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. At a glance, he saw Xueyu lying on the ground, covered in frost. Sleeping, she gave off a unique charm, like a sleeping beauty that could captivate one's soul. From her body, a 7-colored glow bloomed, making her look like a dazzling goddess. This glow was constantly fighting with the frost covering her body, not allowing it to take away Xueyu's last bit of vitality, maintaining a strange equilibrium. However, as time passed, this glow seemed to gradually dim. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of artifact this woman was wearing, or what kind of secret art she cultivated, but it was able to keep her alive for the time being. However, if this continued, in less than half a day, the multicolored light would disappear and Xueyu would die. Yang Kai would also suffer. Chapter 1057. Inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai stood not far from Shui Yu and stared at her silently, his mood complicated. He and this woman were supposed to be enemies, but because of the soul chains, their lives were connected. Now that Shui Yu's life was hanging by a thread, whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to find a way to save her. Only if Shui Yu survived could he live. Yang Kai didn't rush to act because there were drops of gem-like liquid floating around Shui Yu, each of which exuded a terrifying power that made Yang Kai's heart tremble. When his divine sense approached them, even his threads of divine sense were frozen. Profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai immediately understood that this liquid was the profound Yin sunflower water that Hali Ka had mentioned, but he hadn't expected it to be so strange. Yang Kai quietly counted about 50 drops of profound Yin sunflower water suspended in the air, some space between them, but they still surrounded Shui Yu in an airtight manner. Trying to get Shui Yu out of this profound Yin sunflower water would be extremely difficult. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned a strong wind to push these profound Yin sunflower water away, but to his surprise, these drops of profound Yin sunflower water remained motionless. They seemed to weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he increased his strength, finally managing to move the profound Yin sunflower water a little distance away, allowing Shui Yu to safely emerge. Arriving in front of Shui Yu, Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. He didn't know how to get this woman out of here. The scene of the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator rescuing his companions was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. When that icy chill had spread, even a Saint King Realm cultivator had been unable to resist and had been directly frozen into an ice sculpture before falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch Shui Yu's body casually. Circulating his strength, Yang Kai summoned a mass of black demonic flame and slowly approached Shui Yu, wanting to see if his demonic flame could isolate the transmission of this icy chill. Contradictory energy fluctuations came from the strange and inexplicable demonic flames, and as they approached, the burning demonic flames seemed to have encountered a nemesis. The intensity of the flames shrank and their power instantly weakened. Yang Kai's face became dignified and he had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Qi. The weakened demonic flames soared again as Yang Kai sealed them onto Shui Yu's white arm. In an instant, a violent clash of energy erupted, and the cold qi on Shui Yu's body rapidly spread, freezing the burning demonic flames in an instant. An icy chill spread through the demonic flames directly towards Yang Kai, causing him to pale and frantically push his Saint Qi. The frozen demonic flames emitted whistling sounds as they once again became monstrous, fighting against the cold that could freeze all things. Yang Kai's body trembled. He had never experienced such hardship before. This was the first time he had to use all of his strength to fight against an icy power. As time passed, the cold of the profound Yin sunflower water was sometimes suppressed by the demonic flames while at other times it spread to Yang Kai's arm. The two sides were evenly matched. Although Yang Kai's strength was low, this demonic flame was a fusion of two completely different types of energy. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and as long as Yang Kai's realm was high enough, it could incinerate all things in the world. It had great potential for growth. But at this moment, the demonic flames seemed to be no match for the profound Yin sunflower water. After only a moment, Yang Kai was completely defeated. The icy cold aura spread all over his body, causing his body and mind to become stiff and stagnant. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in this and called out to the demon mystic tome, "Help me." He had no choice but to ask the divine tree for help. The divine tree was a young attribute divine tree and was also the nemesis of ice. "Okay." The divine tree immediately replied. The next moment, an incredible amount of Yang attribute energy suddenly burst out from the demon mystic tome and merged with Yang Kai's demonic flames to dispel the icy aura around him. The cold of the profound Yin sunflower water was quickly suppressed. Yang Kai's demonic flames directly wrapped around Shui Yu's tender body while at the same time, the Yang attribute energy bursting out from the divine tree also wrapped around Shui Yu. Using these two methods, the frost on Shui Yu's body quickly melted and her pale face gradually became rosy. Her cold body gradually became warm and a faint heartbeat came from her full breasts. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he spared no effort to cooperate with the divine tree. Half an hour later, the frost on Shui Yu's body disappeared and it was only at this moment that the seven-colored light blooming from her body gradually dimmed. She seemed to have reached the end of her life. Using his divine sense to investigate her body, Yang Kai found that her situation was a little strange. Although the danger of the profound Yin sunflower water had been resolved, she was still hovering between life and death, unconscious. Yang Kai unceremoniously invaded her knowledge sea, only to find that it was completely cold, like a world of ice. The seawater was frozen, and Shui Yu's soul avatar was nowhere to be seen. Only her weak aura remained, and no matter how Yang Kai called out to her, there was no response. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what had gone wrong, so he could only withdraw from her knowledge sea for the time being. I have to rest for a while, I won't be able to help you for the time being. The divine tree said before falling silent. This time, it seemed to have paid a great price, so great that it had no choice but to enter a state of deep sleep. Not only had the divine tree consumed a great deal of its energy, but Yang Kai had also consumed a lot of his Saint Qi. If it weren't for his special physique and his inexhaustible supply of Saint Qi, it would have been impossible for him to disperse the profound Yin sunflower water from Shui Yu's body. Squatting down, Yang Kai picked her up, stretched out his hand, and tore space open before diving in. He didn't care about the profound Yin sunflower water floating in the air at all. Although it was an extremely rare treasure, Yang Kai really wasn't in the mood to collect it, nor did he know how to collect it. Above the mine, Hali Ka, after half a day of recovery, finally looked much better. The few cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had escaped with him had also barely escaped with their lives, but all of them had lost arms and legs. The most miserable of all had lost both of his arms. He was a Saint King realm cultivator, but without his arms, he would no longer have room to improve on the martial Tao. When he thought of this, his eyes became infinitely gloomy, without a trace of light. The other members of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce also wore gloomy expressions, their brows furrowed. The exploration of the ancient ruins had caused this branch to suffer heavy losses, and the third young master's woman had even died inside. This responsibility was not small, and as the branch's head, Hali Ka was inevitably punished. Old Ha, let's go back first. After we go back, we'll discuss how to report what happened here to the home star. Lin Mu Feng walked up and helped Hali Ka up from the ground. Hali Ka nodded dejectedly, not having much spirit left in him. What about the profound Yin sunflower water? The middle-aged woman asked. Lin Mu Feng thought about it for a moment before replying, seal off this place for the time being. After we go back and read the ancient records, we'll bring people here to collect it. Lin Mu Feng also didn't know how to collect the profound Yin sunflower water. That's all we can do. The middle-aged woman sighed slightly. Lin Mu Feng immediately began making arrangements, leaving behind 2 origin returning realm masters and a dozen Saint Kings to guard this place. A short time later, everything had been arranged. Just as the group was about to return home, the middle-aged woman suddenly turned her head in the direction of the mine and let out a light sigh. The next moment, everyone turned their heads and stared in that direction in surprise. A figure suddenly rushed out from inside the mine. It was none other than the little second-order Saint Realm Guard from before. At this moment, he was holding Snow Master in his arms, a gloomy expression upon his face as he gently floated down from midair. There was not the slightest trace of injury on his body. Hali Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others' eyes bulged as a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. When Yang Kai insisted on going down just now, all of them had thought that this young man would definitely not return. After all, his strength was too low and the barriers in the ruins were more than enough to kill him. Those barriers were not something a Saint Realm cultivator could break and avoid. But the facts were far beyond their expectations. Not only did Yang Kai not die, but he had also returned safely and even rescued Snow Master. How had he done this? The three of them were shocked. How is Snow Master? Hali Ka immediately calmed down and asked eagerly. She's not dead. Yang Kai shook his head. Hearing him say this, no matter who it was, all three of them felt their spirits shake as a sense of relief filled their hearts. What they were most worried about was that the third young master of Xueyu would be infuriated by what had happened. He would blame them for what had happened and kill them. Since that woman hadn't died, their biggest worry was gone. For a moment, all three of them stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of gratitude. This little guard had not only saved Xueyu's third young master's woman, but also the three of them. But she's still unconscious, I don't know what happened to her, Yang Kai added. Hali Ka and the other three's faces stiffened as they all rushed over and swept Xueyu's body with their divine senses, their expressions gradually becoming dignified. They also noticed that something was wrong with Xueyu and didn't know what to do for a while. Let's go back first. Lin Mufeng shouted, no one is allowed to reveal what happened here today, anyone who disobeys will be killed. Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai again, considered his words carefully, and said politely, little brother, Master Snow's injury, can you not inform the home star for the time being? We will find a way to wake her up. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would report what had happened here to the home star. Once Xueyu learned of the situation here, they would not be able to escape punishment. What they didn't know was that this Snow Master was Xueyu herself. If they had known, they would likely have had no choice but to commit suicide. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply nodded lightly, as long as you can save her, I can conceal this matter for the time being. He also knew what the other party was worried about. Lin Mufeng smiled happily and cupped his fists, little brother is too kind, many thanks. Hali Ka and the middle-aged woman also gave Yang Kai a grateful look, their thanks not needing to be said. Let's go back, I'll gather the best alchemists on Rainfall Star to investigate Master Snow's condition, Lin Mufeng called out to everyone before flying off in the direction of the branch. Chapter 1058. Inside the loft in the mountain range, Hali Ka's severed arm was still bleeding. Together with Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman, they stood quietly outside the loft, their faces filled with anxiety. Yang Kai stood not far from them, his expression indifferent, motionless. No one knew what he was thinking. A moment later, a dozen people suddenly poured out of the loft. There were men and women, old and young, but without exception, all of them wore a symbol on their chests that symbolized their status as alchemists. This symbol was the symbol of a furnace, one that was common throughout the entire star territory. The rank of an alchemist was determined by the number of legs they had. The symbols worn on the chests of these alchemists indicated that the minimum number of legs they had was 8. This was the symbol of a Saint King grade alchemist. There were even 2 old men who wore 9-legged pill furnaces, the symbol of origin grade alchemist status. Origin grade alchemists had a very high status in the Hengluo star field. Throughout the entire star territory, there were not many origin grade alchemists. There were only 3 or 5 origin king grade alchemists, all of whom were divided among the most powerful forces. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce was a great force, but it only had 1 origin king grade alchemist on the home star. The dozen or so people who walked out of the loft were the most senior and most skilled alchemists on Rainfall Star. Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng had invited these people to diagnose Xueyu's injuries and see if they could find a way to save her. Normally, these alchemists were scattered in different locations on Rainfall Star, each of them having their own territory where they cultivated herbs and refined pills for the Chamber of Commerce to sell to the outside world. The Chamber of Commerce provided them with protection and certain resources. Their relationship with the Chamber of Commerce was one of cooperation, not subordinates, so even Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng treated them with respect, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Normally, no one dared to disturb them, but for the safety of Shui Yu's third young master's woman, they had invited these people to gather together. When the dozen or so people walked out, Li Ka and the others were shocked and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Lin Mufeng cupped his fists and asked, "Everyone, how are Master Shui's injuries? Is there any way to resolve them?" The dozen or so people looked at each other in dismay, as if they found it difficult to speak. Seeing their expressions, Li Ka and Lin Mufeng couldn't help feeling their hearts sink as they realized the situation was far from good. "What is the situation?" Li Ka asked anxiously. Everyone turned their gazes towards one of the people wearing the 9-footed cauldron symbol. That old man with white hair and beard had no choice but to open his mouth and say, "To Master, this old one will speak frankly. We have investigated for a long time, but we still do not know why that Snow Master fell into a coma. We only know that she was invaded by a wave of icy cold energy. Her body's functions have already been completely frozen. She does not have her own consciousness, and we are unable to ask her anything." Li Ka listened quietly. The old man continued, "If you don't tell us what happened to this Snow Master, how are we going to save her? We also don't know what kind of pill to refine to save her." "That's right. At the very least, we have to tell her the reason and what happened to her." Another origin-grade alchemist echoed, "This way, we can prescribe the right medicine and refine a pill to awaken her." Li Ka suddenly wore a look of embarrassment. The profoundine sunflower water was a matter of great importance. It was a cultivation treasure that would make anyone jealous. Once news of it leaked out, it was very likely to attract the covetous eyes of many masters. Before they could figure out a way to obtain it, Li Ka didn't dare to mention the profoundine sunflower water. However, doing so would delay the diagnosis of Snow Master by the dozen or so alchemists, causing them to feel quite conflicted and couldn't help turning their eyes to Lin Mufeng, asking for his opinion. Lin Mufeng shook his head without a trace. Li Ka wore a difficult expression and said, "Everyone, it's not that we want to conceal anything, but this matter is too important for us to speak about casually." Hearing the meaning of his words, the dozen or so alchemists also realized that there were some things they couldn't ask about and didn't continue to insist. The old man frowned for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, then please forgive us for being powerless. Everyone, can't we try again?" Li Ka asked anxiously, "You are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. If even you can't do anything, then Master Snow, whether Master Snow died or not had nothing to do with him." What he was worried about was that if something happened to Master Snow, it would provoke young Master Shui Yu's crazy wrath, something he couldn't bear. The dozen or so alchemists all shook their heads, indicating that they really couldn't do anything. Li Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others couldn't help looking helpless, smiling bitterly at each other. At that moment, one of the Saint King grade alchemists said, "Sir, Li Ka said that we are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. That is too flattering. We also know that there is another person whose alchemy skills and understanding of pharmacology are far superior to ours. If you can ask him to come and take a look, perhaps he will be able to discover something and possibly find a solution to this problem." Hearing this, the old man who had spoken before couldn't help raising his brow, seemingly also thinking of such a person, nodding, "If it's him, it may be possible." The others immediately agreed, all of them sincerely acknowledging that this person was the #1 alchemist on Rainfall Star. Alchemists were a group of very arrogant alchemists. Among alchemists of the same rank, no one would admit that they were better than them. They would always feel that they were the best alchemist of their level and that besides them, everyone else was trash, even the pills they refined were trash. For more than a dozen alchemists to agree in unison, there was only one explanation: the alchemist who had spoken was a higher rank than them, an Origin King grade alchemist. Li Ka and the others also brightened, but soon their expressions became bitter as they muttered, "Inviting him here will be difficult. Even if we went to pay him a visit, I'm afraid we would be swept out the door." Lin Mufeng sniffled and said, 5 years ago, when this Lin went to visit that person, because I disturbed his peace, he chased me for half a month. In the end, I had to wait for that person's anger to subside before the matter was resolved. I don't want to be chased by him again. When he mentioned this past, the group of people couldn't help laughing, as if they all knew something about it. Who was that person? Yang Kai asked. When these people were talking just now, Yang Kai had been silent, coldly watching Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng conceal the truth of the matter, listening to the dozen or so alchemists praising that person. Only now did he take the initiative to speak. The dozen or so alchemists all turned their eyes to him but didn't answer. In their opinion, Yang Kai was just a little Saint Realm brat who wasn't qualified to ask anything, so they disdained answering Yang Kai's question. Ha Li Ka, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before saying, he was a very powerful alchemist who lived on Rainfall Star, but he didn't belong to any great force. Didn't belong to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? Yang Kai was surprised. Ha Li Ka shook his head. Living on Rainfall Star but not under the jurisdiction of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, there could only be one explanation: Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't dare offend him easily. However, the Chamber of Commerce has made some agreements with him. We will provide him with herbs for alchemy and give him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. All pills refined from these herbs will belong to our Chamber of Commerce. Free labor. Yang Kai's brow rose, wondering what kind of game this alchemy grandmaster was playing. Since his alchemy skills were so good, there was no need for him to spend so much effort to refine pills and then provide them to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce for free. He could have just established his own sect and recruited disciples to raise his own status. You can't say that. Although we don't know what that person wants, we try our best to meet his requirements. However, he does refine a lot of pills. Every 3 months, we will send people to deliver spirit grasses and spirit medicines to him and collect the pills he refined. Each time, there will be no less than 200 bottles, the highest being 500 bottles. 500 bottles. Each bottle contained 10 pills, that was 5,000 pills. Refining 5,000 pills in 3 months, this number caused all the alchemists present to tremble and feel ashamed of their inferiority. All of them were alchemists hired by Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce at a high price, but even if they did not eat or sleep for 3 months, it would still be impossible for them to produce 500 bottles of alchemy, not even a third of that, unless they were refining low-end pills. Where is he? Yang Kai asked again. Does little brother want to go find him? Ha Li Ka immediately understood his intentions. Is that all we can do now? Yang Kai glanced at him. Ha Li Ka hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good, I'll take you there. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, Ha Li Ka had no choice but to bite the bullet. Yang Kai nodded, turned around, and rushed into the loft, carrying the unconscious Shuiyu out, exchanging a glance with Ha Li Ka before flying out together. Staring at their disappearing backs, Lin Mufeng pursed his lips and sighed. I hope old Ha won't be chased by that person for half a month like me. The middle-aged woman also wore a worried look, secretly feeling that this matter was really tricky. As they flew, Ha Li Ka briefly explained the mysterious and eccentric alchemist to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai learn that this man called himself Zhong Ao and seemed to have arrived on Rainfall Star nearly 100 years ago and had lived here ever since. He had reached various agreements with Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce and his status was even higher than that of the dozen or so alchemists. He asked us for a 3,000-kilometer territory and built his own residence in a mountain valley. Inside that mountain valley, he has carved out many medicine fields and planted many rare herbs. What he hates most is being disturbed while he is performing alchemy, so no one approaches that mountain valley. Even when people from our Chamber of Commerce deliver herbs to him, they strictly abide by his instructions and only arrive at a certain time. Ha Li Ka was afraid that Yang Kai was young and impetuous, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, and would rashly offend Zhong Ao, so along the way, Ha Li Ka explained Zhong Ao's unique status and temperament to him in detail. The more Yang Kai listened, the stranger his expression became. He felt like he had been to Zhong Ao's residence before. Half a day later, Holly Ka suddenly pointed to the front and said, "Do you see that mountain valley? That's where Grandmaster Zhong Ao lives." Yang Kai looked forward and couldn't help laughing. That mountain valley was clearly the place where he had studied the spirit arrays before. Chapter 1059. When they were still 30 kilometers away from the mountain valley, Holly Ka stopped and hesitated for a while before saying, "Little brother, I'll wait for you here. If things don't go well, leave immediately, don't get entangled. Grandmaster Zhong Ao is most annoyed by this kind of person, the consequences of provoking him will be disastrous." Yang Kai swept his eyes over him, causing Holly Ka to awkwardly explain, "Little brother, you are young and your cultivation is low, even if Grandmaster Zhong Ao is angry, I'm afraid he won't lower himself to take action against you. But if I go with you?" "I know." Yang Kai guessed his concerns and didn't insist, simply hugging Xueyu and flying off like lightning. Holly Ka stood in place, stretching his neck as he stared forward, his heart filled with anxiety, wondering if Yang Kai's trip would go smoothly or if he would be beaten by Zhong Ao. 30 kilometers, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had arrived. Arriving directly outside the palace, Yang Kai shouted, "Senior, my family's master has suffered a great disaster and is currently unconscious. I heard that Senior is the best alchemist on Rainfall Star, so I came here to ask Senior to treat my family's master. I hope Senior can help diagnose his condition." Inside the palace, there was silence, but Yang Kai could feel the aura of life coming from inside. The alchemist named Zhong Ao was indeed inside, but there was no response. Yang Kai called out 3 times in a row, but the result was still the same. In the distance, Holly Ka's heart almost jumped into his throat as he secretly decided that if Zhong Ao rushed out in anger, he would immediately escape, absolutely not remaining. Outside the palace, Yang Kai waited anxiously. Masters always had tempers, this was something Yang Kai could understand, so he didn't act recklessly. Even Holly Ka and Lin Mufeng were afraid of this Zhong Ao, so as a little second-order saint cultivator, if he angered him, he would definitely not have a good end. As such, Yang Kai held Xueyu in his arms and stood outside, respectfully waiting for Zhong Ao's reply. He was also considering what to do if Zhong Ao wasn't willing to come forward. Xueyu was unconscious, and he couldn't just leave her be. Their lives were connected, and if something happened to Xueyu while she was unconscious, he wouldn't be able to live either. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't wait to wake Xueyu up, then remove the soul chains and regain his freedom. Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, an old voice suddenly came from the palace, "Come in." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, not having expected things to go so smoothly, a look of great surprise appearing on his face as he carefully savored Zhong Ao's tone and found that he wasn't dissatisfied or angry, so he stepped into the palace. The gate to the palace was wide open, but there were no guards or servants. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, it seemed that Zhong Ao was the only living person. After taking a detour through the palace, Yang Kai arrived in front of a large room. From this room, a rich pill fragrance wafted out. He cautiously walked in and looked around, his eyes narrowing. This room should be Zhong Ao's alchemy room. However, at this moment, there were dozens of large and small pill furnaces placed inside this alchemy room, each of which was still warm and should have just finished alchemy. In a corner of this room, there was a large number of jade bottles, each of which was filled with a variety of different colored pills, creating a spectacular scene. Yang Kai roughly estimated that there were at least 200 jade bottles piled up here. They were all scattered on the ground in a disorderly manner, as if they were some kind of worthless plaything. Yang Kai was secretly shocked, realizing that what Holly Ka said before was true, the number of pills this Zhong Ao had refined was truly terrifying. At this moment, Zhong Ao was sitting on an animal skin chair, holding a jade bottle in his hand, seemingly inspecting something. After a quick glance, Zhong Ao didn't find what he was looking for, so he threw the jade bottle to the side and piled it up with the previous jade bottles. There were a dozen more jade bottles beside him. After inspecting them one by one, Zhong Ao smiled and muttered to himself, "Another one, ha ha, not bad, not bad, this old master's efforts were not in vain." Ha, pills are difficult to refine. Saying so, he took out a pill from the jade bottle and put it into another jade bottle he had prepared in advance. Yang Kai carefully examined the pills in this jade bottle and found that all of them had formed pill veins. This Zhong Ao seemed to have only kept the pills that had formed pill veins, discarding the rest as if they were worthless clogs, not caring about their grade or value at all. While Zhong Ao was inspecting the pills, Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb him and just stood there. A moment later, Zhong Ao finished his work and put away the pills with pill veins into his sleeve before looking up at Yang Kai and smiling strangely. "You're the little brat who stole this old master's medicine field, right?" Yang Kai blushed and awkwardly said, "A few days ago, Junior was passing by this place and was attracted by the mysteries of the medicine field. I couldn't help stopping to study it for a few days. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Senior can forgive me." No matter where it was, stealing someone else's medicine field was a very bad thing, and Yang Kai also knew he had done something wrong. It was just that he didn't think too much about it at the time, but now that the other party was looking into it, he had nothing to say. Zhong Ao was satisfied with Yang Kai's calm attitude and got up from his chair, chuckling, "Forget it, it's not a big deal. Today, you're lucky. This old master has just finished alchemy and gained some benefits. Seeing that you're also an alchemist, this old master won't pursue the matter." To be able to comprehend the mysteries of the medicine field, only fellow alchemists, Zhong Ao knew this better than anyone else. "What happened to your family's master?" Zhong Ao took the initiative to ask. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. "She's unconscious, her vitality is frozen, her consciousness is scattered, and her soul avatar is nowhere to be seen." "Did you penetrate into her knowledge sea?" Zhong Ao looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhong Ao suddenly grinned strangely. "Your relationship with this little girl isn't simple." He stared at Yang Kai ambiguously, his smile intriguing. Only those who were very close to one another would dive into their knowledge sea to spy on them. If Yang Kai was really Shui Yu's guard, it would have been impossible for him to have the courage to do such a thing. Zhong Ao was an old and experienced man, so how could he not see through this? Yang Kai didn't deny it and simply said, "Please help me, Senior." Zhong Ao curled his lips disdainfully. "Ha Li Ka followed you here, this little girl's status isn't low. Are the other alchemists on Rainfall Star helpless? I've already invited a dozen people to investigate, but none of them know anything. A bunch of wastes who only know alchemy." Zhong Ao spat unceremoniously, casually walking over to Yang Kai and looking at Shui Yu's state. Sweeping her body with his divine sense, Zhong Ao's expression suddenly became dignified. Yang Kai clearly felt that Zhong Ao's divine sense had strengthened slightly, as if he had discovered something. Seeing this, Yang Kai also held his breath and waited. Zhong Ao's expression fluctuated, hesitating, excited, and even crazed, his eyes growing wider and wider as he muttered, "Little brat, was this little girl harmed by the profound Yin sunflower water?" His tone was a little uncertain, obviously not daring to be too presumptuous. Even so, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some admiration. The dozen or so alchemists before had all gathered together and investigated Shui Yu for a long time but still couldn't figure out what had happened to her, but Zhong Ao was actually able to see the root of the problem at a glance. It was obvious that Zhong Ao was a real expert, nodding firmly, "Yes." "Is it really the profound Yin sunflower water?" Zhong Ao shouted, somewhat forgetting himself. "It is the profound Yin sunflower water." "Ha!" Zhong Ao's face twitched, unable to hide the excitement in his heart as he laughed. "It's actually the profound Yin sunflower water. This thing actually exists." He danced around excitedly, shouting endlessly before suddenly stretching out his hands and grabbing Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop, his eyes flashing a heart-stopping light as he eagerly asked, "Little brat, where is the profound Yin sunflower water?" Take this old master there quickly. Please save her first, senior. Yang Kai remained unmoved. You want to talk terms with this old master? Zhong Ao's face went cold, clearly a little unhappy as he glared at Yang Kai. This old master can easily kill you, yet you dare talk terms with this old master? Please forgive me, senior. Yang Kai said with a firm expression. Zhong Ao was slightly absent-minded as he stared at Yang Kai strangely, grinning as he said, You've got guts. It's been many years since anyone has dared to speak to this old master like this. It seems that this little girl is really important to you, so much so that you're willing to give up your life for her. Yang Kai frowned and said, If she dies, I die too. This wasn't a lie, so Yang Kai didn't feel any psychological burden when he said it. However, Yang Kai's appearance and attitude seemed to have touched Zhong Ao's nerves, causing the other party's oppressive aura to shrink. After pondering for a moment, Zhong Ao nodded, Good, come with me. Saying so, he led Yang Kai through the palace. A moment later, they arrived in another room and Zhong Ao instructed Yang Kai to put Xueyu on the bed before taking out a brown pill and handing it to Yang Kai, feed it to her. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and opened Xueyu's mouth, about to throw the pill in. Zhong Ao rolled his eyes, chew it up and feed it to her. She can't circulate her strength right now. If you don't help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies, how can she absorb it? Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao in amazement. Zhong Ao laughed mischievously, embarrassed. If it's too embarrassing, this old master can withdraw for a moment. No need. Yang Kai shook his head, put the pill in his mouth, chewed it up, and then fed it to Xueyu with a calm expression. He had touched and seen Xueyu's entire body, so what was the big deal about kissing her now? Her red lips were cold but quite soft. After feeding her the pill, Yang Kai straightened up and began to savor the aftertaste. Get out of the way. Zhong Ao threw Yang Kai aside without any trace of politeness, holding a container in his hand. This container was filled with a green liquid that was bubbling as if it had been boiled. Yang Kai didn't know what this green liquid was. However, seeing Zhong Ao's confident appearance, he didn't ask and simply stood to the side, waiting quietly. Chapter 1060. Zhong Ao flipped the container in his hand and the green liquid began pouring out. Each drop was as clear as rainwater, but it seemed to possess its own spirituality as it fell onto Xueyu's body and drilled into her body through her pores. Xueyu's pale face gradually became rosy as this liquid seeped into her body, and her heartbeat also became much stronger than before. Yang Kai watched intently as his heart calmed slightly. Zhong Ao really had some ability, and Yang Kai could clearly feel that Xueyu's condition was much better than before. After the green liquid was completely absorbed by Xueyu, Zhong Ao took 2 steps back, a pained expression appearing on his face, as if the pill and the green liquid were both very valuable to him. Senior, is she cured just like that? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Cured? Zhong Ao glanced sideways at him and sneered, how can the poison of the profoundine sunflower water be so easily cured? You're too naive. Although the profoundine sunflower water is a precious cultivation treasure, it also possesses great destructive properties. Any ordinary person who comes into contact with it will die. Even an origin-returning realm cultivator cannot resist the power of the profoundine sunflower water. This little girl's physique seems to be somewhat special, and the artifacts she wears are also of extremely high grade, otherwise she would have already died. Just now I just maintained her vitality, she won't die for another 1 or 2 days. What happens after that? Yang Kai asked eagerly. That's hard to say. Zhong Ao slowly shook his head, if you can refine a pill to save her, she will be able to recover, if you can't. And, you should prepare to collect her corpse. Yang Kai paled as he hurriedly cupped his fists and respectfully said, Senior, please show me the way. Good person. Zhong Ao raised his brow and laughed loudly, this old master is not a good person. I helped you maintain her vitality, so you have to pay me back. And, if you can tell me where the profound Yin sunflower water is, this old master can show you the way out. Yang Kai didn't even think about it, I can tell you. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others wanted to conceal the existence of the profound Yin sunflower water, but Yang Kai didn't care too much. For him, there was only one condition: Shuiyu couldn't die. Zhong Ao nodded with satisfaction. Good, if you take me to find the profound Yin sunflower water, I'll tell you how to save her. Deal. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, thinking for a moment before adding, but that place is now guarded by the cultivators of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, so Ha Li Ka and Lin Mu Feng shouldn't let you get close. They dare. If this old master wants to go, would they dare stop him? Zhong Ao's expression became fierce as he snorted, at worst, I'll just share some benefits with them. He didn't seem to want to have too much trouble with Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. After all, the value of the profound Yin sunflower water was simply too great. If he were to take it alone, it would definitely provoke Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's retaliation. Sometimes, taking a step back to the worlds to him. However, before that, this old master has to go out first. To collect the profound Yin sunflower water, I need to build some special containers. Zhong Ao seemed to be talking to himself as he turned to Yang Kai and said, Boy, you stay here, this old master will return in half a month or so. Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhong Ao's actions were swift and decisive, and after speaking, he immediately set off, disappearing in an instant. No one knew where he had gone. However, since he said he needed to build a special container, he should be looking for an artifact refiner. Artifact refiners and alchemists were equally noble and rare talents, especially high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners. They had always been the targets of many great forces. It wasn't surprising that someone like Zhong Ao knew one or two skilled artifact refiners. After Zhong Ao left, Ha Li Ka's soft voice suddenly called out from outside the palace, Little brother, little brother. He hadn't left yet. Yang Kai had probably been observing from the outside, and upon seeing Zhong Ao suddenly leave, he had mustered up the courage to come to the palace and ask about the situation. Yang Kai walked out and briefly explained to him what had happened. Learning that Zhong Ao had set his eyes on the profound Yin sunflower water, Ha Li Ka's expression changed greatly and he suddenly panicked, not knowing how to deal with Zhong Ao's greed. He didn't dare report what had happened here to the home star. Shuiyu's third young master's woman was unconscious, her life or death unknown. Ha Li Ka didn't have enough time to conceal this news, so how could he report it truthfully? Hesitating for a while, Ha Li Ka didn't blame Yang Kai for being nosy and simply said, since Grandmaster Zhong Ao has a way to save her, little brother should stay here and wait for him to come back. I'm going to discuss with Lin Mu Feng how to deal with this matter. Saying so, he quickly left. Yang Kai returned to his room and sat down on the bed, staring at Shuiyu who seemed to be sleeping soundly. This enchanting beauty had a peaceful expression on her face at the moment, her breathing was even, and she was sleeping soundly, her exquisite figure on full display. Kai Yang stretched out his hand and fiercely groped her chest. He felt like he had suffered a big loss. If it weren't for the soul chains, he wouldn't have had to spend so much effort, nor would he have had to worry about Shuiyu's life or death. What was most unbearable for him was that even if he rescued Shuiyu, after unlocking the soul chains, he didn't know what kind of attitude this woman would have towards him. Would she become angry out of humiliation and hunt him down for 10,000 years? This unpredictable future made Yang Kai resentful. It was just that on the dead star, the situation had forced him to link his life with Shuiyu's in order to protect himself. Yang Kai's heart was filled with bitterness. If he didn't take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of her, he wouldn't be able to balance it out. Zhong Ao disappeared for half a month. During this time, Yang Kai lived in his palace. Shuiyu was unconscious and didn't need him to take care of her, so he threw himself into Zhong Ao's alchemy room. The dozens of large and small pill furnaces were engraved with many spirit arrays used for alchemy. These spirit arrays were different from the ones hidden in the medicine field. They were complete compound spirit arrays, with one spirit array over another. Each spirit array was perfectly fused together without any conflict. Yang Kai imprinted the engraving method and structure of these spirit arrays into his mind without any hesitation, turning it into his own knowledge. Inside the palace, there was also a study with many ancient books. Yang Kai had nothing better to do, so he went in to read them. All of a sudden, he found a lot of good things that excited him. Pill recipes he had never seen before caused him to study them tirelessly, as if he was drunk on them. The pill recipes Yang Kai mastered were all from Tong Xian realm, but after coming to Star territory, the grade of spirit grasses and spirit medicines had become higher, many of which had never existed in Tong Xian realm. These collected pill recipes perfectly complemented his shortcomings, allowing his knowledge and attainments in alchemy to begin to connect with those of Tong Xian realm's territory. Half a month passed by in a flash and Yang Kai didn't notice the passage of time at all. Zhong Ao's life aura suddenly appeared in the palace and he went straight to the study. Seeing Yang Kai flipping through the pill recipes and alchemy manuals, Zhong Ao didn't mind and simply gestured to him, "Let's go, take this old master to the place where the profound Yin sunflower water was found. As long as this old master can smoothly collect these treasures, you can read them for as long as you want." Good. Yang Kai put down the ancient book in his hand, got up, and walked out with him. "If my mistress stays here, there won't be any problems, right?" Yang Kai asked worriedly. "What problems could there be?" Zhong Ao smiled strangely. "No one dares to break into this old master's palace, and no one can do so unless several origin-returning realm masters try to break in together. On this rainfall star, no one dares to offend this old master, so you can rest assured that this is the safest place on Rainfall Star." Seeing his proud and arrogant appearance, Kai Yang didn't think he was blowing his own trumpet, but he really did have such self-confidence. Together with Zhong Ao, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the mine. After half a day, Yang Kai brought Zhong Ao back to the mine pit from before. Down below, there were many cultivators waiting. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mu Feng, the middle-aged woman, and the origin-returning realm masters from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch were all present. They seemed to be waiting. "These little brats," Zhong Ao cursed, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Seeing Zhong Ao's figure, Ha Li Ka and the others also wore solemn expressions, looking a little nervous and helpless, exchanging a glance before stepping forward. "Greetings, Grand Master." As soon as Zhong Ao and Yang Kai landed, Ha Li Ka and the others saluted respectfully and humbly. N. Zhong Ao nodded lightly, neither cold nor warm. "I heard that Grandmaster displayed a profound skill to save Master Shue's life a few days ago, for which we are deeply grateful. Master Shue is a guest from the home star. If any accident were to befall her, we would not be able to absolve ourselves from blame. Grandmaster's benevolence towards Shue's master is equivalent to." Ha Li Ka's words were like a cannonball as he continuously flattered Zhong Ao. Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman couldn't help twitching slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Kai also had goosebumps as he stared at Ha Li Ka contemptuously, seemingly not having expected him to be such a person. "Enough nonsense." Zhong Ao waved his hand and interrupted Ha Li Ka's chatter, squinting at him and snorting, "Don't try to flatter this old master doesn't buy it." Ha Li Ka suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't dare to continue. "What this old master's purpose in coming here today, I think you all know." Zhong Ao went straight to the point. "If any of you dare try to stop me, don't blame this old master for becoming hostile." Ha Li Ka's expression became bitter as he quickly said, "Grandmaster, why you came here today, we naturally know. Grandmaster has been on Rainfall Star for 100 years now and has refined countless pills for my Chamber of Commerce, but has not received any compensation for them. Grandmaster's contributions are great and President AIO has repeatedly urged us to treat Grandmaster as our most honored guest, to satisfy all of his requests, and not to violate them." Zhong Ao snorted and said, seems you know what's good for you. Hali Ka continued, if it were anything else, what harm would there be in giving it all to Grandmaster? But this profound sunflower water. Zhong Ao's face became cold as his eyes filled with hostility. It's just that this profound sunflower water is of great importance, we really can't act on our own. Hali Ka braced himself. Yes, Grandmaster, if this matter is known to the home star, we will not be able to escape punishment, please understand. Lin Mufeng also stepped forward and pleaded. Chapter 1061. Zhong Ao's cultivation was also at the origin returning realm, not necessarily higher than Hali Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others, but because he had constantly refined pills for Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce free of charge for the past 100 years, allowing him to refine a large number of pills, his status had risen to a whole new level. President Ao also paid great attention to him and ordered Hali Ka and the others to treat Zhong Ao as a foreign elder of the Chamber of Commerce, not showing the slightest neglect. It could be said that on Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao had the highest status. This was why these origin returning realm masters were so cautious when facing Zhong Ao, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Knowing that Zhong Ao was here to snatch the profound sunflower water, they didn't dare act rashly, so they could only plead with Zhong Ao to show mercy. The three of them took turns trying to persuade Zhong Ao, but even as they tried to persuade him, Zhong Ao remained unmoved. In the end, Zhong Ao became so annoyed that he began cursing loudly, but Hali Ka and the others didn't dare to retort, simply enduring it with ugly expressions. After cursing for a while, Zhong Ao stopped and looked over at the three of them, sneering, don't think this old master doesn't know you don't dare report what happened here to the home star. At the very least, before that little girl is safe, you won't dare. All you can do is hide the news, so what if this old master snatches the profound sunflower water? What are you going to do about it? Hearing this, Hali Ka and the others glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, not daring to answer. All treasures in this world belong to the strong. Zhong Ao looked at the three of them proudly, taking 10,000 steps back. If this old master doesn't have any ideas about the profound sunflower water, would you be able to accept it? Would you accept it? If you don't know how to collect it, you'll only be able to look at the meat in front of your mouth, never be able to eat it. What Grandmaster says is true. Hali Ka no longer tried to argue and nodded bitterly. Does Grandmaster know how to collect the profound sunflower water? The middle-aged woman heard the implication and looked at Zhong Ao with some joy. If I didn't know, why would this old master come here? Zhong Ao snorted and waved his hand, get out of the way, if there's anything, wait until this old master collects those things. No longer paying any attention to Hali Ka and the others, Yang Kai picked up Yang Kai and descended into the mine, disappearing in the blink of an eye like a rogue bandit. Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng glanced at each other, grit their teeth, and followed. Inside the mine, Yang Kai followed behind Zhong Ao, guiding him. The last time Yang Kai came in alone, he relied on the method of tearing space and went deep into the ancient ruins without much effort. But this time, he couldn't do it. There were all kinds of dangerous and vicious spirit arrays hidden in these ruins. When Hali Ka and Shuiyu brought people here to investigate, they had lost a number of cultivators along the way. However, Zhong Ao was obviously not an ordinary person. He led the way forward, holding a pentagonal crystal-like object in his hand. This crystal bloomed with a brilliant light that illuminated the dark mine tunnel. From time to time, some weak and imperceptible energy fluctuations would come from nearby. Every time this happened, Zhong Ao would be extremely careful, leading Yang Kai away from the territory of these energy fluctuations. This pentagonal crystal seemed to have a detection function, and using it, Zhong Ao was able to avoid many unknown dangers. Although his movements were slow, he didn't have to worry about any dangers, allowing him to easily move forward. The temperature in the air gradually dropped, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the stone walls of the mine. Zhong Ao's expression gradually became excited as he knew that the profound Yin sunflower water was getting closer and closer to him. Hali Ka and the others followed not far behind Zhong Ao and Yang Kai, following the path they had taken, communicating with their divine senses as they walked, discussing how to deal with this situation, but after discussing for a long time, none of them could come up with a good plan, causing them to become quite anxious. "Boy, which way do we go now?" At a fork in the road, Zhong Ao stopped and asked Yang Kai. "This way." Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction, his divine sense threads having already broken through the shackles of space and found the location of the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao didn't suspect anything and walked directly into the fork in the road. After continuing forward for half a day, Zhong Ao, who was leading the way, suddenly couldn't help shivering, squinting his eyes as he stared forward, his body trembling uncontrollably as a fanatical light flashed across his eyes. Profound Yin sunflower water. Several dozen drops of profound Yin sunflower water were strangely suspended mid-air, maintaining the same state as when Yang Kai had left, waiting for a fated person to collect them. It really is profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao swept the area with his divine sense and immediately noticed the extraordinariness of these water droplets. Although these water droplets were suspended mid-air, each of them was as heavy as a mountain and contained a terrifying amount of power. In this world, besides profound Yin sunflower water, there was nothing else that possessed such characteristics. Taking a few steps forward, Zhong Ao quickly arrived in front of the several dozen drops of profound Yin sunflower water, his eyes flashing a brilliant light as he examined them carefully. Being able to cause Zhong Ao to lose his composure, it was obvious that this profound Yin sunflower water was of great value. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face as he stood in place, not showing any intention of snatching the profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai was well aware of his own abilities. Without even mentioning Zhong Ao, just Hali Ka and the others behind him, which one of them wasn't an origin returning realm master? In front of them, Yang Kai still had some self-awareness. As soon as the sound of footsteps rang out, Hali Ka and the others who had followed closely behind also appeared one after another, standing beside Yang Kai as they stared towards him with bitter looks on their faces. Several dozen drops of profound Yin sunflower water appeared in front of their eyes, causing all of their eyes to go red. This was a supreme cultivation treasure. As long as one could safely refine a single drop, it would greatly increase the strength of any cultivator. Even an origin returning realm master like Hali Ka would receive a significant boost in strength. At their level of cultivation, wanting to make further progress was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was possible for them to spend hundreds or even thousands of years without being able to break through a single minor realm, and that was assuming they had enough opportunities. Although refining the profound Yin sunflower water was fraught with dangers, without paying a price, how could there be a return? Each of them had experienced countless life or death battles, comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao on the brink of death, growing step by step to their current heights. They knew better than anyone that the greater the danger, the greater the return. However, all of them could only watch from afar, not daring to step forward. When this profound Yin sunflower water was discovered, was it sealed in a space ring? Zhong Ao suddenly asked. Yang Kai had briefly told him about the profound Yin sunflower water, but since Yang Kai didn't know much, he naturally didn't know much either. Yes, Grandmaster, Hali Ka's spirit shook as he quickly responded. A waste of heaven's treasure, a waste of heaven's treasure. Zhong Ao curled his lips, wanting to store such a thing in a space ring. It seems that ancient master was quite ignorant, but fortunately for his ignorance, this profound Yin sunflower water would have sunk to some unknown place long ago. The others were all confused, not understanding what he was talking about. Lin Mufeng cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten us, Grandmaster." Zhong Ao grinned and said, "Every drop of profound Yin sunflower water is as heavy as a mountain and is not something that can be stored in a space ring. After that ancient man put the profound Yin sunflower water into his space ring, he probably died before he could even use his space ring. Otherwise, his space ring would have exploded long ago. How could it have survived until now?" Hali Ka hurriedly said, "At that time, we were caught off guard because our space rings exploded, resulting in heavy casualties." Naturally, Zhong Ao grinned. "And once this thing comes into contact with soil, it will constantly sink. Do you know why Profoundine sunflower water is so rare?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. "That's because they all sink to the depths of the Earth's core and are absorbed by the source of the stars, making them difficult to find. And, not only Profoundine sunflower water, but also other precious treasures that may have been absorbed by the source of the stars." As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew about the source of the stars. The foundation of every cultivation star was the heart of the stars, but no one knew that the source of the stars was related to Profoundine sunflower water. Our luck is quite good. These several dozen drops of Profoundine sunflower water fortunately didn't come into contact with the soil, otherwise they would have disappeared long ago. Zhong Ao took a deep breath before suddenly taking out a strangely shaped vessel from his space ring. This vessel was somewhat like a vase, but also like a bowl. It had a thin neck and a large belly, giving it a strange appearance, but it was also 5-colored and blooming brilliantly. 5-colored meteor essence. Hali Ka shouted, immediately recognizing what kind of mineral this vessel was made of. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Yang Kai immediately understood that this 5-colored meteor essence should be a very valuable ore, otherwise, it wouldn't have caused the 3 origin returning realm masters to act so abruptly. "And, this is 5-colored meteor essence," Zhong Ao laughed. Very few people know that 5-colored meteor essence is the nemesis of Profoundine sunflower water. If you want to collect Profoundine sunflower water, all you need to do is use this 5-colored meteor essence to create a vessel. While laughing, Zhong Ao aimed the vessel at one of the drops of Profoundine sunflower water and pushed it into the vessel, not bothering to avoid arousing suspicion. Hali Ka and the other Origin Realm Masters all wore ugly expressions, their mood extremely complex. Although 5-colored meteor essence was precious, their Hangluo Chamber of Commerce still had some, and although there wasn't much of it, it was enough to create a vessel. If they had known this earlier, they would have collected the Profoundine sunflower water long ago instead of waiting for Zhong Ao to take advantage of them. Hali Ka had let go of a great opportunity in front of him and even lost an arm because of it. Thinking so, the expressions of the 3 Origin Realm Masters changed dramatically. Zhong Ao didn't care what Hali Ka and the others were thinking, continuing to collect the Profoundine sunflower water until there were only 10 drops left. Only then did he stop and solemnly hold the vessel in his hand, glancing over at Hali Ka and the others and saying, "Don't say this old master eats meat and doesn't give you soup. This remaining Profoundine sunflower water, you can find a way to collect it yourself, don't tell me you can't find more 5-colored meteor essence." Chapter 1062. From beginning to end, Zhong Ao had never intended to monopolize such a huge benefit. This place was discovered by Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and Rainfall Star was the cultivation star of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai had relied on his status to suppress others, so taking 80% of the Profoundine sunflower water was his limit. If he had taken all of it, Yang Kai couldn't guarantee that Hali Ka and the others wouldn't have fallen out with him. He wasn't confident he could deal with so many masters whose cultivation was higher than his. As such, he tactfully took a step back and left behind 10 drops of Profoundine sunflower water. When Hali Ka and the others heard Zhong Ao's words, they all wore shocked expressions and became excited, cupping their fists one after another. "Many thanks, Grandmaster. Although 5-colored meteor essence is rare, we can still find some." "Good, hurry up, heaven knows if this Profoundine sunflower water will suddenly fall down and seep into the ground." Zhong Ao waved his hand and walked out holding the container. Hali Ka didn't dare to delay, leaving behind the middle-aged woman to guard this place while he and Lin Mufeng quickly left, apparently going to search for the 5-colored meteor essence hidden in the branch's warehouse. Yang Kai silently followed behind Zhong Ao all the way out of the ancient ruins. The two flew their star shuttles back to the palace in the mountain valley. Inside the room, Shuiyu was sleeping peacefully just as she had been when Yang Kai left. Yang Kai came over to check on her and found that there was nothing wrong with her, so he went to find Zhong Ao. It seemed that because he had obtained a treasure like the profound Yin sunflower water, Zhong Ao was very excited. When Yang Kai came over, he was madly performing alchemy in his pill room, venting his excitement. The several dozen pill furnaces were filled with Saint Qi by Zhong Ao, all of them humming as mysterious spirit arrays were constructed by Zhong Ao and inserted into the pill furnaces. Various herbs flew out from his space ring like snowflakes and were quickly condensed into medicinal liquids before being thrown into the pill furnaces. Kai Yang couldn't help but be moved, his eyes widening as he stared at this incredible scene. He had never thought that there would be someone in this world who could perform alchemy so crazily, one person working in front of several dozen pill furnaces and refining dozens of pills at the same time. At this moment, he finally understood why Zhong Ao could refine so many pills for Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Judging from his technique and proficiency, Zhong Ao hadn't just been doing this for a day or two, it was very likely he had been refining pills in this shocking way. Yang Kai had a conflagrated knowledge C, was proficient in a variety of lost spirit arrays, and had a unique advantage in the alchemic way, but no matter what, he couldn't reach Zhong Ao's level. At most, he could deal with 4 or 5 pill furnaces by himself, and that was his limit. No matter how good you are, there will always be someone better. Of Heng's alchemists, of Zhong's of Heng's to him. Zhong Ao didn't have any intention of driving him away and instead continued to busy himself, the excitement on his face never diminishing and instead becoming more and more flushed. One by one, exquisite spirit arrays were carved out by Yang Kai with his Saint Qi and inserted into different pill furnaces. The various different spirit arrays perfectly fit together, forming a complex composite spirit array that catalyzed the medicinal efficacies of the pill furnaces and assisted in alchemy. Everything was done in an orderly and skillful manner, without the slightest mistake. After half a day, the alchemy room was filled with a variety of pill fragrances. These fragrances mixed together, and when they entered Yang Kai's nose, they made him feel refreshed and refreshed. Yang Kai's eyes became more and more focused. "Rise!" Zhong Ao suddenly shouted, and the several dozen pill furnaces trembled at the same time. Pill furnaces of different colors flew out from the pill furnaces and fell like raindrops into the prepared jade bottles. Zhong Ao tossed a restorative pill into his mouth and allowed his strength to slowly recover. Impatiently, he walked over to the jade bottles, picked them up, and began examining them one by one. After a long time, he finished his examination and said with a look of dissatisfaction, "Ha, there are only 2 pills, these pills are so damn difficult to refine." Saying so, he put away the 2 pills that had formed pill veins and threw the rest to the side. This scene was somewhat familiar. Yang Kai had seen it once when he brought Shuiyu here to see Zhong Ao. His brow furrowed as he asked, "Is Senior performing this alchemy to increase the chances of pill veins appearing?" Zhong Ao turned around and sat down in his chair, grinning as he gently nodded, "Little brat, you have good eyesight. And, this old master spends so much effort in alchemy in order to increase the chances of pill veins appearing." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Pill veins are something that can only be encountered by chance. Even the best alchemist cannot guarantee that the pills they refine will form pill veins, but when an alchemist is skilled enough to refine low-grade pills, the chances of pill veins appearing are much higher. This old master has been studying pill veins for hundreds of years, but it wasn't until 100 years ago that he came up with this stupid method of winning by quantity. Why else do you think this old master didn't ask for any compensation and instead performed alchemy for Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce for free? This old master wants them to provide me with herbs, otherwise, how could I let them take advantage of me?" Refining pills like Zhong Ao consumed a huge amount of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, and without the support of a great force, it was impossible to continue for a long time. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was located in the rich territory of Jia Star, so naturally, it was the best choice. Zhong Ao choosing to cooperate with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce would bring great benefits to both sides. How is Senior's research going? Yang Kai asked with interest. Zhong Ao sighed softly, difficult, very difficult. The longer one immerses themselves in this field, the more difficult it is to refine pills. I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me, but this old master can only maintain a 2 out of 100 chance of refining pills with pill veins. And, this old master is referring to Saint King grade and above pills. 2 out of 100 pills, that was to say, for every 100 pills he refined, he could only produce 2 pills with pill veins. This probability seemed very small, but when looking at the entire alchemy world, it was already a sensational number. Many alchemists spent their entire lives refining pills, but only when their luck was extremely good would they be able to refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins. Zhong Ao, on the other hand, almost every time he refined pills, he would refine at least 1. Occasionally, his luck would be bad and he would refine none. This old master has also refined a few Saint King grade pills with pill clouds. Do you want to see them? Zhong Ao said with a proud expression. Pill veins were difficult to form, but pill clouds were even more difficult. Zhong Ao had collected tens of thousands of pills with pill veins so far, but there were only a few that had pill clouds, all of which he regarded as treasures. When he was feeling down, he would often take them out to examine them. Whenever he did, his mood would immediately improve. He had lived here alone for nearly 100 years, boring and boring. If it weren't for an obsession in his heart that allowed him to study profound alchemy techniques, no matter how strong he was, he would have gone crazy. Now that Yang Kai had come here to accompany him, and he found him pleasing to the eye, naturally he wanted to show off. Junior wouldn't dare covet Senior's treasures. Yang Kai didn't give him a chance to show off, which made Zhong Ao a little disappointed, curling his lips in dissatisfaction as he said, "Ignorant brat, you didn't take advantage of such a great opportunity. It seems your achievements in alchemy are destined to be limited." Pills with pill veins were extremely rare in this world. In the alchemy world, no matter what grade such pills were, even if they were earth grade or mysterious grade, they were still treasures. If an alchemist with excellent aptitude observed them, they might be able to gain some insights. What's more, Zhong Ao's pills with pill clouds were all Saint King grade. These were the greatest fruits of his 100 years of hard work, the crystallization of his 100 years of hard work, so he would not easily show them to others. Today, when he took the initiative to bring them up, he was actually rejected by Yang Kai. Zhong Ao suddenly felt like his warm face had been stuck to a cold butt, and his good mood was immediately ruined. Naturally, he wouldn't give Yang Kai any face. How could Zhong Ao know that as early as back in Tongxian realm, he had already refined pills with pill clouds, and whether it was Yang Kai or Xia Ning Chang, when refining pills, their chances of forming pill veins were countless times greater than his. Senior, Junior has taken you to find the profound Yin sunflower water, and Senior's harvest has been great. Is it time to tell Junior how to save my master? Yang Kai ignored Zhong Ao's ugly expression and took the initiative to bring up the previous deal. Humph. Greedy for beauty. Zhong Ao muttered discontentedly. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was deeply in love with Xueyu, so he couldn't wait to inquire about her. Although he suddenly didn't like Yang Kai very much, a deal was a deal, and Zhong Ao still kept his promise, hesitating for a moment before saying, "If you want to save her, all you need to do is refine a purple heart soul restoring pill." After saying so, he turned a gloating look towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Purple heart soul restoring pill. Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought about it. When Zhong Ao went to find someone to build a container to collect the profound Yin sunflower water, he had been reading the ancient books in this palace and memorizing many pill recipes. The purple heart soul restoring pill was one of them. Thinking about it, Zhong Ao recalled the grade of the purple heart soul restoring pill and the herbs needed. An origin king grade pill. Yang Kai paled and exclaimed. Naturally, an Origin King grade pill. Zhong Ao grinned wickedly. The Profoundine sunflower water is a supreme cultivation treasure. Do you think the damage it causes is so easy to resolve? Only an Origin King grade purple heart soul restoring pill can relieve that little girl's crisis. You should know better than anyone that not only is her vitality frozen, but her soul avatar is also scattered and nowhere to be found. It is not so easy to cure her. Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Zhong Ao continued, boy, I advise you to give up. First of all, how many people in the entire star territory can refine an Origin King grade pill? As for the materials required, they are not something you can collect. Where are you going to find a 10,000-year-old soul-restoring flower? It is impossible for such a thing to exist in the entire star territory. The soul-restoring flower was not a precious herb and would grow on every cultivation star, but to refine the purple heart soul-restoring pill, it needed to be at least 10,000 years old. Chapter 1063. What kind of herb could grow for such a long time? During a period of 10,000 years, natural disasters, and the passage of time, any unexpected situation could cause an herb to disappear from this world. It could be said that such a herb was impossible to find. On the other hand, other precious herbs, although extremely valuable, were not difficult to find. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce focused on business, so as long as he entrusted this matter to Ha Li Ka and the others, Yang Kai believed they could quickly collect the rest. A 10,000-year-old soul-restoring flower made Yang Kai feel helpless in an instant. There are many women in this world. I see that you're still young and still have a lot of time ahead of you, so you'll inevitably meet some outstanding women. Sometimes, you need to let go. And, letting go is also a kind of happiness, Zhong Ao sighed, seemingly touched by Yang Kai's words. I have to save her. Yang Kai shook his head, his expression firm. Senior, is there no other way to resolve her crisis? Zhong Ao stared at him deeply, his expression gradually becoming dignified, after a while saying, there is another kind of pill that should work, and the materials needed for this pill are not difficult to find. The grade of the pill itself is not too high. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he eagerly asked, please enlighten me, Senior. And, seeing how infatuated you are, this old master will give you some pointers, Zhong Ao sighed and said leisurely, but I still advise you not to get your hopes up. Please speak, Senior. A burning flame pill. Zhong Ao spat out a few words. A burning flame pill? Yang Kai frowned and quickly thought about it, a moment later a look of surprise appearing on his face, a Saint King grade low-rank burning flame pill? A burning flame pill is indeed a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Zhong Ao gently nodded. Yang Kai looked puzzled, Senior, this junior does not understand. The grade of a burning flame pill is not high, so how can it solve the crisis my master is in? He really didn't understand. The first method Zhong Ao gave him was to refine an Origin King grade pill, while the second method was to refine a Saint King grade pill. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Zhong Ao grinned meaningfully, do you think this is an ordinary burning flame pill? What this old man is referring to is the burning flame pill with pill clouds. Kai Yang's heart shook as he suddenly understood. Since you are also an alchemist, you should know that once a pill forms pill veins and pill clouds, its medicinal efficacy will increase exponentially. This is also the reason why pills with pill veins and pill clouds are so much more valuable. A Saint King grade low-rank burning flame pill, if it forms pill veins, its medicinal efficacies are almost equivalent to a Saint King grade high-rank pill. If it forms pill clouds, even if it's not as good as an Origin King grade pill, it's not far off. I understand. Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he regained his composure. Zhong Ao saw his expression and sneered, but how could a burning flame pill with pill clouds be so easy to refine? This might be even more difficult than finding a 10,000-year-old soul-returning flower. This old man still has the same words, kid, you better give up as soon as possible, don't do these useless things. Zhong Ao wasn't saying this to dampen Yang Kai's enthusiasm, but rather to objectively evaluate the facts. Even if the top alchemists in Hangluo Star Field were to refine this burning flame pill, they might not be able to refine pill clouds. Yang Kai grinned, "If I don't try, how can I know it won't work?" Zhong Ao quickly stated, "Little brat, don't even think about this old master, it's impossible for me to help you refine this burning flame pill. This old master has no friendship with you, nor does he have the ability to guarantee that he can refine a Saint King grade pill with pill clouds. I don't want to ask Senior to refine one." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Oh. Do you already have someone in mind?" Zhong Ao was slightly surprised. "Tell me, who do you want to refine this pill for you? This old master will give you some advice and see if that person has the ability." He didn't think that on Rainfall Star, there was anyone whose alchemy skills were higher than his. In terms of alchemy, he was the best. Junior will refine it himself. "You'll refine it yourself?" Zhong Ao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yang Kai gently nodded. Zhong Ao seemed to be re-examining him, looking him up and down for a moment before saying with a strange expression, "If you want to make trouble, this old master won't stop you, that's your own business. And, if you can really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this old master will call you grandfather." He didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine such a pill with his ability. Yang Kai was just a little second-order saint cultivator. Even if he was an alchemist, with some talent and aptitude in the alchemic way, he would at most be able to cultivate for 20 years. A saint-grade top-rank pill was his limit. Zhong Ao concluded. If he couldn't even refine a Saint King grade pill, how could he refine a supreme pill cloud? Zhong Ao only thought that this young man was full of vigor and arrogance. However, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he smiled strangely. "Senior, Junior doesn't dare accept such a title. Since you don't trust me so much, how about we make a bet?" "A bet?" Zhong Ao's eyes narrowed as he snorted. "What kind of bet is this? This old master will accept it. If this junior can refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this junior won't ask for too much, as long as half of the profound Yin sunflower water is given to me." Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao with scorching eyes. Zhong Ao's face twitched as he snorted, "Boy, this old master has always thought you were honest and well-behaved, but it turns out you've been harboring evil ideas about this old master's treasures. Aren't you afraid you'll lose your teeth?" "If I really lose my teeth, it will be this junior's own fault." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Is Senior afraid he will lose?" Zhong Ao curled his lips fiercely. "Don't try to provoke this old master. This old master has long since stopped playing such clumsy tricks." Having said that, Zhong Ao still said, "Fine, if you can really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, this old master will give you half of the profound Yin sunflower water." This old master has devoted himself to studying pill veins for hundreds of years and has never been able to find a way. If you have the ability to surpass this old master will be convinced. But boy, if you can't refine it, what will you do? He stared coldly at Yang Kai, his expression extremely unkind. The bet proposed by Yang Kai made him a little annoyed. He felt that Yang Kai was looking down on his alchemy skills and also his many years of research, causing his heart to fill with murderous intent. As Senior decides. Yang Kai was very stubborn. In any case, if he couldn't refine this pill, Shuiyu would die, and if she died, he would also be out of luck. Good, this old master is looking for an assistant. If you can't do it, you'll be this old master's coolie for the rest of your life. Zhong Ao laughed strangely, "But this bet must have a time limit, otherwise, this old master will have to wait forever?" "Naturally." Yang Kai seemed to have expected him to say this. "The time limit will be when my master dies, how about it?" "That's a matter of a year or so." "Boy, you're quite arrogant. This old master will open his eyes wide and see how you refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds." Zhong Ao laughed. "Senior, please wait and see." Yang Kai grinned. not showing the slightest panic and instead full of confidence. This expression was imprinted in Zhong Ao's eyes and he couldn't help feeling a little dazed, secretly wondering if this little brat was just trying to be mysterious or if he really was confident. Still feeling uneasy, Zhong Ao asked, "With your current methods, what grade of pill can you refine?" "A Saint King grade low-rank pill," Yang Kai said casually. "How is that possible?" Zhong Ao was stunned. "You can refine a Saint King grade pill?" His face filled with disbelief, wondering if Yang Kai was exaggerating. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I really have." "How old are you this year?" Zhong Ao asked suspiciously. "Less than 30 years old, 27 to 28. Yang Kai wasn't quite sure about his age. He spent most of his time outside, sometimes in retreat, so he had long forgotten the concept of time and age. Being able to refine a Saint King grade pill at the age of 27 or 28, Zhong Ao was so shocked he could barely speak. He suddenly had a bad feeling that half of his profound Yin sunflower water had changed its surname. Shaking his head, Zhong Ao said, "After a year or so, things will become clear. This old master won't investigate it now, but boy, I still have to tell you that even if you refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, it will only be able to expel the profound Yin sunflower water's poison from that little girl's body, so she won't die suddenly. As for the problem of her soul avatar dispersing, you'll have to solve it yourself." Yang Kai frowned, cupped his fists, and said, "I know." "Go." Zhong Ao waved his hand. Yang Kai withdrew and went to the side room to check on Shuiyu, who was sleeping soundly, before leaving the palace and setting off for the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce branch. Half a day later, Yang Kai met with Ha Li Ka and the others in the main hall of the mountain range. Ha Li Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the middle-aged woman gathered around a table. On this table was a vessel made of 5-colored meteor essence. Inside this vessel were 10 drops of profound Yin sunflower water, each crystal clear like a pearl. The 3 pairs of eyes were glued to the profound Yin sunflower water like locusts, unable to tear their eyes away, all of them grinning from ear to ear. 5-colored meteor essence wasn't difficult to find in Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, so after Zhong Ao left, they had quickly retrieved these treasures and were now discussing how to distribute them and whether to report them to the home star. The 3 of them were excited, but at a loss for what to do. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, the 3 of them didn't try to avoid suspicion and didn't put away the profound Yin sunflower water. Ha Li Ka got up and asked, "Little brother, how is Master Shui?" "She's fine, but she's still unconscious," Yang Kai replied casually. The 3 men's faces darkened. "However, Senior Zhong Ao promised to diagnose Master and has found a way to treat her," Yang Kai said casually. "Really?" Ha Li Ka looked happy while Lin Mu Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged woman even patted her full breasts, her complexion immediately improving. "Little brother, if there's anything the Chamber of Commerce can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Master Shui had an accident on Rainfall Star. If you need help, we will not hesitate to help," Ha Li Ka said seriously. "I came here to ask for your help," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chapter 1064. I want you to help me collect some herbs. Yang Kai went straight to the point, not beating around the bush. "What herbs do you need?" Ha Li Ka smiled. "Herbs may be lacking in other places, but my Chamber of Commerce will never lack them." Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman also nodded, indicating that they would do their best to meet Yang Kai's requirements. Yang Kai immediately wrote down a list of herbs needed to refine the burning flame pill. Ha Li Ka took it and looked at it carefully before saying with an indifferent expression, "The herbs on this list aren't difficult to find, my branch has a lot of them. Besides the dragon turtle spirit fruit which is relatively rare, the others aren't a problem. However, little brother only needs to wait 3 to 5 months before we can transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit from another medicine star. It's just that, 3 to 5 months isn't a problem, as long as it's not a year or so." Yang Kai shook his head. Within 4 months, I will definitely be able to transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit, Hali Ka patted his chest and promised. Some herbs needed specific environments to grow, and although Rainfall Star was also a cultivation star, there was no suitable environment for the growth of the dragon turtle spirit fruit. However, there was a nearby medicine star owned by Hangluo Chamber of Commerce that produced a large number of these things. How many herbs does little brother need? Lin Mufeng asked. As many as you have. Yang Kai quickly said. As many as you have. The three of them were taken aback as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. They had thought that Yang Kai only wanted a few sets of materials for refining pills, but Yang Kai had opened his mouth like a lion with no bottom line. Yang Kai took the initiative to explain, Senior Zhong Ao's solution is to refine a pill with pill clouds. You should also know how difficult it is to refine a pill with pill clouds. It's not something that can be done once or twice, it requires a lot of trial and error before it is possible to succeed. Hearing what he said, Hali Ka and the others suddenly understood why Yang Kai wanted so many herbs and couldn't help feeling some respect. Hali Ka nodded and said, so that's how it is, Grandmaster Zhong Ao is worthy of being an alchemy grandmaster of his generation, actually having the heart to refine pills that form pill clouds. In any case, this is a losing deal for your branch. The pills refined are all the same type. Even if we give you all the pills afterwards, the sales will still be a problem. You have to be mentally prepared. Yang Kai reminded them. As long as we can awaken Snow Master, these losses are not a problem. Hali Ka immediately made his stance clear. He was truly afraid. If Master Shui really died, Shuiyu third young master would definitely not let him off. Even if he had to exhaust all of his family's resources, Hali Ka would still gather the herbs he needed. That would be for the best. Yang Kai was very satisfied with their cooperation. There was no need for him to waste his breath on this matter. These people were all reasonable people and weren't difficult to talk to, so there was no need for him to analyze the pros and cons for them. Little brother. Hali Ka stammered, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. After calling out to Yang Kai, he exchanged a glance with Lin Mufeng, seemingly wanting to say something but not wanting to. Yang Kai observed their expressions and immediately understood what they wanted to say, solemnly saying, for me, saving Master Shui is the most important thing, I won't ask about anything else. As soon as this statement came out, all three of them were overjoyed and the looks they directed at Yang Kai became more and more friendly. Although the three of them had obtained the Profoundine sunflower water and were very excited, with such a big incident happening on Rainfall Star, they didn't know whether they should report it to the home star or not. Normally, they would have the ability to suppress the news of Shuiyu's injuries, but now it was different. Yang Kai was Shuiyu's guard and although his cultivation was low, what if Yang Kai suddenly lost his mind and reported it to the home star before they did? At that time, the three of them would face even more serious punishment. With Yang Kai's assurance, the three of them felt relieved. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I don't want to be punished by the home star, so for the time being, Master Shui's injuries should not be leaked. Once Shui Master recovers, she will make her own decision. Many thanks, little brother. Hali Ka sincerely cupped his fists. However, this Profoundine sunflower water, it's best if you don't touch it for the time being and wait for Master Shui to decide, Yang Kai added. Naturally, even if we had the courage of the heavens, we wouldn't dare use such a precious cultivation treasure at will. Naturally, we'll have to wait for Master Shui to wake up and deal with it. Hali Ka and the others nodded repeatedly, thanking Yang Kai for pointing them out the right path. Moreover, from beginning to end, none of them had any intention of using the Profoundine sunflower water. Although refining a single drop of this thing would greatly increase their strength, none of them knew how to do so. Hali Ka had personally tested the power of the Profoundine sunflower water and knew that the price he had paid for it was the loss of an arm. If they were careless, not only would their strength not increase, they would likely end up in the same state as Shui Master Shui. Not daring to use it didn't mean it wasn't a merit, so before Yang Kai arrived, the three of them had gathered around the container and looked at it happily. Good, before I asked for your help, I also have a private matter I would like to ask for your help with. Yang Kai felt that the time was right and the atmosphere was harmonious, so he was ready to fish for some benefits from them. Little brother, please speak. Do you have any way to quickly improve my strength? Yang Kai looked at the three of them expectantly. Improve your strength? Holly Ka was surprised, looking him up and down for a moment before instantly understanding and laughing. Is little brother trying to improve his strength? Yes, this time, on this trip to the ancient ruins, it was because my strength was too low that Senior Shue didn't take me with her. If my strength had been higher, I may have been able to save Senior Shue at that critical juncture and prevent her from being harmed by the profound Yin sunflower water. If I could exchange my life for Senior Shue's safety, even if I died, I wouldn't have implicated the three of you in such a dangerous situation. Yang Kai said with a pained expression, seemingly blaming himself for his actions. Holly Ka and the other two had all experienced great storms, so how could they not know that he was just putting on an act? However, this little guard seemed to be highly valued by Shue Master, otherwise, she wouldn't have brought him to Rainfall Star alone, nor would she have taken care of his safety and prevented him from entering the ancient ruins. After Shue Master woke up, perhaps they would need to rely on him to put in a few good words to appease Shue Master's anger. What's more, not only did he not report this matter to the home star, he even cooperated with the three of them to conceal it, which was already a great favor. Whether it was to curry favor or to repay him, the three of them felt that they should satisfy Yang Kai's request, which wasn't too excessive. If a second-order saint cultivator wanted to improve his strength, they should be able to satisfy him. Quietly exchanging a few glances, the three of them immediately made a decision in their hearts, Holly Ka saying, if you want to quickly improve your strength, the only way is to cultivate diligently. This kind of thing can't be rushed, everyone gains their strength bit by bit, but... Suddenly changing the topic, he grinned, I have a way to improve your cultivation efficiency. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, what is it? The space ring on Holly Ka's hand flashed and a colorful orchid-like object appeared in his hand. The petals of this orchid were quite strange, the petals blooming like a baby's head, its facial features clear and slightly gloomy. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid? On the side, Lin Mu Feng and the middle-aged woman both exclaimed in shock, seemingly not having expected Holly Ka to take out such a precious treasure. For a moment, all three of them stared towards Yang Kai with thoughtful expressions, as if they had just obtained a great bargain. What's the use of this? Yang Kai asked. Holly Ka said proudly, it's a cultivation aid, if you take it directly, you'll understand its mysteries. Lin Mu Feng also chimed in, this kind of thing is quite rare, old Ha fought with others for it back then, the scenes from the past are still vivid in his mind. I never expected he would have kept it for nearly 100 years but was unwilling to use it, I thought he had already used it up. Holly Ka grinned, without a suitable candidate, what use is there for it? This old master is already a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, using this thing won't improve my strength much. I was hoping to find a suitable junior, but on this vast rainfall star, no one can enter this old master's eyes. Yang Kai's eyes were quick and before he could finish speaking, he took the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid and stuffed it directly into a space ring on his hand. From the conversation between these two, Yang Kai also understood the preciousness of the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, so how could he be polite? Yang Kai then turned to look at Lin Mu Feng. Lin Mu Feng was just sighing with emotion at Holly Ka's generosity when he suddenly met Yang Kai's gaze and couldn't help his face twitching. Immediately understanding, he patted his head and said, this Lin remembers, there is something I can help little brother Yang with. Yang Kai's meaning was already very obvious. Clearly, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rob him, so how could Lin Mu Feng pretend to be ignorant? Suppressing his heartache, Lin Mu Feng put on a nonchalant look on his face, his space ring flashing as he took out a bottle, but before he could speak, it was snatched away by Yang Kai. Lin Mufeng smiled bitterly and said weakly, "This is Snow Pond Crystal Essence, a product of the Snow Pond Restricted Area on Ice Snow Star. A single cup of Snow Pond Crystal Essence is condensed every 1,000 years, so this is all I have. It's useful." Yang Kai spoke concisely as he observed the jade bottle in his hand. This jade bottle exuded a cold aura, and through its walls, Yang Kai could see some snow-white substance inside. There wasn't much of it, only about the size of a fingernail. Snow Pond Crystal Essence is most useful for stabilizing one's state of mind. Taking a single drop will provide endless benefits. Since little brother Yang wants to quickly improve his strength, this thing is indispensable, Lin Mufeng explained. Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he grinned widely. This thing given by Lin Mufeng was a perfect complement to Holly Ka's heavenly spirit ghost orchid. One could improve one's cultivation efficiency while the other could stabilize one's state of mind and prevent the burden and sequelae of rapidly increasing one's strength. It could be said that this thing was equal in value to the heavenly spirit ghost orchid. Yang Kai put it into his space ring with satisfaction. Chapter 1065. Lin Mufeng anxiously watched Yang Kai put away the small bottle of Snow Pond Crystal Essence, his face filled with pain. Yang Kai pretended not to notice. Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak again, the middle-aged woman smiled and said, "I don't have as many treasures as these two, but I do have something that can improve the efficiency of one's cultivation. If little brother doesn't dislike it, please take it." Saying so, a small flag-like object suddenly appeared in her hand. These flags were of different colors, red, orange, yellow, and green. There were a total of 7 flags that exuded strong world energy fluctuations. An artifact? Yang Kai was a little surprised, wondering what use this artifact had that it could actually improve one's cultivation efficiency. This 7-colored spirit-gathering flag is an origin-grade low-rank artifact. If arranged according to a certain method, it can gather world energy. I used it to cultivate before, but as my strength increased, I put it away and haven't used it for nearly 100 years. Now, I'll give it to little brother. Yang Kai's eyes lit up again as he secretly thought that these people were indeed worthy of being the highest leaders of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's branch. The things each of them could casually take out were not things that could be seen by ordinary people. He wondered just how many more treasures they had. This time, Yang Kai wasn't as impatient as the previous 2 times. Carefully taking the 7-colored spirit-gathering flag from the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai politely thanked her. The middle-aged woman smiled lightly, "Release your knowledge-seized defenses and I'll teach you how to arrange it." Yang Kai nodded and the middle-aged woman stretched out a jade finger and tapped Yang Kai's forehead. In an instant, the various functions of this 7-colored spirit-gathering flag were grasped by Yang Kai. After carefully inspecting it, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the 7-colored spirit-gathering flag. Although this thing was only an origin-grade low-rank artifact, for the current Yang Kai, it was an extremely rare treasure. It could be used for a long time, and when Yang Kai no longer needed it, he could give it to someone close to him. It wasn't as valuable as the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid or the Snow Pond Crystal Essence, but it was far more practical. No matter who it was, the 3 of them had spent a great deal of effort. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to the 3 of you for your help. This little one can't thank you enough." "You're welcome." Holly Ka laughed, "As long as we can awaken Master Xue, what harm is there in having to go bankrupt?" He put on a loyal and courageous appearance, but it was hard to tell how much sincerity there was in it. "Why don't little brother get 2 more moon slaves?" Lin Mufeng suddenly thought of something and suggested. "Moon slave?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at them suspiciously. The middle-aged woman's face reddened as she spat, "You scoundrel, little brother is still so young, yet you don't teach him good things and only teach him some unorthodox tricks. When Master Xue wakes up, how are you going to explain this?" Lin Mufeng looked embarrassed. There's no problem with 2 moon slaves, right? I can see that little brother is a determined person. You won't hold up your future because of 2 moon slaves. And, if it's 2, it really won't be a problem, Holly Ka also echoed. What's a moon slave? Yang Kai asked curiously when he saw them talking back and forth between themselves. Holly Ka lightly coughed and explained, moon slaves are a type of woman specially cultivated by our Chamber of Commerce. They cultivate special secret arts and take special pills so that when they reach a certain age, they can mate with men. Their primordial yin contains a very pure energy, so any man who takes them for the first time can obtain great benefits from it. If little brother wants to improve his strength as quickly as possible, moon slaves are the best choice. Plucking yin to supplement yang. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. No. Lin Mufeng smiled and waved his hand. The method developed by my Chamber of Commerce is not an ordinary method of plucking yin to supplement yang. Little brother should also know that many cultivators cultivate evil secret arts, plucking yin to supplement yang in order to rapidly improve their strength, but the energy obtained through this method is impure, causing their combat power to be much lower than a cultivator in the same realm. My Chamber of Commerce would never do such a thing. Moon slaves are selected from women with good aptitude and physiques and are then trained in a special way so that when the energy from their primordial yin is transferred to a man, it won't cause too much of an impact on him. With little brother's current cultivation, subduing 2 moon slaves of the same realm shouldn't be a problem. And, if there was a problem with my Chamber of Commerce's moon slaves, there wouldn't be so many people coming to buy them. Holly Ka also nodded. You also engage in human trafficking? Yang Kai was shocked, never having expected that the huge Hengluo Chamber of Commerce would actually be so shady. It's all consensual. These moon slaves are ordinary people from poor families. If it weren't for my Chamber of Commerce, they would only live a few dozen years before dying of old age. My Chamber of Commerce provides them with cultivation materials and environments, allowing them to possess extraordinary skills. Moreover, after a moon slave has sex with a man, they can continue to cultivate and improve their strength. If they can win the favor of their master, glory and wealth are just around the corner. Many of the moon slaves who leave my Chamber of Commerce live quite good lives, Lin Mufeng explained, seemingly noticing that Yang Kai was somewhat repulsed by this kind of thing. The middle-aged woman blushed and didn't say a word, but she obviously knew a lot about moon slaves. There's no need for moon slaves. Yang Kai pondered for a while before waving his hand and saying with a bitter face, I'm afraid Master Xue will go crazy when she wakes up. Yang Kai had to admit that listening to them talk about the various benefits of moon slaves, especially their ability to rapidly improve one's strength, Yang Kai was indeed a little tempted. Right now, he couldn't wait to quickly improve his cultivation. Although he was tempted, Yang Kai still refused. He had his own principles, and no matter how Holly Ka and the others boasted about the benefits of moon slaves, Yang Kai always felt that there were some problems with harvesting yin to supplement yang, which would be detrimental to his future cultivation. If that's the case, then we won't force you. Holly Ka looked at Yang Kai with some approval, seemingly not having expected that a young man like him could refuse such a great temptation. Moon slaves could not only help people improve their strength, each of them had been taught many ways to serve men, each of them possessing boundless charm and were proficient in many ways. They had always been the bragging rights of young men in the Star Territory. Being able to bring 1 or 2 moon slaves with them was a great honor. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce cultivated a large number of moon slaves every year, but the order for them had been waiting for several years now. Moon slaves alone were a huge source of income for the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and the price of moon slaves was constantly rising, but it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of those who came to buy them. Yang Kai's refusal surprised the 3 of them, making them feel that this young man was somewhat unusual. No wonder Master Xue had taken a fancy to him and chosen him as her guard. After chatting with Holly Ka and the others for a while and asking them to send the materials they had collected to Zhong Ao's palace, Yang Kai left. Once again returning to Zhong Ao's palace, Yang Kai was full of energy, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. TSK, Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Snow Pond Crystal Essence. Zhong Ao looked at the two things in front of Yang Kai and muttered, Hali Ka and Lin Mufeng are really generous, actually giving you such treasures. It seems that little girl's status in Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce isn't low. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Zhong Ao recognized the names and uses of these two things at a glance. Turning his attention to the seven-colored flag, Zhong Ao played with it for a while before letting out a strange laugh. Boy, with the help of these things, this old master estimates that you can break through to the third order saint realm in a very short time. Worthy of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, it's really easy to cultivate someone. Old Zhong, in a few days, Hali Ka and the others will deliver the materials needed to refine the burning flame pill. I hope old Zhong can help me receive them, Yang Kai said as he took the seven-colored spirit-gathering flag back from Zhong Ao's hands. As long as you don't disturb this old master's alchemy, it's fine. Zhong Ao snorted, squatting in front of Yang Kai without a care for his image, asking suspiciously, but this old master has one thing he doesn't understand, can you explain it to me? Please speak, old Zhong. Didn't you say you wanted to refine a pill to save your woman? Why did you bring these things back? What else can I do? Cultivate, Yang Kai grinned. Zhong Ao was stunned, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? You only have a year and a half to refine a burning flame pill that forms pill clouds in a year and a half. That's already a bit of a rush, yet you're still in the mood to cultivate. Ordinary people sharpen their knives before slaughtering pigs, what's wrong with my cultivation? Yang Kai spat disdainfully, on top of that, I'm still missing one of the materials to refine the burning flame pill. Hali Ka said that it will take 4 months to transfer them from the other medicine star. If I don't cultivate, am I supposed to just sit around and wait? That being said, so what if your strength improves to the third order saint realm? Zhong Ao couldn't understand why Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. Perhaps this minor breakthrough will allow me to successfully refine pill clouds, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Zhong Ao glanced at him as if he was looking at an idiot, straightening up and saying, do as you wish, this old master will just wait for the results. Don't bother this old master is going to perform alchemy. Saying so, Zhong Ao walked out while muttering to himself about how difficult it was to refine pills. Yang Kai didn't care and simply put away the things he had brought back. When he was on the floating continent, he had spent a great deal of effort to refine a Saint King grade pill and lift the seal Lu Gui Chen had placed on him. At that time, Yang Kai discovered that the reason his alchemy skills couldn't improve was entirely because of the constraints of his realm. His cultivation was too low, so if he wanted to refine a higher grade pill, he needed to improve his strength first. The 4 months it took Hali Ka to transfer the dragon turtle spirit fruit gave Yang Kai a good buffer period. The heavenly spirit ghost orchid, snow pond crystal essence, and 7-colored spirit gathering flags were all things he relied on to improve his cultivation. In these 4 months, Yang Kai had great confidence that he could break through to the third order saint realm, at which point refining burning flame pills would become much easier. Chapter 1066. Inside Zhong Ao's palace, in a certain room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. Taking out the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, Yang Kai swallowed it without hesitation. A cool feeling spread from his throat to his abdomen as Yang Kai silently circulated his secret art to dissolve the medicinal efficacies. Soon, this cool feeling extended to his limbs and bones, relaxing his hundreds of millions of pores, and his physique seemed to have been greatly nourished. In order to refine the burning flame pill that could form pill clouds, in order to rapidly improve his cultivation, Yang Kai spared no effort. Moreover, he didn't regard this incident as a disaster, on the contrary, he felt it was an opportunity. Now, he was wandering the star territory alone, without any friends or family, without any support. His own strength was the foundation for his survival. Shuiyu being unconscious gave Yang Kai an opportunity to concentrate on his cultivation. A bad thing, when viewed from another perspective, could often become a good thing. Yang Kai could take advantage of these few months of painstaking cultivation to raise his strength to the next level while also improving his alchemy skills, allowing him to complement his cultivation and achieve great growth. The cool feeling made him feel refreshed, as if he had never been so clear-headed before. Yang Kai suddenly had a good plan and understanding of his future, causing his mood to fluctuate greatly. Shuiyu's even breathing came from the next room. The method Zhong Ao had used before could only maintain her vitality for a year and a half. Once that time was up, if she was not treated with a pill, she would undoubtedly die. However, Yang Kai wasn't as worried as he was at the beginning. On the contrary, his heart was now as calm as still water. The medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid continued to play a role, but Hali Ka didn't clearly tell Yang Kai how such a precious treasure could improve the efficiency of his cultivation. Yang Kai also felt the changes in his body, wanting to find out. Suddenly, the cool feeling all over his body converged towards his chest, the medicinal efficacies of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid condensing into one spot in a very short time. Yang Kai suspiciously unbuttoned his robes, revealing his strong body before looking down at his chest. The shadow of a golden dragon quickly swept past. That was the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. The golden dragon tattoo was constantly wandering around like a living creature, sometimes in front of Yang Kai, sometimes on his back, while the ice phoenix tattoo remained firmly on his back, not moving at all. This was the Phoenix Empress inheritance that belonged to Su Yan. Yang Kai's body was only a temporary residence for it. Once Yang Kai found Su Yan, he could hand it over to her. At this moment, some black qi was faintly gathering in his chest. The black qi was as gloomy as a ghost, dark and deep. Yang Kai carefully sensed it, but did not find anything wrong. He calmed down and quietly waited. Not long after, more and more black qi gathered on his chest, becoming denser and denser, faintly forming a vague pattern. Yang Kai looked at it carefully, but he didn't understand. After waiting for about half a day, the cold feeling in his chest suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the fuzzy squirming pattern quickly froze and became clear. It was actually a pattern of a baby's face with distinct facial features. It was as if Yang Kai had an extra head on his chest, making him feel uneasy and terrifying. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, never having expected that consuming the heavenly spirit ghost orchid would result in such a situation. While he was still in shock, he saw the baby's mouth on his chest suddenly open, like a whale sucking in water, madly swallowing the surrounding world energy. Hu chi chi. A gust of wind surged inside the room and an unimaginable amount of world energy poured into Yang Kai's body as the baby's mouth began sucking in. In an instant, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable, his body receiving a great deal of energy. His meridian squirmed, accepting the world energy and transforming it into his own strength under the effect of his secret art. Amazing! Yang Kai was overjoyed and closed his eyes, feeling the benefits brought to him by the heavenly spirit ghost orchid. After swallowing the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, although the pattern on his chest didn't look very impressive, its effects were real. In this way, even if Yang Kai didn't cultivate, under the effect of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, he would be able to constantly absorb world energy, the speed and efficiency of which would be even greater than if he were to cultivate diligently. The baby's pattern would swallow and spit out every 30 breaths, actively absorbing world energy into Yang Kai's body, allowing him to grow stronger. Each time it swallowed and spat out an astonishing amount of world energy. Hali Ka's gift was really what Yang Kai had hoped for. Yang Kai spent most of his time on the road, so while he was on the move, he rarely had the opportunity to cultivate. If this heavenly spirit ghost orchid continued to play its role, it would be difficult for his strength not to improve. In the future, even if he was on the road or fighting, he could maintain a state of cultivation. Unfortunately, according to Hali Ka, the role of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid would become smaller and smaller over time and would disappear after 2 or 3 years at most. On top of that, this thing was extremely difficult to find, and if 1 or 2 were occasionally found, they would be snatched away by others. In order to snatch this thing, Hali Ka had fought many times with others. 2 or 3 years was more than enough. After taking the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, Yang Kai took out the snow pond crystal essence and poured a small amount into his mouth. The snow pond crystal marrow was a product of the snow pond crystal marrow, so it was naturally cold. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he involuntarily felt an ethereal feeling, as if his soul was being purified. A strange power rippled in his mouth and flowed into his abdomen, where it was absorbed by his body and quickly gathered in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's knowledge sea, which had been somewhat turbulent due to his excitement and joy, instantly calmed down, without the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's soul also seemed to have been sublimated at this moment, his mood becoming as tranquil as an ancient well. When the snow pond crystal essence took effect, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if he was standing aloof and observing all the changes happening to his body. The memories contained in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as well as the scenes he had experienced, flashed through Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai reviewed the road he had walked, the people he had experienced, the setbacks he had encountered, the joys and frustrations he had experienced, all of them again. Once again, Yang Kai went through the 20 to 30-year journey of his life. He saw many details that he had overlooked before, and he saw many regrets. Looking at these details and regrets, Yang Kai's state of mind began to undergo subtle changes. Yang Kai became more mature and more experienced. As his state of mind changed, Yang Kai's knowledge sea also seemed to undergo some unique changes. The water level of the sea gradually rose, a sign that his spiritual energy was increasing, while the color of the sea became darker and denser, a sign that his soul was becoming stronger. On the 6-colored island, the 6-colored radiance illuminated Yang Kai's knowledge sea, giving it a more dazzling luster than before. Even the soul-devouring insects that had been living on the island became happier than before, devouring the power produced by the 6-colored soul-warming lotus. Soon, the number of soul-devouring worms reached a limit. They all attacked their companions in unison, devouring the bodies of their companions and eliminating the weak. The powerful soul-devouring worms became even more powerful. Yang Kai knew all of this, but he did not stop them, instead calmly watching. The soul-devouring insects used to be his trump card, able to pose a certain threat to a Saint Realm cultivator and easily kill a transcendent cultivator. However, after reaching the star territory, the soul-devouring insects were no longer of much use. Inside the star territory, there were countless Saint Realm cultivators and Saint King Realm cultivators, so the soul-devouring insects could not pose any threat to them. Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing what kind of changes these tiny exotic ancient insects, which could only devour spiritual energy, would undergo after this time and whether they would be useful again. Yang Kai desperately needed strength. The battle between the soul-devouring insects was very fierce, with the tiny insects devoured by their companions one after another. Those who survived were always the elites, and these insects were far more powerful than before. Finally, the internal battle on the 6-colored island came to an end, and the number of soul-devouring insects had been reduced to 1 in 10,000. All of them seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that each of them was like a silkworm that had formed a cocoon around themselves. Faint traces of life could be seen coming from these cocoons. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention and released his divine sense. Arriving outside the palace, Yang Kai took out the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags and, according to the method the middle-aged woman had taught him, poured his strength into them and threw them around. The small flags suddenly grew in size and arranged themselves in a strange pattern around Yang Kai, fluttering in the wind. There was some kind of imperceptible connection between the 7 flags, and this connection allowed the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags to form a kind of spirit array. The wind blew and the trees in the distance began to sway. A large amount of world energy seemed to be drawn towards the 7 colored flags, causing the clouds in the sky to change color. Yang Kai remained motionless as he took out a few cultivation pills and stuffed them into his mouth while holding a piece of high-quality Saint crystal in his hand. Inside the palace, Zhong Ao, who was in the middle of performing alchemy, noticed something outside and paused his movements. Releasing his divine sense, he soon learned what was going on outside. "This is unfair, this is unfair." Zhong Ao couldn't help muttering, when this old master was weak, no one was able to provide him with such good cultivation conditions. "This is unfair." Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Snow Pond Crystal Essence, 7-colored Spirit Gathering Flags. What's more, within this 3,000-kilometer territory, many spirit arrays had been arranged to gather world energy. With these various effects added together, the cultivation speed of the little brat outside had increased to an incredible degree. It was comparable to the speed at which a return to void stage cultivator absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth. If this momentum continued, it would only take a few months for him to break through his current realm and step into a higher one. Zhong Ao wondered if this little brat's body could withstand it. This kind of crazy gathering of world energy was not something a Saint Realm cultivator could withstand. If the world energy gathered too quickly and was unable to digest and absorb it in time, it would only cause a huge burden to the body. If something went wrong, his meridians would burst and his foundation would be damaged. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 1067. Zhong Ao's worries were not unwarranted. Even when a great force trained their young disciples, they would not allow them to grow beyond their limits. Doing so would not do them any good. But now, what Yang Kai was doing had clearly far exceeded the limits of what a cultivator of his level could bear. Even a Saint King first or second order cultivator would not be able to bear this for a long time. Whether Yang Kai died or not, it had nothing to do with Zhong Ao. Zhong Ao only cared about the bet he had made with him before, whether or not he could really refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds. Zhong Ao did not believe this at all, but he could not help but hold a little bit of hope that Yang Kai could really do as he said and convince him of his loss. Pill veins were his life's pursuit, and for this pursuit, he had given up his lofty status and wealth, choosing to refine pills here. He had spent 100 years refining pills, and more than anyone else, he wanted to find a reliable method to grasp the illusory pill veins or pill clouds in his hands. So even if it was just a little bit of hope, Zhong Ao could not help but want to see it to the end, so he did not want Yang Kai to have any accidents. His worries were all in vain. After Yang Kai arranged the 7-colored spirit gathering flag spirit array and began to cultivate, Zhong Ao did not perform alchemy for an entire month, instead silently observing him from a corner of the palace. He was shocked to discover that this little brat's body was bursting with vitality beyond his imagination. He was shocked to discover that this little brat's vitality, which was enough to cause a Saint King Realm cultivator to explode, was easily absorbed by this little brat without the slightest discomfort. He was even more shocked to discover that this little brat's strength was actually increasing day by day. Not only did he not show any expression of discomfort, but he also seemed to be in a good mood every day, making Zhong Ao almost unable to believe his eyes. As time passed, a faint yellow halo began to quietly light up around Yang Kai's body. At first, the color of this halo was not obvious, but as more and more world energy flowed into it, it became brighter and brighter. A thick world energy aura, like a thick fog, lingered around him without dissipating. Zhong Ao's several hundred acres of medicine field was covered in a thick fog, and the herbs planted in the medicine field were growing faster than usual. With such a dense concentration of heaven and earth spiritual chi, it would be strange if the herbs didn't grow quickly. For a time, this mountain valley became the location with the richest world energy on Rainfall Star. Even the mountain palace where the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce branch was located was far inferior to this place. With his own strength, he had changed the flow of world energy in such a large area, turning this place into a paradise. Zhong Ao had lived for most of his life but had never encountered such a strange phenomenon. "Who are you?" Zhong Ao was puzzled and slowly shook his head, knowing that all his worries had been fed to a dog's belly. After a month of observation, he no longer paid any attention to Yang Kai, went to the alchemy room, activated several dozen pill furnaces, and began his alchemy career. He finally understood that with Yang Kai's monstrous level, it was absolutely impossible for him to have problems because of cultivation. Zhong Ao clearly saw that Yang Kai was constantly throwing cultivation pills into his mouth, the high-rank saint crystals in his hand changing one after another. Regardless of his current strength, he would definitely become a dazzling new star in the territory of the star realm in the future. Zhong Ao concluded. Taking advantage of the opportunity to deliver herbs to Zhong Ao once every 3 months, Lin Mufeng personally handed him a few special space rings. These space rings were filled with all the herbs Yang Kai needed. In order to treat the unconscious Xueyu, Lin Mufeng and the others had spent a lot of money. These herbs had all been purchased with their own money and could not be reimbursed to Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. After purchasing all these herbs, the wealth of these people had been reduced by almost half. Zhong Ao took the space rings and closed the door of the palace, not even allowing Lin Mufeng to come in and sit for a while. Lin Mufeng didn't dare show any displeasure and simply stood outside, staring at the sea of world energy in the medicine field, his eyes shining brightly. Through the layers of world energy barriers, he discovered something extraordinary about Yang Kai. Which Saint Realm cultivator could cultivate so crazily? Looking at his posture, it was obvious that he had been cultivating for a long time, but there was nothing wrong with him. Regardless of anything else, this boy's physical strength was clearly extraordinary. After observing for a while, Lin Mufeng quietly left, not bothering Yang Kai. As the sun and moon rose, Yang Kai sat in the middle of the medicine field, the baby face tattoo on his chest greedily swallowing the world energy. The 7-colored spirit-gathering flags were also constantly playing their role, gathering a large amount of world energy towards him. The effect of the snow pond crystal essence had not weakened in the slightest, allowing Yang Kai's state of mind to remain as calm as ever. After taking one pill after another to assist in his cultivation, the few hundred high-rank saint crystals he had left were completely used up. Kai Yang had never been able to cultivate as crazily and continuously as he was now. As his second-order Saint Realm cultivation climbed steadily, the power contained in his body grew larger and larger, gradually reaching the threshold of the third-order Saint Realm. Finally, one day, a dark demonic flame suddenly emerged from his body, tumbling endlessly, as if it wanted to burn down the entire world. Outside the palace, Zhong Ao's face was cold as he silently watched Yang Kai's changes from a distance. The demonic flame grew stronger and stronger, and gradually, the demonic flame gushing out of Yang Kai's body seemed to come to life, condensing into the shape of a giant dragon. The golden dragon swimming on the surface of his body also seemed to be stimulated and began moving faster and faster. A loud dragon roar rang out as the golden dragon flew out from Yang Kai's body and merged with the demonic flame, wriggling through the clouds. From time to time, the ink-black dragon would bloom with a golden light that enveloped the world. The golden dragon opened its mouth wide and began swallowing world energy. Every time it swallowed, the mountain valley shrouded in thick fog would become a bit clearer. After a dozen or so breaths, the originally pitch-black mountain valley was restored to clarity as all the world energy that had accumulated here was absorbed and assimilated by the golden dragon. Another dragon roar rang out as the flaming golden dragon swooped down and rushed straight into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's body shook violently as an invisible shockwave suddenly spread out from him. Wherever it passed, sand and stones were sent flying, trees swayed, and trees were uprooted and blown far away. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, a faint light flashing across them as the light around his body quickly converged and disappeared. Third Order Saint. After a crazy retreat, Yang Kai had finally stepped into the Third Order Saint realm. Such a cultivation, when placed in Tongxian realm, was already one of the top existences. Whether it was Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, his 4 demon general subordinates, Meng Wuya, Chu Ling Xiao, Thunder Dragon, Old Ox, or the other monster race great seniors, all of them had reached the Third Order Saint realm. It was just that there was a slight gap between them in this realm. Today, Yang Kai truly stood at the same height as these masters. However, when looking at the entire Tongxian realm territory, such a cultivation was truly shabby. If one did not have any connections, they would not be able to rely on any great force. A cultivator with such a cultivation was extremely rare in Tongxian realm territory, and although they were not at the bottom of the hierarchy, they did not have much status. Little brat, congratulations, Zhong Ao strode forward. Zhong Ao strode over. It only took you 3 months to break through to the Third Order Saint realm. Although it was with the help of a powerful artifact, it was still beyond this old master's expectations. I thought it would take you at least 5 or 6 months to accomplish this. It seems your talent is quite good. Many thanks, old Zhong. Yang Kai did not get up and simply nodded lightly, not showing much excitement or frustration, as if everything was a matter of course. Zhong Ao was surprised, knowing that Yang Kai's state of mind had not shown any flaws due to the rapid increase in his strength, knowing that this was all due to the snow pond crystal essence and his own perseverance. Old Zhong, is there any news from Holly Ka? Yang Kai asked. Last time, Lin Mufeng delivered a few rings of herbs, but the only thing missing is the dragon turtle spirit fruit. I heard him say that Holly Ka is currently transferring it from another medicine star and should arrive in 1 or 2 months, Zhong Ao said unhurriedly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he did not have a deep relationship with Holly Ka and the others, he also knew that the other party did not dare act perfunctorily on this matter, so the arrival of the dragon turtle spirit fruit was only a matter of time. I'm going to see my master, Yang Kai said, standing up without putting away the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags. Inside the room, Shuiyu still seemed to be asleep, her expression tranquil, but perhaps because no one had come to visit her for a long time, a thick layer of dust had settled on her face. Looking at her enchanting face, Yang Kai found some clean water and cleaned her. Perhaps because of the influence of the snow pond crystal essence, Yang Kai did all this indifferently, without the slightest fluctuation in his mood, as if he was treating her like a stranger. He had already decided that after saving Shuiyu this time, he would immediately sever all ties with her. Whether or not she would seek revenge on him, Yang Kai did not want to have anything to do with her. His closeness to Shuiyu was a forced one, unlike his feelings for Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang, which were imperceptible and imperceptible. Yang Kai believed that Shuiyu was the same. With this woman's temper, once she was no longer bound by the soul chains, she would likely immediately kill him to protect her reputation and her secrets. No matter what the reason was, she would not allow Yang Kai to live in this world. The two of them were destined to become enemies after this emotional entanglement. After tidying up everything, Yang Kai went outside the palace again, sat down where he had been cultivating before, and continued to circulate his secret art. Having just broken through to the Third Order Saint realm, even with the snow pond crystal essence to stabilize his state of mind, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about any flaws in his state of mind, but he still needed to stabilize his cultivation in the shortest time possible. It would be best if he could build on his current foundation and break through to the next level. Yang Kai did not have high hopes as he knew that it would be impossible for him to break through to the Saint King realm within a few years. His only hope was that he could advance his cultivation further without wasting the duration of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid. This thing could only last for 2 to 3 years, so every day that passed was one day less useful. Chapter 1068. Half a month later, Holly Ka delivered the dragon turtle spirit fruit he had promised and handed it over to Zhong Ao. Glancing over at Yang Kai, who was still cultivating, Holly Ka quickly left. They had done everything they had promised, so whether Shui Master could wake up safely was not something they could control. They could only wait and pray that Zhong Ao really had the ability to refine pill clouds. They didn't know that it was Yang Kai who needed to perform alchemy, and Zhong Ao was too lazy to explain too much to them. Time passed quickly, and after another month, Yang Kai slowly got up, put away the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags, and walked back to Zhong Ao's palace with some reluctance. The cultivation environment he had obtained over the past few months was no worse than when he was on the floating continent. His third-order Saint Realm cultivation had been thoroughly consolidated, and he could now use the time and accumulation of strength to break through to the Saint King realm. He didn't know if he would be able to obtain such a good opportunity again in the future, so of course, he was reluctant to interrupt his cultivation, but for the sake of his own life, he had no choice but to give it up. Zhong Ao seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. As soon as Yang Kai walked into the palace, Zhong Ao tossed a few space rings over and smiled. All the herbs needed to refine the burning flame pill are here. Hali Ka and the others have done their best to prepare 2,000 sets of materials for you, all of them Saint King grade. This old master would like to see how you plan to refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds. Senior, don't forget your bet. Yang Kai glanced over at him lightly and said calmly. This old master always keeps his word, Zhong Ao snorted coldly. Little brat, are you mentally prepared to be enslaved by this old master for the rest of your life? He still didn't want to believe that Kai Yang could do what he had said. He didn't dare to believe it. Just wait and see. Yang Kai grinned wickedly, put away the space rings, and walked straight inside. Shuiyu was still the same, her breathing stable and her vitality surging. For the time being, there wasn't anything wrong with her, but since Zhong Ao said that she could only live for a year or so in her current state, that was all she could live for. Calculating the time, she only had 1 year left. Yang Kai was not in a hurry. He had bet his life on the burning flame pill, which meant that he had to succeed no matter what. Old Zhong, let me borrow your alchemy room, Yang Kai said as he walked into the room that Zhong Ao usually used for alchemy. As long as you can convince this old man wholeheartedly, I don't mind tearing this place apart. Zhong Ao followed Yang Kai closely, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed. Obviously, he had made up his mind to observe from the very beginning. If Yang Kai really had the means to refine pill clouds, he could secretly learn it. Even if he had to lose half of the profoundine sunflower water, he would still be willing to do so. On the other hand, if Yang Kai couldn't refine pill clouds, Zhong Ao would be happy to watch him make a fool of himself. At the same time, he could also take Yang Kai as a servant and order him around for the rest of his life. Zhong Ao was ready to fight a protracted battle. As soon as he entered the alchemy room, he pulled out the only chair in the room and sat down, not making a sound, simply staring at Yang Kai. Even the sound of his breathing was muffled, as if he didn't want to disturb Yang Kai because of his existence and give him an excuse to do so. Yang Kai also treated him as if he didn't exist, walking around the several dozen pill furnaces lined up beside him, occasionally reaching out and patting them, nodding constantly as a look of covetousness appeared on his face. Zhong Ao was at least an Origin grade high-rank alchemist, possibly even an Origin King grade alchemist, so how could the grade of the pill furnaces he used be bad? Each of the several dozen large and small pill furnaces was extremely high grade, the lowest of which was Saint King grade high rank while the rest were Origin grade. These pill furnaces alone were worth a huge fortune. Yang Kai's own pill furnace was the small furnace left behind by Great Demon God. In Tong Xian realm, this small furnace could be considered a high-grade furnace, but compared to the ones owned by Zhong Ao, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference was simply too great. A good pill furnace could greatly improve the stability and compatibility of an alchemist's spirit arrays, which in turn improved the success rate and quality of the pills they refined. Therefore, in addition to refining pills, an alchemist's lifelong pursuit also included pill furnaces. They would often go bankrupt in order to build a good pill furnace. Zhong Ao had so many good pill furnaces here, so how could Yang Kai not be envious? Secretly regretting not adding one to the wager at that time, Yang Kai didn't know if Zhong Ao would refuse if he asked. After looking around, Yang Kai immediately set his eyes on the highest quality pill furnace. Patting it, he nodded gently and decided to use it for the time being. "Little brat, your eyesight is quite good." Zhong Ao watched silently from the side. Seeing Yang Kai standing in front of his favorite pill furnace, he couldn't help snorting coldly in his heart. Alchemists had a special affection for their pill furnaces. Many alchemists even regarded their pill furnaces as their wives or daughters, their exclusive property. They would never allow others to touch them, and would fight to the death with anyone who dared to touch them. Zhong Ao probably didn't have such twisted thoughts because he owns so many pill furnaces, but he still felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. Yang Kai simply ignored him and sorted out the herbs in the space rings so that he wouldn't have to search for them when he needed them. Sitting cross-legged in front of the pill furnace, the look on his face suddenly became dignified and pious. Zhong Ao's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but praise in his heart. From this rapid change in temperament and demeanor, Zhong Ao could see that Yang Kai was not a novice and was a young man who had studied the alchemic Tao quite a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make such a gesture. His entire essence, qi, and spirit were focused on the pill furnace. The only thing in his eyes was the herbs and pill furnace, nothing else. Zhong Ao himself would also enter this state when performing alchemy, so he naturally understood the mysteries and rarity of it. However, this was 2,000 sets of materials. This also meant that he had to repeat the same actions 2,000 times to refine 2,000 identical pill furnaces. If anyone continued to do the same thing for a long time, their steady state of mind would be broken and they would become irritable. Once such a situation occurred, there was no need to even think about refining the pill. Even if he refined it, he wouldn't be able to do so. Zhong Ao's thoughts turned sharply as a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, secretly preparing to watch a good show. A burning hot power suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. This power was not Saint Qi, nor was it the power of his physical body, but rather a burst of energy from the boy's knowledge sea. Conflagrated knowledge sea. Zhong Ao's complexion changed dramatically as his eyes bulged and he couldn't help muttering. His body, which had been leaning back in his chair, suddenly leaned forward, stretching his neck as if he could see more clearly. The expression on his face fluctuated between excitement, horror, covetousness, and disbelief. The armrest of his chair was inadvertently crushed by Zhong Ao's hand, but he didn't even realize it. It's actually a conflagrated knowledge sea. Zhong Ao's heart was filled with shock. As an outstanding alchemist, how could he not understand the preciousness of a conflagrated knowledge sea? Even he didn't possess this kind of special spiritual energy. Conflagrated knowledge seas were extremely rare, some were born with them while others were formed later in life, but as long as one possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea, they would have the greatest advantage as an alchemist. Using one's conflagrated knowledge sea to perform alchemy, whether it was efficiency or the quality of the alchemy, both would be greatly improved. Zhong Ao had never seen an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea in his life, but there were only one or two of them. The one or two alchemists who possessed this kind of special spiritual energy sea could refine pills at a monstrous rate, making Zhong Ao admit defeat. More than 200 years ago, after witnessing the strange methods of a fellow alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea, Zhong Ao had wholeheartedly wanted to mutate his own spiritual energy. He had found a piece of flame essence and tried to refine it into his knowledge sea. At that time, Zhong Ao had narrowly escaped death. His knowledge sea had been damaged and his spiritual energy had been damaged, nearly losing his life. After several decades of recuperation, Zhong Ao had taken a lot of pills and precious treasures to gradually recover. Although Zhong Ao hadn't been able to mutate his spiritual energy, during those few decades of recuperation, he had come up with a method of alchemy to increase the rate at which pill veins were formed. But now, a young man less than 30 years old actually possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. How could Zhong Ao not be envious? Although he was envious, Zhong Ao still couldn't help feeling some lingering fear when he thought about the suffering he had suffered so many years ago, so he didn't dare to harbor the slightest greed. Looking over at Yang Kai, Zhong Ao saw Yang Kai begin to condense the medicinal liquids. His conflagrated knowledge sea was truly worthy of its name. This little brat's cultivation wasn't high, having just broken through to the third order saint realm, but under the influence of his conflagrated knowledge sea, the Saint King grade herbs were quickly condensed into drops of medicinal liquid. A series of exquisite spirit arrays took shape mid-air and were placed into the pill furnace by Yang Kai. The condensed medicinal liquids were also placed into the pill furnace in order. Although there were still some flaws in his control of heat and timing, for someone who was refining a burning flame pill for the first time, it was already quite good. No alchemist could become proficient in refining a certain kind of pill from the very beginning, that required the accumulation of time and experience. Zhong Ao was certain that this was Yang Kai's first time refining a burning flame pill, so being able to accomplish this was far beyond Zhong Ao's expectations. Another series of spirit arrays were drawn and placed into the pill furnace, replacing the previous spirit arrays. The various spirit arrays inside the pill furnace perfectly blended with each other, causing subtle and pleasant changes to the medicinal liquids. How is this possible? Zhong Ao exclaimed again. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how changing the configuration of spirit arrays during alchemy would affect the production of pills. Although he would sometimes change the spirit arrays when he was refining alchemy, every time he did so, he would always choose to change them when the margin for error was relatively large. However, Yang Kai's changes seemed unscrupulous and careless. In just a short time, he had already replaced more than a dozen spirit arrays. Zhong Ao wanted to immediately grab Yang Kai and ask him what was going on, but he was too embarrassed to ask, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Chapter 1069. Inside the alchemy room, Yang Kai's hands were constantly waving, portraying one spirit array after another as he continuously sent them into the pill furnace. While inscribing the spirit arrays, his spiritual energy fluctuated between strong and weak, allowing him to control the flames perfectly. Zhong Ao was dazzled by this scene and could no longer maintain an indifferent expression. He even desperately rushed over to Yang Kai's side and watched him inscribe the spirit arrays with wide eyes. Zhong Ao recognized all of these spirit arrays and even created several of them himself. It was clear that Yang Kai had secretly learned his alchemy skills and was now using them. However, these ordinary spirit arrays, after being injected into the pill furnace, underwent some gratifying changes, causing the medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace to tumble and condense, gradually filling the air with a pill fragrance. Zhong Ao showed a thoughtful expression and faintly felt as if a crack had appeared in front of him. He wanted to see more clearly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tear the crack wider, causing him to jump up and down anxiously. He was an alchemy grandmaster, and in terms of alchemy skills and techniques, he was far from being comparable to Yang Kai. But now, watching Yang Kai perform alchemy like this, his eyes lit up. Sometimes, an inadvertent action by others could bring unexpected gains to another, causing that person to fall into a state of epiphany. Therefore, as time passed, alchemy progressed, and as the flowing time great emperor passed, countless alchemists stepped forward one after another, creating many schools of alchemy and creating many spirit arrays for alchemy. Even someone as strong as Zhong Ao didn't dare say that he had mastered all the alchemy techniques. He could only bitterly explore his own path in order to pursue his goals. He had been practicing alchemy alone for 100 years, so his thinking had become rigid. Yang Kai's actions made his mind become lively, and he suddenly thought of many things that even Yang Kai couldn't touch. Continue refining, why did you stop? Just as he was feeling excited and felt that he had gained some insights, Zhong Ao found that Yang Kai had actually stopped and couldn't help asking strangely. Old Zhong, can you be quiet? If you do this, I can't refine pills. Yang Kai frowned at him. Zhong Ao's old face flushed red, but he couldn't refute, so he remained silent. Only now did he realize that the pill furnace in front of Yang Kai was emitting a charred smell. The medicinal liquid that had been churning within had all become useless. Obviously, the pill refining had failed, and the medicinal ingredients had been wasted. It's my first time, so it's inevitable that I'm a little unfamiliar with it. In order to cover up his embarrassment of disturbing Yang Kai's alchemy, Zhong Ao actually took the initiative to comfort him, waving his hand and saying, "All right, this old master will just sit there and promise he won't make any noise. You can continue refining." As he spoke, he walked back and sat on his chair, retracting his aura. If he didn't look, Yang Kai wouldn't even notice his existence. Zhong Ao's cultivation was far from what Yang Kai could compare with. Yang Kai shook his head. Through these days of contact, he also knew that although Zhong Ao's temperament was a bit eccentric, he was quite obsessed with the alchemic way. As long as it was related to alchemy, it could arouse his great interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent 100 years here tediously performing alchemy. As long as he could refine 1 or 2 pills with pill veins, he would be extremely excited. Such a person might seem unreasonable and indifferent, but in fact, they weren't difficult to deal with. As long as you catered to their interests, they were easier to get close to than anyone else. Yang Kai had encountered many such people before, so dealing with them was a piece of cake for him. He wasn't afraid that Zhong Ao would steal his alchemy skills, because in front of Zhong Ao, he couldn't guard against it. She might as well concoct pills openly and not care about his observation. How much he could see was his own business. What Yang Kai cared more about was the profoundine sunflower water in his hands. After cleaning up the dregs in the pill furnace, Yang Kai began to refine the burning flame pill again. The failure just now wasn't because of Zhong Ao's disturbance. Even if he had shouted loudly, he wouldn't have been able to disturb Yang Kai. When he was in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, every time Yang Kai performed alchemy, there would be several people around him observing and commenting on his methods. Occasionally, they would even ask him questions and ask him to answer them as he performed alchemy. Yang Kai had long since become accustomed to this. After all, this was the first time Yang Kai had refined a burning flame pill, so he wasn't very familiar with the control of heat and timing, so failure was understandable. On his second attempt, Yang Kai became much more familiar with the process, and although he still failed in the end, this didn't hinder Yang Kai's enthusiasm. On his third attempt, after failing at the last moment, Yang Kai's expression became more and more confident. He felt that he had figured out how to control the heat and timing of the burning flame pill. On his fourth attempt, a pill fragrance wafted out of the pill furnace and a burning flame pill was successfully refined. Putting this pill into a prepared jade bottle, Yang Kai didn't even have time to observe it before Zhong Ao snatched it away. After a single glance, Zhong Ao tossed the jade bottle back and snorted, "Not bad, being able to refine a pill after 4 tries is quite good, but you can't even refine pill veins, so how can you refine a higher grade pill cloud? What's the hurry?" "This is just the beginning," Yang Kai smiled, ignoring him and continuing to refine. The disdain on Zhong Ao's face gradually converged, replaced by a dignified one as he sighed in his heart. In the end, this was a conflagrated knowledge. The speed at which he could refine pills was simply terrifying. Even if he personally refined a burning flame pill, it would take him at least a stick of incense worth of time to refine it, but this little brat had only used an hour to refine it for the first time. This time seemed to be very long and simply couldn't be compared to him, but Zhong Ao knew better than anyone that this was the first time this little brat had successfully refined a burning flame pill. Once he mastered all the techniques and became more proficient, the time it took him to refine pills would become shorter and shorter, and in the end, he might even be on par with him. Zhong Ao's cultivation, alchemist rank, and time spent in alchemy far surpassed this little brat, but in the end, the time it took him to refine the same pill was almost the same. What kind of concept was this? Zhong Ao was both envious and jealous of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge sea and couldn't wait to take it for his own use, but when he remembered the bitterness he had suffered in the past, he could only endure it and give up. Days went by. Yang Kai would refine 10 burning flame pills every day, no more, no less. After refining 10 pills, he would immediately sit cross-legged and meditate, restoring the spiritual energy he had consumed while reflecting on himself and improving his understanding of alchemy by recalling today's alchemy process. Whenever this happened, Zhong Ao wouldn't disturb him and instead would reveal a contemplative look. During this time, he hadn't done any alchemy. Every day, he would just watch Yang Kai repeat the process of refining the same pill over and over again, as if there was no end in sight. Not only did Zhong Ao not feel bored, but he also watched with great interest. The frequent replacement of the spirit arrays made him seem to have found another path to alchemy. He had never thought of replacing more than a dozen compound spirit arrays while refining a single pill before. Yang Kai's whimsical ideas and eclectic actions made Zhong Ao feel a sense of excitement, as if the clouds had cleared and the moon had appeared before him, gradually opening up his rigid thinking. In the end, Zhong Ao was still an alchemy grandmaster, so when he meditated, his thoughts were much more profound than Yang Kai's. He faintly felt that the barrier that had bound him for many years was about to be broken. This discovery made Zhong Ao's blood boil. A month later, Yang Kai refined a total of 300 burning flame pills. Every time a pill was refined, Zhong Ao would rush over to take a look. What made him feel strange was that all 300 burning flame pills refined by Yang Kai were actually ordinary pills. Yang Kai's tone before was so big that Zhong Ao thought this little brat had some extraordinary ability. At the very least, he would occasionally refine a few burning flame pills with pill veins. But among these 300 pills, not a single one had formed pill veins. Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling a little disappointed and confused, and finally couldn't help asking, "Little brat, you can't even refine pill veins? If you just want to rely on luck to form pill clouds, this old master advises you to give up. This old master has refined hundreds of thousands of pills, if not millions, but only a few of them have formed pill clouds, and none of them have been of high grade. You want to form pill clouds with just 2,000 sets of materials. You're just dreaming." "I didn't want to rely on luck," Yang Kai smiled. "These 300 pills are just a way for me to familiarize myself with the process." "Familiarize yourself with the process?" Zhong Ao looked at him suspiciously. "At the very least, I now know how to refine burning flame pills at the fastest speed and with the best spirit arrays. The next step is the main event." Zhong Ao frowned, not knowing what Yang Kai was trying to do. Over the past month, the speed at which Yang Kai was refining burning flame pills had indeed become faster and faster. At first, it took him an hour to refine a single pill, but now he didn't even need half an hour. His speed had more than doubled, and Zhong Ao believed that as long as he continued refining, this time would continue to shorten until it reached an astonishing level. What shocked Zhong Ao the most was not the speed at which Yang Kai was performing alchemy, but the success rate. After the first 3 pills he failed to refine, Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. None of the pills he refined failed, all of them forming pills without wasting a single set of materials. Zhong Ao was completely shocked by Yang Kai's performance. Even if it was Yang Kai himself, he would inevitably encounter some unexpected situations during alchemy, leading to failure and scorching of the medicinal liquid. This was an unavoidable situation for any alchemist. But this kind of common occurrence had never happened to Yang Kai. Every set of herbs was turned into pills, and although the quality of the pills was slightly different because of the heat and timing, as time passed, the quality of the burning flame pills he refined became better and better. Almost all of the medicinal efficacies of the herbs he refined were brought out. Was this the true horror of conflagrated knowledge? Zhong Ao was in a daze. Chapter 1070. Inside the pill room, Yang Kai was sweating profusely as one pill after another was born from his hands. Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai. As the sun set, today's alchemy session came to an end. Yang Kai put away the last pill without even looking at it, placing it into a jade bottle before sitting cross-legged on the ground and swallowing a pill to restore the spiritual energy he had consumed. Zhong Ao flew over to the jade bottle, grabbed it, poured out the 10 pills he had refined today, and carefully examined them. How is this possible? How is this possible? A moment later, Zhong Ao muttered to himself in a daze, his face filled with disbelief, as if these 10 pills had given him a great shock, shaking the ideals he had persisted in for 100 years. His face suddenly turned pale as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, immediately smiling bitterly, as if he had been drained of all his strength. Zhong Ao slumped to the ground. Of the 10 pills he had refined, 3 had formed pill veins. This probability was simply beyond Zhong Ao's imagination. He was an alchemy grandmaster of his generation, and after decades of hard work, he had finally come up with a method of alchemy based on quantity. After coming to Rainfall Star, with the herbs provided by Hangluo Chamber of Commerce as the foundation, he had spent nearly 100 years painstakingly refining several dozen pills at once. Even so, only when his luck was extremely good would he be able to refine 3 pills with pill veins at the same time. Sometimes, when his luck was bad, he would refine none at all. But that brat actually displayed a kind of miraculous power. After refining one pill after another, 30% of the pills he refined actually had pill veins. This situation had not occurred in a day or two, it had been like this for nearly a month. Zhong Ao would refine 10 pills every day, no more, no less, and of these 10 pills, 2 or 3 would form pill veins every day. This had brought a great shock to Zhong Ao. It had already been 2 months since Yang Kai had started refining the burning flame pills. The first time he had refined 300 ordinary burning flame pills, Zhong Ao had ruthlessly ridiculed him, thinking that he couldn't even refine pill veins, let alone pill clouds. But from the second month onwards, this brat continuously bombarded Zhong Ao's pride with facts. On the first day of the second month, Yang Kai refined 2 burning flame pills that formed pill veins. Zhong Ao thought he was just lucky and praised him slightly, his expression filled with disdain. When he was lucky, he could also do the same. On the second day of the second month, the situation was still the same. Zhong Ao's disdain disappeared. On the third day, it was still the same. Zhong Ao could no longer sit still. Until today, he had almost gone mad. His hundreds of years of persistence and ideals were bombarded into pieces by the pills that Yang Kai refined every day. His pride was completely gone. If pill veins were so easy to form, what had he been doing for the past 100 years? He had painstakingly cultivated a unique alchemy technique, but in front of these burning flame pills with pill veins, it was so childish and ridiculous. Holding the still warm jade bottle, Zhong Ao's hands trembled. Regardless of Yang Kai's recovery, he strode over to him and anxiously asked, "Little brat, tell this old master, what is it that this old master doesn't know? Why can you refine so many pill veins?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and saw Zhong Ao's pair of red eyes. They were bloodshot, obviously because he hadn't rested well. Zhong Ao had been racking his brains for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what Yang Kai had done to cause pill veins to form, causing his eyes to turn red. Perhaps it was also because of jealousy. "There's nothing special, it's just luck." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Zhong Ao gave him a look of disdain. "This old master is not a fool. This has nothing to do with luck. Do you think I can't see it? Little brat, don't be so stingy, quickly speak frankly and this old master will give you some benefits." He couldn't wait to invade Yang Kai's knowledge sea and pry into his consciousness. Yang Kai shook his head. "Old Zhong, you also know that every school regards their alchemy techniques as treasures and cannot easily be divulged. Smelly brat, didn't you pry into this old master's spirit array in his medicine field before?" Then you flipped through many ancient books in this old master's study? When did this old master ever say a word about it? Zhong Ao couldn't help glaring at Zhong Ao. Elder Zhong's words are wrong. It is a Zhong's duty to guide the younger generation. Moreover, what I have seen is just a side branch of the Zhong family. But, my method of refining pill veins is different. This is the core secret of my family. How can it be compared to those spirit arrays? This old master doesn't care. If you don't tell me today, this old master will crack open your skull and refine your soul. Shameless, actually acting shamelessly. Yang Kai despised Zhong Ao in his heart. But he also knew that Zhong Ao was just spouting nonsense. With Zhong Ao's identity and strength, if he really wanted to force Yang Kai to tell him this, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble, he could just do it directly. Zhong Ao acting shamelessly now was obviously because he had no other choice. He was extremely envious of Yang Kai's method of refining pill veins, to the point that he didn't care about his identity. If worst comes to worst, this old master will worship you as his master. Zhong Ao snorted, his expression firm, not feeling there was anything wrong with it. Yang Kai stared at Zhong Ao in amazement, not having expected Zhong Ao to even say such shameless words, greatly admiring him in his heart. However, Zhong Ao still shook his head. Old Zhong, it's not that this junior doesn't want to make things easier, it's just that this method cannot be learned by others. Back in Nine Heavens Holy Land, Zhong Ao had taught the alchemy grandmasters of Tongxian realm how to refine pill veins using this method, and although they had some gains, they were far from reaching Yang Kai's level. It wasn't until Xia Ning Chang arrived that he was able to compete with Yang Kai. In the end, it was all because of his conflagrated knowledge. See. Whether or not this old master learns it, this old master will work hard, there's no need for you to worry. Zhong Ao's face gradually became fierce. In order to figure out the mysteries of this pill veins, his face was worth nothing. Yang Kai was helpless, he had already expected such a situation to occur, hesitating for a moment before asking, Old Zhong, how about we exchange? Exchange what? What else does this old master have that you want? Your method of large-scale alchemy, I want it, Yang Kai said bluntly. Yang Kai had never seen anyone who could refine dozens of pills at the same time. Zhong Ao's alchemy skills were quite skilled and he even had the ability to establish his own sect. Zhong Ao could open dozens of pill furnaces at the same time just by using his Saint Qi in alchemy. Yang Kai had both Saint Qi and spiritual energy, both of which could be used in alchemy. Once he learned Zhong Ao's method, it wouldn't be difficult for him to carry it forward. Take a look for yourself. The ring on Zhong Ao's hand flashed and he tossed a simple book to Yang Kai without hesitation. Yang Kai caught this book and flipped through a few pages, quickly discovering that this was indeed Zhong Ao's own alchemy method. There was a very detailed introduction to it, presumably written by Zhong Ao in order to pass it on to his successor. Now it had been given to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, put the book into his space ring, and sniffed, these pill furnaces, I'll give you 10. Zhong Ao waved his hand. Although he was forthright, his face still twitched slightly. It could be seen that he was extremely distressed. Back then, in order to collect these dozens of pill furnaces, he had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to collect the materials needed to make them. He had almost died several times, and after collecting the materials, he had personally found a familiar artificer and asked them to make it for him. It could be said that each pill furnace was the crystallization of his blood and sweat, a testament to his many years of hard work. Now that he was going to give away 10 of them, Zhong Ao's heart ached so much that it almost bled. Half. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Zhong Ao stared at him with bloodshot eyes, his expression fierce, as if he couldn't wait to swallow him whole, but after hesitating for a long time, he nodded, half it is. In any case, if this little brat couldn't refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, he would be enslaved for the rest of his life. At that time, wouldn't his things still belong to him? Zhong Ao had never been optimistic about Yang Kai being able to refine pill clouds, even if he had been greatly stimulated this past month. Unless Yang Kai's luck really defied the heavens and pill clouds suddenly appeared, Zhong Ao would have nothing to say. However, the chances of that happening were simply too small. Yang Kai grinned, not having expected things to go so smoothly. He had thought that Zhong Ao had lived alone for too long and had the arrogance of an alchemist, so he wasn't proficient in negotiation. How could he have known that the other party had other plans in mind? Old Zhong, have you never thought about refining a spirit array into a pill the moment it takes shape? Pill veins, to put it bluntly, are nothing more than a condensed spirit array, otherwise, how could it maintain the medicinal efficacies of a pill for so long? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Refining a spirit array into a pill? Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he muttered to himself. At this moment, the shackles and barriers that had bound him for so many years seemed to have been torn apart by a sharp weapon, allowing him to see a wider world. In this world, he could soar freely, unfettered and unfettered. Alchemists needed to use spirit arrays when performing alchemy, and artifact refiners also needed to use spirit arrays when performing artifact refining. Many of the basic spirit arrays were the same, but since ancient times, spirit arrays had been considered by both alchemists and artifact refiners to be auxiliary to the refining process. During the refining process, various materials were perfectly integrated through the power of the spirit array, allowing it to display its peak effect. No one had ever told Zhong Ao that it was possible to refine spirit arrays into a pill. Old Zhong, there may be naturally formed pill veins, but the ones I refine are deliberately formed pill veins. Moreover, I also need to use my conflagrated knowledge C. Only by using my conflagrated knowledge C can I quickly carve out a perfect composite spirit array and perfectly display its power while refining a pill the moment it takes shape. I don't know how much of a difference you can make if you use your Saint Chi, but if you use this method, the chances of forming pill veins should be higher than your original method. Chapter 1071. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he knew he had spoken in vain. Zhong Ao had already fallen into a trance, the look on his face constantly fluctuating, his eyes sometimes dim, sometimes overflowing with light. He was obviously experiencing an epiphany. Yang Kai shook his head and did not disturb him, instead focusing on recovering. 10 burning flame pills a day, 300 pills a month, of which 20 to 30% had formed pill veins. Such a result was enough for him to show disdain for the entire star territory. However, Yang Kai was not happy at all. Because even if he could refine more pill veins, he could not solve the crisis he was facing in Xueyu. All he needed was a single burning flame pill that formed pill clouds. Every time he refined, Yang Kai went all out, not daring to be careless in the slightest. He used all his knowledge to the peak and devoted himself to alchemy. The probability of forming pill veins had greatly increased, and as he became more proficient in refining burning flame pills, this probability jumped from 20 to 30% to 40 to 50%. This also meant that almost half of the burning flame pills Yang Kai refined had pill veins, making them extremely valuable. If these things were given to a fire attribute cultivator, they could rapidly improve their strength, but now Yang Kai had tossed them aside, not caring about them at all. Every day after he finished refining, Yang Kai felt exhausted. Logically speaking, a mere 10 burning flame pills shouldn't have been able to make him so tired, but the enormous psychological pressure was pressing down on him like a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. As time passed, this pressure also became greater and greater. He deeply realized how difficult it was to form pill clouds. No wonder those alchemists who occasionally refined pill clouds would cry bitterly and sigh about their great luck. Now, he could not wait for his luck to fall upon him and solve this urgent problem. In contrast to Yang Kai's irritable mood and frown, Zhong Ao's face could be said to be radiant and in high spirits. Since Yang Kai's words had caused him to fall into an epiphany, he found that his alchemy skills had unknowingly improved by a large margin. In the past, when refining dozens of pills at the same time, he had to go all out to avoid any mistakes, but now, he could easily control the flames of dozens of pill furnaces. Moreover, through the method Yang Kai had taught him, he had also successfully refined pill veins. Although his success rate was not as terrifying as Yang Kai's, it was still a precious 1/10. 1/10, 1 out of every 10 pills he refined, one would form pill veins. This was something Zhong Ao's dream of before, but now it was a common occurrence. Zhong Ao had his own pride and perseverance, but in this matter, he was grateful to Yang Kai. If he had not helped him break through that barrier, Zhong Ao estimated that he would have walked further and further down the path of alchemy and eventually gone astray. Thinking so, Zhong Ao's impression of Yang Kai became more and more pleasing to the eye. He no longer cared about the fact that he had stolen half of his pill furnaces. Instead of disturbing Yang Kai, Zhong Ao spent all day familiarizing himself with the alchemy techniques Yang Kai had taught him, studying various spirit arrays, choosing the most suitable spirit array to form pill veins, and refining them the moment the pill took shape. His harvest was huge, and even his arrogant temper had become much more restrained. All day long, he was smiling, looking at everything in a festive mood. When Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's cultivator, who was responsible for transporting the herbs and collecting the pills he refined, came over, he could hardly believe his eyes. In the past, every time he came here, he would tremble with fear, as if he was walking on thin ice. He would quickly hand over the herbs to Zhong Ao, then take away the pills he refined and leave the mountain valley as if his butt was on fire, fearing Zhong Ao would find trouble with him. Zhong Ao's face was always gloomy, as if he owed him millions of saint crystals. But recently, when he came over, Zhong Ao actually had a smile on his face and even said a few words to him, patting him on the shoulder and praising him for his hard work over the years. Finally, Zhong Ao even invited him into the palace for a cup of tea. The cultivator was so scared that his face turned ashen, repeatedly saying that he didn't dare, and hurriedly fled. After reporting what happened to Zhong Ao to Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others, none of them knew what was wrong with Zhong Ao and could only vaguely guess that it had something to do with Yang Kai. All of them were very concerned about the progress of this matter, because if Snow Master was unable to wake up, one of them would be punished, most likely implicating the entire branch. In a fit of anger, the third young master might arrange for them to be sent to an or star to mine. However, none of them had the courage to inquire about this matter, so every day felt like a year and they could only wait for Yang Kai to take the initiative to send them news. On this day, Yang Kai finished another round of alchemy, the expression on his face gloomy, as if he had been shrouded in dark clouds, sitting cross-legged, motionless. Zhong Ao walked over, looked at the mountain of burning flame pills he had thrown aside, and asked, "How many batches of materials have you consumed?" 6 months, more than 1,800. Yang Kai replied casually. More than 1,800. Zhong Ao took a deep breath. 700 to 800 burning flame pills have formed pill veins. Little brat, being able to accomplish this much is enough for you to be proud. What else are you not satisfied with? I only want one pill that forms pill clouds. Yang Kai looked up at him. Even if all those pills form pill veins, they're worthless to me. Is that little girl that important to you? My life is connected to hers. Do you still think she's important? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Connected to your life? Zhong Ao's expression changed slightly as he pondered for a moment before muttering, "Soul chains?" So old Zhong knows. Of course this old master knows, only the soul chains can connect two people's lives. It's a soul skill cultivated by one of the foreign elders of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. No wonder when I examined her last time, I felt an invisible connection between the two of you. Who is this little girl to Ao? How did you end up like this? Zhong Ao was old and experienced, so from all kinds of clues, he was able to infer that the relationship between Shuiyu and Ao was not shallow. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as the soul chains. Yang Kai shook his head, not wanting to talk about it, and not wanting to talk about it, he simply said, "Old Zong, I now understand what you often say." Zong Ao laughed, "Pills are difficult to refine." When others hear this, they only think this old master is showing off his alchemy skills, but how many people can understand the bitterness involved? Fortunately, little brat, you finally understand. He was finally not alone and had brought Yang Kai into his bosom friend. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Zong Ao paused for a moment before continuing, "You only have less than 200 sets of herbs left to refine the burning flame pill, which will be consumed in less than a month, and that little girl won't live for more than half a year. What are you going to do?" "And, there's still time to ask Hali Ka to collect more herbs, but even if you do, you won't have many chances to try again." Yang Kai sat in place and thought for a long time before saying, "I'm going out for a walk." Saying so, he stood up and walked out. Zong Ao looked at his back and nodded lightly. Sometimes, when a person was unable to achieve something after a long period of hard work, using other things to divert their attention and relieve their mood and nerves was undoubtedly the best way to do it. Although there was a chance of success in going down a dead end, it would often cause a person to develop a mental barrier, and the possibility of going crazy would be greater. Zong Ao's own experience was the best example. His 100 years of painstaking effort in alchemy was not as good as Yang Kai's words. It was just that no one could enlighten Yang Kai now, so he really needed to go out for a walk. Perhaps he would find some inspiration that would help him find the right path. Arriving at Shui Yu's room, Yang Kai stayed for a while to check on her situation. Since he began refining the burning flame pill, Yang Kai had not come to see her. After half a year, Shui Yu's condition showed signs of worsening, and the vitality Zong Ao had been maintaining was constantly being consumed, causing her snow-white skin to show faint traces of frost. Yang Kai knew that this was because the suppressed profoundine sunflower water was once again playing a role. If he couldn't refine a burning flame pill with pill clouds, Shui Yu would really die. It was impossible for Hali Ka to collect more herbs. If he couldn't find a way, even if he collected more herbs, it would be useless. Leaving Zong Ao's palace without saying a word, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to where he was going and simply summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Crossing the famous mountains and rivers, crossing the jungles and swamps, Yang Kai stood from the perspective of an outsider, coldly observing rainfall stars' culture and ecology, the richness of the earth, the endless number of cultivators, and even the prosperity and suffering of ordinary people. Yang Kai watched with great interest. Gradually, his anxious mood calmed down and the big stone that had been hanging in his heart for a year slowly disappeared. Yang Kai became relaxed and no longer worried about the crisis facing Shui Yu and himself. Staying in one small town after another, Yang Kai left behind his own life aura and footprints. Watching the conflicts between the big and small families over various interests, blood splashing everywhere and corpses littering the ground. Seeing how the sects were recruiting disciples, many warriors with low cultivation bases would participate in the recruitment process in high spirits, but they would be mercilessly eliminated. Seeing a group of people fighting over an artifact, the brotherhood of the past was worthless, stabbing each other in the back and ruthlessly turning against each other. Seeing those whose strength reached the heavens and who could summon clouds and rain with a wave of their hand, receiving the respect and admiration of others. Seeing a woman bathing in the mountains, unable to hold back, stealing a few more glances before being hunted down by dozens of young women from unknown sects. Yang Kai fled in panic, like a stray dog, drinking wine, drinking until he was drunk. Yang Kai had never experienced such an unrestrained and carefree life. He no longer worried about finding Su Yan's whereabouts, he no longer considered whether he would be implicated after Shui Yu's death, nor did he miss his friends and family on Tongxian realm. The whole world revolved around him, making him feel an indescribable sense of carefreeness. Living a solitary life made him feel unrestrained and unrestrained. He felt that he was omnipotent. Somewhere in the mountains, a Saint Realm cultivator was fighting with an 8th Order monster beast, a Blue Eyes fire dragon. The cultivator's goal was an origin-grade blue blood flower that the Blue Eyes fire dragon was guarding. Just as the battle began, Yang Kai happened to pass by. He didn't interfere and simply watched from a distance. Chapter 1072. The Saint Realm, on this rich rainfall star, was not a particularly strong realm, but there were plenty of such cultivators in the crowd. Yang Kai stood on a high slope, holding a wine bag in his hand, drinking and watching. He didn't intend to take action, instead deciding to just watch the show. The cultivator was obviously not the opponent of the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast. Covered in blood, his appearance was a mess, and after several close calls, his defensive artifacts had been shattered and his abdomen had been pierced by the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast's sharp horn, causing him to bleed profusely. Yang Kai felt that this cultivator was destined to die, but just as he was about to leave, the battle suddenly took a turn for the worse. The 8th Order monster beast, which had originally occupied the absolute upper hand, was forced to retreat again and again as it roared angrily. When the cultivator's defensive artifacts were all destroyed, he actually erupted with unimaginable strength, abandoning all his defenses and charging towards the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast with a fearless attitude. Half an hour later, the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast's internal organs and blood spilled all over the ground as it fell dead. The Saint Realm cultivator was also gasping for breath, stuffing a large number of restorative pills into his mouth, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to suppress his injuries, causing blood to gush out of his body as his vitality rapidly drained away. The gap in strength was simply too great. Although the cultivator had finally killed the Blue Eyes flame dragon beast, he had only been able to take it down with him, which was the limit of what he could do. Yang Kai walked over with the wine bag in his hand and stood in front of him, looking down at him. The cultivator's dim and panic-stricken eyes seemed to glow as he struggled to reach out his hand towards Yang Kai, as if he was trying to grab hold of his life, but all he could do was grab at thin air. His face was filled with a desire to live. Yang Kai took a sip of his wine, squatted down, and without saying a word, squeezed out a drop of golden blood from between his fingers and dripped it into the cultivator's open mouth. Demon God Golden Blood had an extremely powerful restorative ability. Yang Kai had relied on it to escape death several times. However, he always felt that his Demon God Golden Blood was on a completely different level from the one great demon god once possessed. A single drop of great demon god Golden Blood contained infinite power and all kinds of mysteries. Yang Kai had been able to spy on a divine technique he had cultivated from it, and even Demon General Xue Li had obtained great benefits from it. Although there was a huge difference in quality, it more or less had some healing properties. Instantly, the cultivator's face was covered in a faint golden light, his expression one of shock and amazement as he felt his condition and the aura of death as he felt the aura of death, he regaining confidence he would survive. He looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not knowing why this passing stranger would save his life. But Yang Kai's saint's eyes. Realm Yang Kai's of life and death, you realm cultivators to thank, you, I to thank, I, to this point, to help you to help to help you life and you to help you. Saying so, Yang Kai threw the empty wine bag on the ground and strode away, his laughter echoing behind him. After a long time, the cultivator struggled to sit up straight and stared in the direction Yang Kai had left, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't know what Yang Kai was thanking him for, only thinking that this young man had some kind of mental problem. However, the other party had indeed saved his life, this was indisputable. Gratefully grabbing the wine bag Yang Kai had thrown down before he left, the cultivator took a big gulp to celebrate his narrow escape from death. As the wine entered his stomach, he couldn't help grimacing in pain, sweating profusely and not daring to act recklessly, quickly circulating his secret art and meditating to heal himself. Inside the mountain valley, Zhong Ao was doing his best to refine pills. Now, He didn't need to rely on his own alchemy method, but just like Yang Kai, he had chosen the best pill furnace and was using the method Yang Kai had taught him to perform alchemy. Every time a pill with pill veins appeared, Zhong Ao's old face would smile like a chrysanthemum, the wrinkles on his face piling up together, making him look terrifying, but he couldn't stop smiling. In any case, no one would come to this damned place, and Yang Kai had already left. The only outsider was still unconscious, so no one had seen his terrifying appearance, so he didn't need to worry about anything. At a critical juncture though, Zhong Ao's expression suddenly changed and he muttered, "He's back." He felt a life aura rapidly approaching him, one that was unscrupulous and moving at an extremely fast speed. On Rainfall Star, besides Yang Kai, no one else had the courage to do so, not even Lin Mufeng or Holly Ka. Hurriedly finishing what he was doing, Zhong Ao didn't care whether or not the pill had been successfully refined and simply waited. A moment later, Yang Kai walked in. Squinting his eyes, Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling surprised, swallowing the words he was about to say back into his stomach. He had originally wanted to comfort Yang Kai and make him accept life and death, but how could he have known that Yang Kai was actually smiling at this moment and exuding an indescribable feeling? Zhong Ao stared at him for a long time before determining that this feeling was self-confidence. Slowly shaking his head, Zhong Ao put on a smile and asked, "Have you found a way to solve it?" "No." Yang Kai replied happily. "If you haven't found it, then why are you so happy?" Zhong Ao became even more confused. "Can't I be happy because I haven't found it?" Yang Kai asked back, "Although I haven't found it, I think I should be able to succeed." "What do you mean?" Zhong Ao was confused by Yang Kai's words. If he hadn't found a solution, how could he succeed? Grabbing Yang Kai's arm, Zhong Ao shouted, "Explain yourself clearly." "I can't explain it clearly, just watch and see if I can refine pill clouds." Yang Kai broke free from Zhong Ao's iron grip and straightened his clothes. Zhong Ao didn't say anything more, converging his aura and standing aside, paying attention to Yang Kai's movements. In fact, he had always wanted to ask Yang Kai, since his life was connected to that little girl because of the soul chains, why not go to Water Moon Star and ask the foreign elder of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce to unlock the soul chains? At that time, even if someone died, it would only be that little girl. There was plenty of time, so even if he left now, there should still be enough time. However, Zhong Ao felt that since Yang Kai hadn't done so, there must be some inconvenient reasons for him to go to Water Moon Star. Zhong Ao was too lazy to inquire too much, nor did he want to. While contemplating, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of his usual pill furnace. Then, Zhong Ao saw him take out a variety of herbs from his space ring, and upon closer inspection, Zhong Ao found that these herbs were the ones Holly Ka had sent him to refine the burning flame pill. The remaining nearly 200 sets were all piled up together, forming a small hill. After all the herbs had been taken out, Zhong Ao saw Yang Kai take a set of each of the herbs from the small hill. Black demonic flame shot out from Yang Kai's hand like a fireball, engulfing the hill of herbs and instantly reducing all the Saint King grade materials to ashes. Zhong Ao's eyes bulged as a look of shock appeared on his face. He had never expected that Yang Kai would do such a crazy thing as soon as he came back. Burning the boats? This little brat had burned the remaining nearly 200 sets of materials, leaving only a single set. Whether he succeeded or failed, he only had one chance, yet he wanted to burn the boats. Did he want to use huge pressure to suppress his own potential? Zhong Ao slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment appearing on his face. In the martial Tao, in cultivation, and even in battle, using this kind of method to improve one's strength was understandable and had a high chance of success, achieving goals that were normally impossible to achieve. But using this kind of method in alchemy was a big mistake. Burning the boats would create a pressure thousands of times more terrifying than usual. Alchemy, which required a steady state of mind, was not suitable for this kind of method and would only make the situation worse. If Yang Kai really wanted to burn the boats, then Zhong Ao could conclude that he might not even be able to refine pill veins. Feeling disappointed, Zhong Ao's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. He was surprised to find that Yang Kai was sitting there in a relaxed manner, without the slightest trace of pressure. This kind of self-confidence not only did not disappear because of the loss of nearly 200 sets of herbs, but instead became even stronger. Zhong Ao saw a kind of conviction in Yang Kai, a conviction that he could succeed, a sublimation of self-confidence. Zhong Ao was slightly absent-minded. Was he so sure that he could use this last set of materials to achieve his goal? Where did his confidence come from? Zhong Ao sat up straight and paid close attention to Yang Kai. Just like when he had refined the burning flame pill before, every step was meticulous, without a single mistake. Engraving the spirit array, condensing the medicinal liquid, controlling the temperature and timing of the herbs, changing the spirit array, Yang Kai seemed to be just repeating what he had done over the past 6 months, but faintly, Zhong Ao felt that his alchemy this time was very different from before. The same movements, the same process, but it gave off a different feeling, refreshing and refreshing. Infected by this skilled and confident atmosphere, Zhong Ao couldn't help believing that Yang Kai could do such an incredible thing. His eyes widened even more as he waited for the moment when the pill clouds formed. As time passed slowly, Zhong Ao's mood became more and more tense, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. Even as strong as he was, he couldn't help feeling like every day was like a year, and he couldn't wait to see the results sooner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, maintained a kind of indifferent attitude. In his whole world, except for the medicinal liquid churning inside the pill furnace, there was nothing else, even temporarily forgetting where he was. The Saint Realm cultivator who had fought the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon beast to the death had won the final victory not because of his strength, but because of his indomitable momentum. He was sure he could win because he knew that if he didn't win, he would die. So he won, even though he had almost died together with the Blue Eyes Flame Dragon. From that battle, Kai Yang had been inspired, which was why he had saved his life. During the first 6 months of alchemy, Yang Kai's repeated failures had increased the pressure on him, making him wonder what would happen if he failed every time he performed alchemy. With all kinds of distracting thoughts lingering in his mind, it would be strange if he could refine pill clouds. But now, Yang Kai's mind was clear. He burned the nearly 200 sets of herbs not to put himself in a desperate situation, but to strengthen his conviction. He wanted to see if his conviction would be shaken after these 200 sets of herbs were burned. Yang Kai didn't waver, so he became more and more confident. Chapter 1073. Inside the alchemy room, only the subtle movements of the medicinal liquid inside the pill furnace could be heard. Zhong Ao hid his figure in the darkness, lest he disturb Yang Kai, even temporarily suppressing his breathing and stopping his heartbeat, making him look like a dead man. He stared intently at the pill furnace and the figure busily working in front of it. The pill was only halfway through the refinement process, but the medicinal liquid was still mixing under the effects of Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy in various spirit arrays, causing fundamental changes. Inexplicably, Zhong Ao suddenly had a feeling. That was, the pill Yang Kai refined this time would at least give birth to pill veins. This kind of feeling was something Zhong Ao had never experienced before. Zhong Ao had been observing Yang Kai's alchemy for more than half a year, and although the chances of Yang Kai's pills forming pill veins were quite high, there were also times when he failed, and in the end, Zhong Ao would only obtain an ordinary burning flame pill. There had never been such a situation before. Yang Kai was still in the middle of refining, yet Zhong Ao was 100% sure that he would be able to refine pill veins. What kind of logic was this? Zhong Ao was secretly horrified and became more and more cautious, not wanting to miss a single detail. But no matter how he looked, Yang Kai's movements were the same as before, not increasing or decreasing. Even the spirit arrays he was portraying were the same ones he had seen thousands of times before. Even if he closed his eyes, he could tell what Yang Kai would do next and what spirit array he would portray. The only difference was the imposing manner, the aura of extreme self-confidence. It was this imposing manner that affected his judgment, allowing him to be certain that the pill would give birth to pill veins before it even came out of the furnace. Could pill clouds form or not? There was only one chance for success or failure, so Zhong Ao couldn't wait to know the final answer. He couldn't help admiring Yang Kai, because if he were in his position, he would definitely be upset and under pressure. Once this kind of feeling appeared, he would not be able to wholeheartedly focus on alchemy and failure would be inevitable. But Yang Kai didn't. He remained indifferent, his expression neither happy nor sad, as if he was refining an insignificant pill. His movements were steady and meticulous, as if he had done everything he could to the limit. As time passed, Zhong Ao's heart burned with anxiety. A faint pill fragrance gradually drifted out from the alchemy room. This was a sign that the pills were about to be refined. Yang Kai's expression seemed to have become a little more dignified. Every time a pill was about to come out of the furnace, he would treat it 1,000 times more carefully. His conflagrated spiritual energy fluctuated between strong and weak. Strands of divine sense continued to carve the spirit array inside the pill furnace. All the subtleties of the spirit array were brought to the extreme by him. His eyes and heart had always been as clear as a mirror, without any distracting thoughts. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the pill furnace in front of him and the pill that was about to take form. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the pill that had formed pill clouds. That was the first and only pill he had obtained that had formed pill clouds. He had found it with the Holy Land's Holy Maiden and Ling, or in the ruins at the bottom of the sea. Although he had swallowed it in the end, and the huge medicinal effects had turned the 5-colored soul-warming lotus into a 6-colored one, before he had taken it, he had been observing the pill clouds in an attempt to gain some inspiration. At this moment, all kinds of memories came flooding back to him, and he vaguely grasped a key point. Things that he had previously been unable to understand suddenly became clear at this moment, causing his eyes to widen as they bloomed with a different kind of light. After the last set of composite spirit arrays were carved and the brand was placed inside the pill furnace, Yang Kai's conflagrated spiritual energy burst out and began refining this composite spirit array into the pill that had not yet been fully formed. Yang Kai's Saint Qi and spiritual energy flowed out of his body at the same time. Like a landslide, like a tsunami, like a river bursting its banks, Yang Kai's knowledge sea dried up in an instant and the water level dropped to its lowest point. A huge amount of his Saint Qi also flowed out in an instant. Yang Kai's vision went dark and he almost fainted. He felt as if his life force was being sucked out of him, as if he would die in the next moment. A strong pill fragrance filled the air from the pill furnace, one that was much richer than the 1,800 burning flame pills Yang Kai had refined before. A crisp sound came from the pill furnace, one that was extremely pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai grinned and froze in place. Zhong Ao's heart almost jumped out of his chest. How could he not see Yang Kai's abnormality the moment the pill was about to take shape? This kind of abnormality almost drove him crazy. He thought Yang Kai had succeeded. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai still didn't move. After calling out a few words softly but not getting any response, Zhong Ao cautiously stepped forward and quietly released his divine sense to investigate. After a quick glance, Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling stunned. Yang Kai's face was frighteningly pale, as if he had just fought a powerful enemy. His aura was unstable and his vitality was extremely weak. Yang Kai had closed his eyes and passed out, but he wouldn't die. He would only need a few days to recover. Not paying any attention to Yang Kai, Zhong Ao's hand trembled as he patted the pill furnace in front of him. A pill flew out and was caught by the jade bottle in Zhong Ao's hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Ao stared intently at the jade bottle. At first glance, Zhong Ao couldn't help showing a disappointed look. The burning flame pill in the jade bottle had a smooth surface, but where was the trace of a pill cloud? There weren't even any pill veins. Did he fail? Zhong Ao's expression was complicated. Just now, when Yang Kai had performed alchemy, he had almost believed that he would succeed, but he hadn't expected the final result to be so miserable. When he woke up and found that the last burning flame pill he had worked so hard to refine was just an ordinary pill, Zhong Ao couldn't help but wonder if he would faint again. Zhong Ao let out a heavy sigh. He had lived for many years and knew that sometimes there was a huge gap between dreams and reality. How many times had he struggled between dreams and reality, only to be wounded by the thorns in the gap? Yang Kai was still just a young man, so it wasn't surprising that he had such an experience, but since he had failed to refine a pill cloud and refused to go to Water Moon Star to ask for help, it seemed that he really was on the verge of death. Zhong Ao couldn't help but sigh. After spending some time together, Zhong Ao clearly recognized Yang Kai's talent in alchemy. He really couldn't bear to see Yang Kai die so young. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to comfort Yang Kai as an elder after he woke up. At this time, what he needed most was comfort and encouragement. While thinking about this, Zhong Ao's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that the surrounding world energy aura had become a little strange. Releasing his divine sense, Zhong Ao cried out in horror. For some reason, the huge amount of world energy between the heavens and earth was madly gathering towards him, creating a scene even more terrifying than when Yang Kai had been cultivating before. High up in the sky, the rich world energy had almost condensed into a tangible existence, like a giant dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. A huge suction force suddenly emerged from the jade bottle in Zhong Ao's hand, and the newly refined burning flame pill seemed to have a life of its own as it began to pulsate inside the jade bottle, making a tinkling sound. The giant dragon soaring in the sky swooped down like a deity and bombarded the palace Zhong Ao had lived in for 100 years. With a loud bang, half of the palace collapsed and several dozen rooms were reduced to rubble. All kinds of wood flew towards Zhong Ao but was repelled by the Saint Qi he was using to protect himself. The world energy visible to the naked eye poured into the jade bottle, but the jade bottle was unable to withstand such pressure and directly shattered. Zhong Ao's eyes widened as he clearly saw the massive dragon of world energy being swallowed up by a small burning flame pill. This newly refined burning flame pill seemed to have become a bottomless abyss, swallowing up as much world energy as it came, without any bottom line at all. A strong wind blew past Zhong Ao's ears, blurring his vision as sand and stones flew everywhere. The thousands of mu of medicine field was destroyed beyond recognition. Zhong Ao saw many of his precious herbs being blown away by the wind before being crushed. His face twitched as his heart bled. These medicinal herbs were personally cultivated by him. Every single one of them was infused with his blood and sweat. Now that a spiritual energy storm had swept over, the thousands of mu of medicinal fields were all affected. Many medicinal herbs were uprooted, and the remaining ones were also messed up in the fierce wind. Bastard! Zhong Ao's old face twisted as he couldn't help howling, baring his fangs and claws in the wind but unable to stop this disaster. Half an hour later, everything was calm. Amidst the ruins, Yang Kai was still sitting cross-legged, the dozens of pill furnaces in front of him motionless, still maintaining their original positions. However, Zhong Ao's palace had collapsed, and even the unconscious Xueyu was buried deep underground. Zhong Ao was too lazy to care about the little girl. He held a new jade bottle in his hand, and inside the jade bottle was a pill. He stared at his thousands of acres of medicinal field in a daze, the muscles on his face twitching uncontrollably. The thousands of mu of medicine field had all been affected, and almost none of them remained intact. More than 90% of the herbs that used to flourish had been lost, and the remaining 10% were dim and on the verge of dying. The leaves and fruits of more than a dozen sky-sun fruit plants had disappeared, leaving only bare trunks. These sky-sun fruits would be of great use in another 10 years. Half an mu of sparrow lotus flowers had long since disappeared, and even that half an mu of land had been plowed several times, leaving the ground half a foot lower than usual. Where did this old master's 1,000-plate flowers go? Zhong Ao rolled his eyes weakly, but where were the 1,000-plate flowers that he regarded as precious to him? Where the 1,000-plate flowers once grew, only half of their roots remained. Zhong Ao's eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. Without even mentioning the loss of his thousands of mu of medicine field, Zhong Ao was shocked to find that the spirit array he had worked so hard to arrange in this mountain valley for so many years had been completely destroyed and could no longer play its proper role. Within 1,000 kilometers, the world had become dim and there wasn't even a trace of world energy remaining. The sound of fluttering robes quickly approached from afar as Ha Li Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the middle-aged woman led many masters from Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce over. When the heavenly might appeared here, they had already noticed it, but they didn't know what had happened, so they quickly came to investigate. When they arrived and looked around, everyone was dumbstruck. For a moment, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. Chapter 1074. It was unknown what kind of disaster had befallen this mountain valley, but Zhong Ao's palace had been destroyed, his thousands of acres of medicine field no longer existed, and the spirit array around the mountain valley had also been destroyed. Zhong Ao himself seemed to have lost his soul, sitting on the ground without a care for his image, his body covered in dust and his eyes spitting fire. Only Yang Kai sat cross-legged among several dozen pill furnaces and broken walls, motionless. What happened? Ha Li Ka and the others were dumbfounded. This was a restricted area on Rainfall Star, and no one dared to come here on normal days. None of them could understand why this place seemed to have been plundered. The several of them exchanged a glance before daring to fly down and stand beside Zhong Ao. Ha Li Ka cautiously called out and asked, "Old Zhong, what happened here?" Lin Mu Feng even shouted angrily, "Did some blind fool come here to make trouble? Old Zhong only needs to tell us, we will definitely help you vent your anger." The middle-aged woman nodded fiercely, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhong Ao raised his head and stared at them blankly for a moment before suddenly jumping up and pointing in the direction of Yang Kai viciously. "It was that little bastard who destroyed my medicine field and destroyed my palace. This old master doesn't even have a place to live now, and all the herbs I have painstakingly cultivated for 100 years are gone. If you really want to help this old master vent his anger, kill him for me." Spittle rained down on the faces of the three old men as they stood there, not daring to move. After a long time, Ha Li Ka smiled and tried to appease him. "Old Zhong, please calm your anger. What happened here? Weren't you helping Master Shui refine some healing pills? When I came here a few days ago, everything was fine, so how did this happen after a few months?" He could also see that although Zhong Ao was furious and had ordered them to kill Yang Kai to vent his anger, it was all empty talk. Yang Kai was meditating at the moment and looked extremely weak. If Zhong Ao really wanted his life, why would he need to borrow others' hands to do it? Even at his peak, Yang Kai could not have been Zhong Ao's opponent, let alone now. "Who told you that this old master was refining pills?" Zhong Ao shot them a sideways glance. "If it wasn't you who refined it, could it have been little brother Yang who refined it?" Lin Mu Feng laughed dryly. Zhong Ao rolled his eyes and did not explain. He knew that even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhong Ao would have thought that it was just nonsense. However, the pill in the jade bottle in his hand was solid evidence. This little brat was really able to refine a Saint King grade pill with pill veins with just a third-order Saint Realm cultivation. "Get lost, all of you get lost." Zhong Ao waved his hand impatiently. "This old master has been alone here for 100 years, 100 years of peace and stability, but this smelly brat has turned this place into a mess. If any of you dare come within 100 kilometers of this place in the future, this old master will twist off your head." The three Origin returning realm masters couldn't help but shrink their heads and retreat, not daring to stay any longer. Not long after they left though, Zhong Ao's voice called out from behind, "Wait." Hali Ka turned around and said with a flattering smile, "Does old Zhong have any orders?" Zhong Ao pointed to the dilapidated palace and said, "Find some people and build another residence for this old master." "You don't have any foresight at all. Do you want me to sleep in the wilderness?" Hali Ka quickly shouted. They had brought a lot of cultivator with them this time, leaving behind a dozen or so to arrange for them to help Zhong Ao build a residence before leaving. The 10 or so people also scattered in all directions. It seemed like they were searching for materials to build a house. Zhong Ao glanced at Yang Kai, who was still unconscious, and then looked at the burning flame pill in the jade bottle in his hand, a trace of disappointment appearing on his face. After 3 full days, Yang Kai woke up. A strong sense of weakness spread throughout his body, causing Yang Kai to be startled. Immediately recalling everything that had happened before he fell unconscious, he couldn't help smiling bitterly as he sent his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate. His knowledge sea was a bit dim and the magnificent sea water that used to be there was now only a thin layer of liquid. The 6-colored soul-warming lotus was sparing no effort to nourish his soul, but it would take at least 10 days for his knowledge sea to fill up again. Every muscle in Yang Kai's body was sore and his saint chi had been consumed greatly. Yang Kai had never experienced such a feeling before. It was barely possible to say that he was injured, but it was also possible to say that he wasn't injured. Only an infinite sense of weakness enveloped him, as if a part of his vitality had been sucked out, causing him to feel like he was growing old. Standing up with difficulty, Yang Kai looked around and saw Zhong Ao standing not far away, glaring at him. This old man's face was gloomy to the point of being frightening and his eyes were filled with a murderous light. Yang Kai sniffed, not knowing why Zhong Ao had put on such a terrifying appearance. After discovering the situation around him, Yang Kai immediately understood. Not wanting to provoke Zhong Ao, Yang Kai searched through the ruins for a while before taking Shuiyu out from under a few wooden planks and finding a comfortable place to sit down on a mountain peak a few kilometers away. Before Yang Kai had time to catch his breath, Zhong Ao quietly appeared beside him. Yang Kai looked at him but didn't say a word, simply gasping for breath. "Aren't you going to ask yourself whether you succeeded or not?" Zhong Ao waited for a while before taking the initiative to ask. "I've done my best. That's enough for me." Zhong Ao stared at him deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. "Since you've said so, this old master won't hold you accountable for the losses you brought this time. In any case, he could ask Hali Ka and the others for compensation, they wouldn't dare refuse." Saying so, Zhong Ao threw the jade bottle he had been holding in his hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it and glanced at it, not showing much surprise or excitement, as if everything was within his expectations. Inside the jade bottle was an elixir. The elixir was covered in a layer of dense mist. Even with the jade bottle as a barrier, it still emitted a dense energy fluctuation. It was as if this pill had a life of its own and was pulsing rhythmically. Pill clouds, this was a burning flame pill that had formed pill clouds. Although it was only Saint King grade low rank, such a pill had great value. If any outstanding alchemist were to learn of it, they would likely fight to obtain it. Because they could obtain a lot of useful information from this pill cloud, perhaps it would be able to improve their alchemy skills. While Yang Kai was observing this pill, Zhong Ao briefly explained what happened after he fell unconscious, casually saying, "The pill cloud on your pill is somewhat different from the one this old master refined." "How is it different?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Zhong Ao tossed over a few more jade bottles, each of which contained a different pill, a total of 4. These 4 pills had been refined by Zhong Ao over the past 100 years and had been born out of extremely good luck. Yang Kai compared the burning flame pill with the other 4 pills and immediately discovered the biggest difference. The pill clouds covering Zhong Ao's pills were very sparse and didn't cover the entirety of the pill, one of them only having half of the pill cloud on it. Moreover, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the medicinal efficacies and energy contained in this burning flame pill were more than double those of Zhong Ao's pills. Zhong Ao took out a piece of Saint Crystal and placed it in Yang Kai's hand. The energy contained in this Saint Crystal was attracted by the pill cloud and quickly gathered towards the pill, allowing it to be swallowed and enhance its medicinal efficacies. When a pill forms pill veins, its medicinal efficacies will increase exponentially and can be stored for a long time without worrying about its medicinal efficacies fading away. Ordinary pills can't do this. The longer they are stored, the more their medicinal efficacies will fade. After 30 or 50 years, they will become useless waste. But once a pill forms pill clouds, not only can it be stored for many years, the pill clouds will also actively absorb world energy to nourish the pill, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become more and more condensed. So, every pill that forms pill clouds will have stronger medicinal efficacies the longer it is stored. Zhong Ao said, seemingly talking to himself. Yang Kai nodded. He had a deep understanding of this. Back then, when he took the pill that formed pill clouds, he almost exploded. That pill had a history of several thousand years. This old master inadvertently refined this pill 90 years ago. Zhong Ao picked up a jade bottle from Yang Kai's hand and stored a brown pill inside. After 90 years of nourishment, its medicinal efficacies have more than doubled and its grade is still Saint King grade mid-rank, but compared to the burning flame pill you refined a few days ago, it still pales in comparison. I'm afraid this is because of the degree of pill clouds. Yang Kai said thoughtfully. This old master thinks so too. Zhong Ao nodded gently. Zhong Ao gently nodded. This old master used to think that pill clouds were like this, but after seeing this burning flame pill of yours, this old master realized that pill clouds can be even more complete and can wrap up the entire pill. On top of that, have you noticed that the speed at which your pill absorbs Saint Crystal energy is much faster than this old master's? If it is stored for a few hundred years, its value will be comparable to that of a single star. That's impossible, right? Yang Kai was taken aback, feeling that this old man was indulging in some whimsical fantasy. How is it impossible? Zhong Ao sneered. Do you know how many Origin returning realm masters have spent their entire lives searching for a way to break through to the Origin King realm? Even the few Origin Kings who have reached the Origin King realm are pursuing a way to make their realm stronger and higher. If this burning flame pill is stored for a few hundred years, it may allow an Origin King who cultivates a fire attribute secret art to break through to the next level. When that time comes, do you think they would exchange a single star for it? Listening to what Zhong Ao said, Yang Kai really felt that this was possible, even if it was a bit exaggerated. Are you still willing to give this pill to this little girl? Zhong Ao stared at him deeply before turning his eyes to Xueyu, who was lying unconscious nearby. She's about to lose her life, what's there to be reluctant about? Yang Kai sneered. Wasn't the reason he spent so much effort refining this burning flame pill just to give it to Xueyu? Zhong Ao's face twitched slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he restrained himself and waved his hand. Forget it, this is your own pill, you can decide for yourself, but you have to tell this old master how you managed to refine pill clouds. I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Zhong Ao almost coughed up blood. Chapter 1075. Yang Kai really didn't know how to refine a pill cloud. When he was refining the last burning flame pill, he had no distracting thoughts, no pressure, and for no reason, he firmly believed he could successfully refine it. When the pill had been formed, Kai Yang had clearly felt that his vitality had been stripped away, which was why he was in such a weak state. If it weren't for the demon god golden blood in Yang Kai's body, giving him an extremely strong vitality, that final stripping would have killed him on the spot. That burning flame pill wasn't a pill at all, it was a human life. That was why it was so full of vitality right now, causing Zhong Ao to gasp in amazement. Although he had succeeded once, if Yang Kai was asked to refine it again, he wouldn't be able to do so no matter what, because he no longer had the indomitable will he once had. After explaining his thoughts to Zhong Ao, Yang Kai finally managed to calm down. The old man deceived himself and made up a set of excuses to comfort his wounded soul, saying that Yang Kai being able to refine a pill cloud was entirely because of his comprehension. After hundreds of years of studying alchemy, he still couldn't compare to a young man who was less than 30 years old. Zhong Ao only felt that he had lived his entire life in vain and was extremely ashamed. Fortunately, he wasn't going to die for the time being, so he still had a lot of time to continue studying. Inside the palace of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's branch, Yang Kai moved Shui Yu in and fed her the freshly refined burning flame pill. After her vitality stabilized, Yang Kai walked out of the room. After turning a few corners, Yang Kai saw Ha Li Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others surrounding Zhong Ao, flattering him like a tide, their faces filled with flattery, praising Zhong Ao for his incredible alchemy skills, even being able to refine pill clouds with ease, all of them admiring him greatly. Even the other top origin king-grade alchemists in the star field couldn't achieve this. They were just a group of alchemists who were slightly higher than Zhong Ao in terms of alchemy. They were just a group of people fishing for fame. If they didn't have any real ability, how could they compare to Zhong Ao? Zhong Ao's old face flushed red, impatiently enduring their flattery. He wanted to chase them away, but he didn't have the confidence to do so, so it was difficult for him to endure. However, Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng, these idiots, didn't have the slightest bit of eyesight, thinking he was enjoying himself and flattering him even more, causing the old man's face to become even uglier. It wasn't until Yang Kai walked out in a relaxed manner that this group of people stopped flattering him and shot him strange looks. Ha Li Ka even quietly gave Yang Kai a big thumbs up, a look of admiration on his face, before leaving with Lin Mufeng and the others. The backs of the two of them looked like they were about to be wiped out. Yang Kai walked in front of Zhong Ao with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand why they were looking at him like that. "Little brat, you gave such great benefits to this old master. Being able to refine pill clouds and forming pill veins at a steady 30% to 40% rate is enough to make you an honored guest of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. No one will dare to provoke you. You can have your own territory, servants, beautiful maidservants, enjoy the highest standard of treatment, and obtain what others pursue for their entire lives. With Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's capital, it won't be difficult for them to cultivate you. You can obtain the greatest returns in the shortest time possible. This old master doesn't understand why you didn't tell them that the burning flame pill was refined by you and instead made this old master stand up and take the blame for you, giving this old master all the credit and fame." Zhong Ao said slowly, picking up a cup of tea and taking a sip. Zhong Ao nodded. This old master has also lived freely on Rainfall Star for 100 years. As long as they don't interfere with my alchemy, anything can be discussed. Joining or not joining is just a matter of name. If they annoy this old master, can't this old master just leave? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Zhong Ao wasn't a good person. Not only was his temperament strange, but he also had a high opinion of himself. Yang Kai also knew that this old man had repeatedly tried to kill him before. But in any case, this time he was the one taking the blame. Although this would make his reputation even greater, this wasn't what Zhong Ao wanted. Truly capable people didn't care about reputation. Only those who chased after power and wealth would work hard to climb up the social ladder. This time, Yang Kai had dragged Zhong Ao down and caused him to lose a lot of his freedom. Zhong Ao had likely only accepted this because Yang Kai had taught him the alchemy method. Both Yang Kai and Zhong Ao were well aware of these things. What's the situation of that little girl? Zhong Ao didn't want to talk about it anymore and changed the subject. The poison from the profound Yin sunflower water should have been removed and her vitality is stable, but she is still in a coma. If we want to wake her up, we need to find her soul avatar. Yang Kai frowned. He had just checked Shui Yu's knowledge sea but couldn't find any trace of her soul avatar. He really didn't know where Shui Yu's soul avatar was hiding. Zhong Ao also frowned, calmly saying, "It stands to reason that she was injured by the profound Yin sunflower water, so this kind of situation shouldn't have occurred. Her soul avatar must have disappeared for some other reason." Yang Kai's spirit shook. "Please enlighten me, Zhong Ao." Zhong Ao shook his head. "I don't know anything about that little girl, so how could I enlighten you? Since you are her guard, you should understand that she has some regrets in her heart. Many times, when a person is unconscious, it doesn't mean they are injured, but rather that they are unable to overcome a barrier in their heart. As long as they can overcome that barrier, they will naturally wake up." Yang Kai heard this and a thoughtful look appeared on his face, a moment later his eyes brightening, as if he had thought of something. Zhong Ao observed Yang Kai's expression and nodded lightly. This little brat was both intelligent and capable. Zhong Ao really couldn't understand why such a person would act as someone else's guard. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly relaxed. "Have you found the reason?" Zhong Ao asked with a smile. "I have some clues, but whether it is true or not will need to be verified." Yang Kai chuckled, suddenly remembering something and asking, "Right, old Zhong, when I came over, why were Holly Ka and the others looking at me like that? Did something happen? Do you want to know?" Zhong Ao squinted at him. Yang Kai nodded. "This old master just told them that you, little brat, are deeply in love with that little girl, that when you fed her that medicine, you even chewed it up and fed it to her mouth." Zhong Ao winked, his expression as wretched as it could get. Yang Kai was furious. "You have the nerve to announce such a thing to the public? Do you have any decency at all?" Zhong Ao snorted. "This old master has taken on such a big pot for you, losing and giving away so many good things. Do you think that's all? Just wait for Shui Yu's third young master to arrive on Rainfall Star and peel off your bones. Ha ha ha, a little guard actually daring to have ideas about Shui Yu's woman. You really don't know life from death. If this old master were you, he would have left as soon as possible." Laughing loudly, Zhong Ao left in a good mood. "Old fart." Yang Kai glared at Zhong Ao bitterly, suddenly understanding why Holly Ka, Lin Mufeng, and the others were looking at him with such strange eyes. The little bit of guilt he felt towards Zhong Ao disappeared, regretting that he hadn't made a bigger bet and snatched all of Yang Kai's profound Yin sunflower water and medicine furnace. Old fogies really aren't good. Guizhu was like this, and so was Zhong Ao. However, Zhong Ao would never have imagined that the little girl he was talking about, the master Shui that Holly Ka was talking about, was actually Shui Yu herself. Kissing Shui Yu's woman is nothing, this old master has even touched Shui Yu's body. The situation in one's knowledge sea was a reflection of one's inner thoughts. From the state of one's knowledge sea, one could tell what kind of person they were. Shui Yu was a woman, but she was raised as a man by Aio and had to put on the airs of Shui Yu's third young master at all times. She may have long since grown tired of this kind of life, but she had no choice but to continue. "It's not that I want to pry into your secrets, it's just that if I don't do this, I won't be able to wake you up. I hope you don't come looking for trouble with me in the future," Yang Kai muttered softly, his soul avatar diving into Shui Yu's knowledge sea. The warm sea water wrapped around Yang Kai's body, like small boneless hands caressing his body, giving him unimaginable stimulation and comfort. Yang Kai almost lost himself in this moment. The fusion of the divine soul was very frightening. During this process, both men and women could enjoy a pleasure that was thousands of times more intense than physical intercourse. That was a shudder that came from the depths of the soul. That kind of pleasure was like the most dangerous swamp. Once one fell into it, it was very difficult to pull out. Fortunately, this was not the first time Yang Kai had done this kind of thing. When he went to Ice Sect to find Su Yan, he had already fused his soul with her once, so he had some experience dealing with this kind of thing. Trying hard to restrain the trembling of his soul, Yang Kai constantly called out to his heart, reminding himself that now was not the time to indulge in pleasure. Gradually, that kind of pleasure weakened a lot and he regained control of his soul avatar, allowing him to calm down a little. He didn't know why, but the current situation made Yang Kai think of the word rape. Shueyu's soul avatar was nowhere to be found, so obviously she didn't feel anything and was unable to resist the invasion of Yang Kai's soul. If this wasn't rape, then what was? And it was the most vicious kind of rape. Fusing his soul with a woman who didn't feel anything was no different than fusing with a piece of wood. Thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly lost interest and the throbbing of his soul subsided. This kind of thing was the most boring and only those with twisted minds would do such a thing. Yang Kai's soul avatar scattered into the sea. Inside his knowledge sea, bubbles floated in the water, each of which contained a part of Shueyu's past, a part of her memories. Yang Kai carefully examined the information hidden in these bubbles. He saw a lot of scenes. A baby fell to the ground, a woman lying weakly on the bed, her face pale and bloodless, but when she heard the baby's cries, the most beautiful smile in the world bloomed on her face. The burly man waiting outside strode in and picked up the baby with trembling hands, ignoring the stains on the baby's body, intimately pressing his face against the baby's forehead and kissing it gently, radiating the radiance of fatherly love. The 7 or 8-month-old child was held in her mother's arms and breastfed, her eyes closed as she ate with relish. The mother had a satisfied smile on her face as she teased her daughter from time to time. The burly father stood to the side and smiled, revealing his white teeth. The baby began to learn to walk and babble. Her mouth made meaningless sounds as she staggered forward. Every 2 steps she took, she would take a step back. From time to time, she would fall to the ground. Her mother walked over with heartache and held her in her arms. Her father laughed foolishly at the side. The family of 3 was happy and harmonious. An old man with white hair and a beard saw the baby and carefully examined her, saying something to the burly father with a dignified expression. The smile and joy on the burly father's face suddenly disappeared as he looked at the daughter he regarded as the apple of his eye, his face as gloomy as the eve of a storm. The 3-year-old child was taken to a palace, put on men's clothes and was raised like a man. She was ignorant and stood in that huge palace with servants and maids behind her. She was ordered to only move about in the palace, leaning against the door frame. She could no longer see her loving mother, only her dignified father. She began to learn all kinds of things, she began to cultivate, she grew strong and healthy, but she could only live as a man. She had outstanding natural endowments, only when she became stronger would she see her father smile, otherwise, he would only scold her. The name of the 3rd young master of Shueyu spread, the entire territory knew about her. She had learned how to smile in front of strangers, she had learned the most elegant etiquette, her beauty had captivated men and women, young and old. But she couldn't see her mother, only in the dead of night would she take out women's clothes and put them on the bed, feeling sad. Those women's clothes had been secretly sent to her by her mother, it seemed like they still contained her mother's warmth and chi. Yang Kai looked at each scene, he was immersed in it, it seemed like he could understand the bitterness and resentment in Shueyu's heart, he could feel her helplessness and sadness. That unchanging smile, under that smile, was bitterness, her fragile heart was covered by a strong outer appearance. She had been pretending for so many years, not only had she deceived the world, but she had also deceived herself. Until the battle on the Death Star, even though Shueyu was furious, even though she wanted to kill him, it was the first time she had experienced the shyness of a girl. Her naked body was being hugged by someone, her full breasts were being squeezed. Nobody knew how fast her heart was beating, how hot her delicate body was. She had never felt anything like that before. It made her feel limp and numb. She couldn't use any strength. Every time she thought about it, her face would turn red. After that, the days of fighting and fooling around were the most unforgettable days of her life. She couldn't wait to stop time and stay on that dead star forever. Because only in front of that man could she let go of herself and be herself. Yang Kai had injected vitality into her life, allowing her to no longer be so lifeless. While exploring the ancient ruins, she had ignored the casualties of her subordinates and constantly ordered them to speed up, all in order to leave as soon as possible and return as soon as possible. However, the explosion of one of her space rings had caused her to fall into a deep sleep. After a long time, Yang Kai's soul avatar emerged from Xueyu's knowledge sea. All of Xueyu's secrets had been exposed to his eyes, and he had never expected that this vicious woman would have such a miserable past. Although he felt some sympathy and pity in his heart, he still had to do what he had to do. What he saw was not only Xueyu's misery, but also her dark side. Even if this woman was pitiful, she was still a dangerous person. Her feelings for him weren't pure either. It was due to the influence of the soul chains. After observing her for so long, Yang Kai faintly understood why Xueyu's soul avatar had disappeared, and he also thought about how to treat her. This was a knot in her heart, not an injury. As long as this knot was untied, Xueyu would naturally awaken. Chapter 1077. Inside Xueyu's knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar began to emit strange fluctuations. He began to create a series of illusions, forcibly pouring them into the sea. From her infancy to her current age, in these illusions, she did not need to disguise herself, she did not need to always show a warm smile, nor did she need to live as a man. She grew up carefree, her parents were kind, her siblings lived in harmony, she could wear the most beautiful clothes, wear the most beautiful jewelry, she did not need to learn the boring etiquette, she did not need to cultivate day and night, she did not need to endure all kinds of torture. In these illusions, she was the happiest woman in the world. Every day, she would wander the streets with a few maidservants, occasionally revealing the tip of the iceberg of her beauty, making the men of an entire city roar with excitement. In these illusions, when she returned home, she would tell her parents about the trivial things she encountered, and her parents would listen quietly with a smile on their faces, living a happy and harmonious life. She even met a man who moved her heart, but because of her shyness, she could only look at him from afar, paying attention to his movements every day, too embarrassed to take the initiative to talk to him. What she didn't expect was that the handsome and elegant man actually came looking for her, defeated all his competitors, fulfilled all her father's harsh requirements, and married her. They got married and had children, the man plowing and the woman weaving. Although it was not a magnificent and wonderful life, they still helped each other and respected each other. Their children slowly grew up, and they gradually grew old, finally turning into a pile of yellow earth, their graves close together, as if they would never be separated. In these illusions, she obtained a perfect and regretless life. Yang Kai did this over and over again, tirelessly injecting the layers of illusions he constructed with his spiritual energy into Xueyu's knowledge sea, regardless of the consumption of his spiritual energy or his own exhaustion. Time passed, but Xueyu's knowledge sea remained the same, there was no movement. But at a certain moment, the calm sea suddenly tumbled and bubbles emerged from under the water, bursting into nothingness. A cool breeze blew and a wisp of fragrance seemed to linger at the tip of Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai stopped what he was doing and turned his head to see Xueyu standing behind him with a smile, watching him with great interest. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and immediately escaped from her knowledge sea. Just as he opened his eyes, Xueyu also woke up and grabbed him, shouting, "Hey, why did you run away like a thief? You've already woken up, what am I doing there? Waiting to be tortured by you? In that place, you are the master, a little third-order saint cultivator, I don't dare stay," Yang Kai snorted. Everyone's sea of consciousness was under their own control. Therefore, when two people's strength was about the same, they would never invade each other's sea of consciousness. If they did, they would always be at a disadvantage. Only when there was a great disparity in strength would there be the possibility of invading another's sea of consciousness and inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. I torture you. Why do you think I use me? If you didn't do anything wrong, why would I torture you? Shui Yu refused to back down, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as a sharp light flashed across them. Fine, I admit, breaking into your knowledge sea without permission and prying into your secrets was wrong, but since you didn't want to wake up, I could only resort to this. Yang Kai shook off Shui Yu's small hand that was grabbing him. Prying into my secrets, do you still think you're in the right? Shui Yu ground her teeth angrily, a dangerous light flashing across her silver teeth. I didn't see much. Yang Kai looked embarrassed. Shui Yu didn't speak and simply stared at him. Fine, I've already counted how many hairs you have on your body, so what? Are you going to bite me? Yang Kai said shamelessly. You bastard. Shui Yu flew into a rage out of humiliation as she rushed over and bit down on the back of Yang Kai's hand, refusing to let go as she rolled her big eyes. Do you think I don't dare? Yang Kai remained unmoved and instead smiled. Biting my hand isn't satisfying enough, do you want to go somewhere else? I have a better place for you to bite. Shui Yu's face flushed red and her slender white neck glowed red as she quickly let go of Yang Kai's hand and spat, in your dreams. In that illusion, she and the man she loved were inseparable, and all kinds of positions she could imagine and could never imagine entered her mind one by one. She received a systematic and perfect education. Of course she knew what Yang Kai's words meant. Although she also understood that it was only an illusion created by Yang Kai for her and was not real, she still couldn't bear it. After all, the woman in the illusion was modeled after her and looked exactly like her. It was like she really was a slut, constantly demanding and never knowing when to be satisfied. How can you be so obscene? Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if she didn't expect this person to be such a rogue. I misjudged you. How is sex obscene? Yang Kai disdainfully curled his lips. When you really try it, you will understand the beauty of it. Even so, you didn't have to include yourself in that illusion, did you? Shui Yu smiled sweetly as if she had discovered a secret. Her smile was very sly. In those illusions, you were really handsome. Did you really want me to marry you? Forget it, I can't handle a woman like you. Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. Get out. Shui Yu's face changed faster than one could turn a page, and she was so angry that she kicked Yang Kai off the bed. Yang Kai stood up, patted his butt and said, have a good rest. When you recover, I have something to tell you. Shui Yu's face stiffened. She seemed to understand what Yang Kai was going to say, but she didn't say anything and closed her eyes. When Yang Kai came out of the room, he happened to see Zhong Ao leaning to one side and listening attentively. When he saw Yang Kai, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he asked, you saved her? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Amazing. Zhong Ao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. But what were you doing in there? Why did it seem so lively? Aren't you her guard? Boy, this old master has to say, your courage is a bit too big, even daring to touch Shui Yu's third young master's woman. You should prepare to run away quickly. This old master hopes you don't die too early. If Shui Yu becomes angry, the entire Heng Luo star field will tremble. Zhong Ao may have been lonely for too long, but despite his age, his gossipy heart was no worse than a young man's. What he liked most was to see others flirting with each other. Every time he saw them, he felt like he had become several decades younger. Shameless. Yang Kai ignored him and went out to find Hali Ka, telling him about the current situation. When he heard that Shui Yu had woken up, Hali Ka was overjoyed and gave Yang Kai a big hug, his face filled with gratitude. Now that Shui Yu had woken up, their last worries had disappeared, and Zhong Ao on Rainfall Star had taken another step forward in the alchemic Tao. Now, as long as the profound Yin sunflower water problem was solved, everything would be fine. What's more, Shuiyu was still responsible for the profound Yin sunflower water issue, so even if the Chamber of Commerce blamed them, they would only receive a small punishment, not as serious as they had feared before. With all kinds of good news coming one after another, how could they not be happy? The several managers were in a good mood, and the entire branch was filled with joy. Time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Since Shuiyu woke up that day, she had stayed in her room, declaring that her injuries had not yet healed and that she needed to heal. The injuries she suffered from the profound Yin sunflower water had long been healed by the burning flame pill, and her soul had not been damaged, so why would she need to be healed? Although she had been in a coma for more than a year, with her cultivation, she would only need 2 or 3 days to recover. She was avoiding Yang Kai. Yang Kai was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do. Every time he went to find Shuiyu, he would be stopped by several Saint King realm cultivators standing guard at the door. These people didn't give Yang Kai any face, just smiling and telling him that this was an order from Shuiyu master and that without her permission, no one was allowed to enter her room. Their attitude was very good, but their tone of refusal was firm. Yang Kai couldn't wait to beat these people up. Yang Kai was not happy, but old Zong was also out of luck. Half of the profound Yin sunflower water had been taken away by Yang Kai, and half of the several dozen large and small pill furnaces had also been taken away by Yang Kai. Zong Ao snorted in distress, but he was too embarrassed to act shamelessly. Zong Ao was a man of his word, a loss was a loss, unlike Shuiyu who liked to use her strength to suppress others. Yang Kai also specifically asked for advice on how to refine the profound Yin sunflower water and enhance his own strength. Zong Ao didn't conceal anything and told Yang Kai everything he knew. Yang Kai understood that although the profound Yin sunflower water was a precious treasure, if it wasn't properly refined, it would cost him his life. Furthermore, the refinement process required a wide variety of supplementary materials, as well as a scorching hot environment. Only by properly preparing the initial steps could one begin to refine it. All the auxiliary materials he needed, Kai Yang actually had all of them, not lacking a single one. On the floating continent, Yang Kai had harvested many high-grade herbs, countless origin grade and origin king grade, each of which was extremely valuable. All he needed was to find a suitable environment. According to Old Zong, it would be best to find the inside of a 10,000-year-old volcano, because only that kind of heat could suppress the chill of the profound Yin sunflower water. However, Zong Ao said that Yang Kai's current strength was still too low, and that he would have to wait until he reached the Saint King realm before he could refine the profound Yin sunflower water, otherwise, not only would he fail to refine it, but he would also lose his life. Shuiyu's refusal to meet with him made Yang Kai very impatient and annoyed. On this day, when Yang Kai came to her room again, the Saint King realm masters who had been sent to guard her were still standing there with smiles on their faces, politely stopping Yang Kai from entering. Yang Kai's face sank. Chapter 1078. Just as the guards were trying to stop Yang Kai with a warm smile on their faces, asking him to be considerate of his brother's responsibilities, Shuiyu's sweet voice came from inside. "Let him come in." When the guards heard this, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly withdrew, not forgetting to cast encouraging glances at Yang Kai before leaving. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them, simply pushing open the door with a cold expression and stepping inside. The room hadn't changed much, it was still the same as before, but Shuiyu seemed a lot more worried, a trace of bitterness flashing across her beautiful eyes. She didn't avoid Yang Kai's angry gaze and simply stared back at him, smiling and saying, "Sit down and talk." Seeing her like this, Yang Kai was filled with anger but had nowhere to vent. This woman is so annoying. She was obviously stronger than him, and if they really fought, he would definitely not be her opponent. She could easily crush him, but at this moment, she could only rely on her expression to create a sense of weakness. It was as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yang Kai picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea. Taking a sip, he opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Shui Yu's jade-white finger pressed against Yang Kai's lips. Her finger was cold, but there was a faint fragrance coming from her fingertips. "Don't say anything, I want to show you something," Shui Yu said softly, her tone unprecedentedly soft. "What?" Yang Kai became vigilant, sweeping his eyes over her and saying, "If it's your body then forget it, I've already imprinted every part of your body into my mind, I can remember it even with my eyes closed." A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Shui Yu was both ashamed and angry. "Do you think I'm the kind of woman who would sell my body to keep you? Then what do you want me to see?" Yang Kai relaxed a lot when he heard this. Shui Yu rolled her eyes at him before reaching out and handing him a document. Yang Kai took it suspiciously and began sipping his tea while reading it carefully. A moment later, his expression became strange and he let out a hollow laugh. "Shui Yu, aren't your conditions a bit too good? I'll be your guard, 100,000 high-rank saint crystals a year, and a territory of 500 kilometers. That's right. My guards all have these benefits. It's just that everyone is treated differently." Shui Yu calmly picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. She looked calm, but her trembling little finger betrayed her nervousness. In the past, she felt a sense of closeness to Yang Kai, or even didn't hate his closeness to her, because of the soul chains, but now she was certain that even without the soul chains, that closeness had taken root in the depths of her soul. When habits become second nature, it is not easy to change them. Not to mention, her knowledge sea had already been invaded by him, and all her secrets had been exposed. Compared to standing naked in front of him and letting him examine her, it was even more embarrassing. Shui Yu sincerely hoped that Yang Kai could stay, even though she knew that Yang Kai couldn't wait to get away from her. While pretending to sip her tea, Shui Yu quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction, trying to see what he was interested in. However, to her disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem to show any signs of interest, instead just commenting on the terms of the document. "I have 20 beautiful maidservants." Yang Kai looked up at Shui Yu. "Am I not a guard? How can I have beautiful maidservants? What's so strange about that? An average guard is naturally a servant and isn't qualified to have such things, but my Shui Yu's guards aren't qualified?" Shui Yu smiled lightly. She saw a trace of fascination in Yang Kai's eyes and quickly added, "I can choose the best women for you." You may not know, but my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce also deals in the slave trade. Many of the young ladies of large and small families who have gone bankrupt or been exterminated are goods waiting to be sold. They all have good education and their aptitude and strength aren't bad. As far as I know, the strongest one has already reached the Saint King realm. If you want a noble young lady, you can have a noble young lady, but if you want a pretty girl, you can have a pretty girl. While adding oil and vinegar to Yang Kai's story, Shui Yu secretly cursed him. She had offered him so many generous conditions, but he had remained indifferent, yet he was interested in this one. Shui Yu couldn't wait to reach out and strangle him. But this man, Shui Yu sighed helplessly in her heart. That's good, that's good." Yang Kai nodded fiercely. He had long yearned for beautiful maidservants. Back in Tongxian realm, there were too many acquaintances, so he didn't dare act recklessly, but now that he was in star territory, where the heavens were high and the earth was far away, it didn't matter what he did. Moreover, since he had become intimate with his little senior sister, Yang Kai found that he had become a bit more indulgent when it came to men and women, and he didn't reject the idea of playing around with strange women. Last time, in Shintu's palace, he had even indulged in a bit of debauchery, a feeling he still couldn't forget. "You also think it's good?" Shui Yu still smiled sweetly, but she still grit her teeth and softly said, "If you think it's good, then put your handprint on it. Once you put your handprint on it, you'll be one of my Shui Yu's people. From now on, you'll be under my protection." If anyone dares to bully you, just report my name and I guarantee you'll be able to walk sideways in star territory. I'm not a crab. Yang Kai smiled and put the document back on the table. Shui Yu stared straight at him, her beautiful eyes unblinking. Yang Kai sighed and didn't want to look her in the eye, saying, "What's the point? You know what I really want, so what's the point of you taking out a slave contract?" "Who said it was a slave contract?" Shui Yu frowned. "Isn't it written that the contract will be signed every 5 years? After 5 years, if you're not satisfied, we can discuss it again. I just want you to have more time to think about it. After I sign it, I won't be able to leave for the rest of my life. Shui Yu, let's unlock the soul chains. From now on, you walk your own path and I'll walk mine." "Well, water won't interfere with river water," Yang Kai said sincerely. When Shui Yu heard these cruel words, she suddenly felt tears welling up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall and raised her head slightly. Miraculously, those tears quickly disappeared, as if they had returned to her tear ducts. She gritted her teeth and said, "I don't care, you've touched me, you've seen me, you've even penetrated my knowledge sea and pried into my secrets. You must sign the contract with me, otherwise, I'll suffer a great loss. You only have 2 secrets. Rest assured, I'll keep them safe and won't leak them out. I won't play around with my life. I also know how powerful you are," Yang Kai said sincerely. Shui Yu became even more indignant. "You really know that secret?" Yang Kai scratched his cheek and said innocently, "I didn't want to know, but who knew that in addition to being a woman, you were also hiding such a great secret? No wonder President Aio raised you as a man. He did it for your own good, don't blame him." "For my own good?" Shui Yu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light as she said coldly, "I haven't seen my mother for several decades. They said that in order to keep this secret, my father killed everyone who knew about it, including my mother. Is this also for my own good?" Yang Kai didn't know what to say. He had also spied on Shui Yu's words from her knowledge sea, but this was her family's business, so it was not convenient for him to comment. Moreover, no one knew whether or not Shui Yu's mother had died, so Shui Yu had only heard rumors. "So what if I have the dragon marrow phoenix body? Could it be that everyone in the world can see through my physique and snatch me home?" Shui Yu shouted angrily, her full breasts heaving up and down in an enchanting arc. "Keep your voice down." Yang Kai was shocked. "Do you still want to live? Why are you shouting about such a thing?" Seeing Yang Kai so nervous, Shui Yu couldn't help feeling a little smug, the anger she felt just a moment ago having been thrown out of her mind. Instead, she smiled at him and said, You also know this secret, so why aren't you tempted at all? You should know what kind of benefits the dragon marrow phoenix body can bring you." "Of course I know." Yang Kai glanced at her. "According to the words of that person in your memories, any man who takes your primordial yin will obtain unimaginable benefits. Your Chamber of Commerce's moon slave business was inspired by your constitution, right?" Shui Yu gently nodded, "Yes. You can say that I am the most outstanding moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce, it's just that no one knows about it. When I was unconscious, you clearly had a lot of opportunities, so I don't believe you weren't tempted. You aren't wholly to that degree." Her expression said she had already seen through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. "Yes, I was tempted to death." Yang Kai nodded fiercely. "When I learned this secret, I couldn't wait to take off your clothes and take you." "Then why didn't you do it?" Shui Yu's interest was piqued. "You also know that even if you did, I wouldn't blame you, at most I would just beat you." She spoke lightly, as if she wasn't talking about her own chastity, but about a woman she didn't even know. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and thought about it for a moment before saying, "I'm a man of principles." Shui Yu curled her lips, obviously not believing Yang Kai's words. "According to the old man who investigated your constitution, the higher your strength, the greater the benefits of taking you." You are now a third-order Saint King, so if I really wanted to take you, I'm afraid I could directly break through to the first-order Saint King realm. Yang Kai said lightly, but so what? I don't need your body to reach that level, and it won't take long for me to do so. Do you believe I can achieve that in 3 years? Xueyu stared at Yang Kai in a daze, listening to his bold words, her beautiful eyes blurring as she nodded repeatedly, asking casually, what if I wasn't a Saint King, but an Origin King? Yang Kai looked her up and down for a moment before replying without hesitation, then you would already be mine. The blurred look in Xueyu's beautiful eyes disappeared instantly and was replaced by endless contempt as she said sarcastically, in the end, you still don't have enough benefits. You think the benefits you get are too small? Yes. Yang Kai admitted frankly. What about the so-called principles you just spoke of? The contempt in Xueyu's eyes became even stronger. How much is that worth per caddy? Yang Kai disdainfully asked. Chapter 1079. After a brief exchange of words, no one was able to convince the other. Inside the room, Yang Kai looked at Xueyu helplessly. Xueyu was constantly drinking tea to calm the resentment in her heart. The tea in the cup had long since been emptied by her, leaving only the air in it. The atmosphere was so heavy that it was almost maddening. Are you really so heartless? Xueyu suddenly opened her mouth, staring coldly at Yang Kai. This man's insistence had hurt her a little. Yang Kai shook his head, whatever you say, I'm going to leave. This time, I've suffered a big loss, so I don't want to associate my life with anyone else's, especially a woman like you. You have too many secrets, once they are exposed, even Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce won't be able to protect you. If you die, I'll follow suit. Xueyu's dragon marrow phoenix body was a very special physique. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the best moon slave in the Chamber of Commerce. When a moon slave was possessed by a man, they would only provide some subtle benefits to that man. But Xueyu was different. With her current strength, it was enough for Yang Kai to directly break through to the Saint King realm. As Xueyu's strength improved, her physique would bring greater benefits to the first man who possessed her. Moreover, this kind of improvement was not just a simple increase in strength, but also in one's realm. There were too many masters in this world. Many people could cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years but still fail to break through a small realm. Xueyu's body was the best tool for them to break through. President Aio had always been farsighted and had raised Xueyu as a man when she was only 3 years old, fearing that such a thing would happen. At that time, Xueyu would only bring disaster to Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. How long can you bind me? Yang Kai stared at Xueyu indifferently, not showing any intention of avoiding the question. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. You and I both know that a large part of this is because of the soul chains and another part is because of your feminine heart. You've lived as a man for so long, but only in front of me can you let go of yourself and not worry about anything. The reason you want to keep me here is mostly because of this freedom, right? Xueyu remained silent. Yang Kai's words had hit the nail on the head, so she had nothing to refute. Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn and proud as he lowered his voice. You think I'm just a little third-order saint cultivator who can be ordered to do whatever you want, but have you ever thought to think about it? Since I am the first person from my homeland to enter the star field, then I am the most outstanding martial artist of that place. I am the master of that place. Xueyu used to herself to this point. Have you also to capture a monster beast to capture? Have you to capture to tame to ask to captures tame to? Shue ido stu recall. Xueyu couldn't help but think back to the past, the time when she had captured a king of beasts. That king of beasts was wild and difficult to tame, and it would attack people violently. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make it obey her orders, and in the end, she had no choice but to kill it. Shuiyu opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Think about it carefully, I'll wait 3 days for you to give me an answer. I don't want to make things too awkward. Yang Kai glanced at her faintly before turning to leave. From his eyes, Shuiyu could see a kind of decisiveness. No matter what choice she made, Yang Kai would not stay as her guard, this man would simply leave. Without unlocking the soul chains, once he left, her situation would be worrisome. Shuiyu knew better than anyone how dangerous it was for a third-order saint cultivator to venture out into the outside world, so how could she feel at ease leaving her life in the hands of such a weak person? Her mind in a mess, Shuiyu grabbed the cup on the table and threw it to the ground, grinding her teeth for a long time before finally spitting out a few words, cruel and unscrupulous. Ever since she was a child, she had never been at a disadvantage in a confrontation. She had always held the initiative, whether her opponent was a man or a woman, old or young, as long as they fell into her hands, they could only be at her mercy. All the seniors in the Chamber of Commerce said that she was the best successor and the most outstanding one. She accepted such praise with a clear conscience. But in front of Kai Yang, she found that she was being suppressed everywhere. She didn't even have a chance to refute him, which made her very annoyed and also very unreconciled. Hiding in her room, Shuiyu sat cross-legged on her bed, silently circulating her secret art to stabilize her chaotic state of mind. Gradually, her breathing stabilized and she began to think about her relationship with Yang Kai from a different perspective, as well as the pros and cons of keeping him or letting him go. After leaving Shuiyu's room, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He gave Shuiyu 3 days. After 3 days, no matter what choice Shuiyu made, he would stay as far away from this woman as possible. Perhaps it was because of the soul chains, but this choice made him feel a little reluctant. The several heads that were poking their heads over to watch this scene made Yang Kai feel even more uncomfortable. If they wanted to watch a good show, why didn't they find a better place to sit? Everyone's faces were filled with gossipy looks, as if they wanted to ask about the situation but were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Old Ha! Yang Kai beckoned to him. Ha Li Ka's face flushed red as he strode over with Lin Mufeng and the others, pretending to be discussing something as they walked, their expressions extremely serious. Old Ha! When they came close, Yang Kai called out again. Little brother. Ha Li Ka looked unhappy. It's fine for others to call me Old Ha, but it's a bit inappropriate for you to call me that. Although I don't mind, it wouldn't be good if outsiders were to hear you call me that. Shui Master needs some materials to cultivate, take me to the storehouse. Yang Kai ignored his protests. What does Shui Master need? Ha Li Ka froze for a moment but didn't ask any more questions, instead turning around and saying, Come with me, there are some good things in the storehouse, I just don't know if they'll be enough to enter Shui Master's eyes. Shui Master isn't very particular, Yang Kai sniffed. In any case, he was going to leave in 3 days. This time, in order to awaken Shuiyu, he had lost half his life and had spent so much time on Rainfall Star, so if he didn't obtain some benefits before leaving, he would be sorry. Especially when it came to Saint Crystals, Yang Kai didn't have a single piece left. Borrowing Shuiyu's name wasn't a big deal. By the time Shuiyu found out about this, he would have long since fled. In front of the storehouse, Ha Li Ka and Lin Mufeng each held a key and opened the heavy door. Old Ha was an honest man, so he stood at the door of the storehouse and said, Go in and see for yourself, don't hesitate to take whatever you see, we'll be waiting here. Yang Kai nodded and walked into the storehouse. In an instant, a colorful light filled the storehouse, making it difficult for Yang Kai to open his eyes. This was the storehouse of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the wealth stored inside was astonishing. There were all kinds of cultivation materials, artifacts, pills, and even space spirit crystals used to make space rings. Looking at the dazzling array of things, Yang Kai strode straight over to a pile of saint crystals. There were mountains of saint crystals here, low-rank saint crystals, mid-rank saint crystals, high-rank saint crystals. Yang Kai only took the high-rank saint crystals, taking almost 50,000 of them before stopping. With so many saint crystals, it should be enough for him to use for some time. After spending so much time in the star territory, Yang Kai had some understanding of the value of saint crystals and was no longer as confused as he was at first. 50,000 high-rank saint crystals was enough to buy an origin-grade high-rank artifact. After loading up the saint crystals, Yang Kai came to the place where the herbs were stored. Now Yang Kai had a lot of origin grade and origin king grade herbs, but he couldn't use them for the time being. After all, his alchemy skills were still lacking. There weren't many Saint King grade materials, and his current alchemist rank just so happened to be mid-rank Saint King grade, so if he worked hard enough, he could even refine Saint King grade high-rank pills. Naturally, the more Saint King grade herbs he had, the better, as they could be used in alchemy to enhance his alchemy skills. Yang Kai didn't go overboard. When it came to profiting, there was a limit to how much he could take. He had to make others feel distressed and satisfied without creating a life or death grudge. Yang Kai grasped this limit very well and stopped after filling a ring with Saint King grade herbs. The two pitch-black round stones in the black book space were like bottomless pits that could never be filled. The ores Yang Kai had purchased on Water Moon Star last time had been completely consumed by them, so this time it was a good time to replenish them. Worthy of being the storehouse of a Chamber of Commerce branch, the grade of ores stored here was quite good. Yang Kai closed his eyes and stuffed everything inside, only stopping when he felt it was enough. Arriving at the territory where the artifacts were stored, Yang Kai looked around expectantly. He had hoped to find one or two useful artifacts here, preferably defensive ones. As for offensive artifacts, Yang Kai had always held an indifferent attitude. Compared to artifacts, Yang Kai was more willing to believe in his own strength. However, defensive artifacts were different. The more of these artifacts, the better, the easier it would be to protect his life. But after looking around for a while, Yang Kai was disappointed. There were a lot of artifacts here, but none of them caught Yang Kai's eye. The best artifact here was only Saint King grade high rank, and it was a long halberd. Kai Yang had never been interested in this type of weapon. Only those men whose brains were filled with muscles would like to use this type of artifact to show off their might. If he were to use it himself, it would definitely be neither fish nor fowl, and refining it would also take a lot of time. After searching for a long time, Yang Kai reluctantly gave up and left the storehouse.